Good evening, Bitcoiners. That's right, you're here at the Ordinal Show. Welcome back to our regulars. Hello to our new friends. If this is your first time, the Ordinal Show is a live podcast hosted twice per week on X Spaces, starting 10:30 a.m. ET Monday mornings and 6:30 p.m. ET Wednesday nights, going for multiple hours, covering various topics, all about building new cool shit on Bitcoin. Ordinals are not just a new kind of NFT in Bitcoin, but a massive movement of people who care about growing Bitcoin's adoption and bringing BTC to the masses. More important than the protocol itself, Ordinals is a cultural shift that's attracting new developers and users, incredible artists, and accelerating innovation. I'm Trevor.BTC, CEO of Ninja Alerts and managing partner of the Bitcoin Frontier Fund. And I'm here with my co-host, the guy who works so hard. He's co-hosting the space live from the gym in his hotel. You can spell his name, but you can't pronounce it. Is it Jan, Jan, or Yan? Anyway, he's a CSO at Extras and my man with the plan. And today on the stage, we do not have anybody, guys. What is going on here? You can tell the market is dead. Ordinals is dead. Runes is dead because nobody's requested come up. It's all right. We'll carry the show. I mean, Jan can carry me over his head as he squats at the gym. Anyway, guys, I'm super excited to be here and glad that you're all here with me. I have pinned a tweet to the top, letting everyone know that we're live. Please take a second, look at the tweet at the top, give it a like, give it a retweet, show some love for the algorithms, and welcome more people into the space. Also, smash that purple button in the bottom right-hand corner with your comments and questions. Throw some GM and LFG tweets in there. We'll read your questions of the show. Don't forget to follow the Bitcoin Ordinal Show on Twitter at the Ordinal Show. Subscribe to our Substack newsletter, link in bio. We post weekly recaps in the newsletter and RCP links for future shows, as well as a condensed version of this show on Apple and Spotify podcast. So you never miss what's happening on the leading edge of Bitcoin. And with that, I'm going to turn over to Jan to introduce today's show.
GM, everybody, what's up? What's going on? Trevor, how's it going? You guys had the demo day, right? Yesterday? Was it yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yesterday, dude. Yeah, I'm a little burnt out. I'm not gonna lie. It was always a mad dash to prepare for that type of event, but it went really well, and I'm happy about it. And
that's awesome.
You know, I'm feeling bad for my buddy Clemente today. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw the blast TGE there, but it's not a lot. It's not a lot.
Nice. No, I think we should definitely talk about the demo day a little bit, at least, kind of, a summary. I would love to know. I was watching people tweeting about it quite a bit, actually. Just saw a bunch of those companies. So you should give us some TLDR, even though we talked about it before. But that's good. What about Leo? Is Leo joining us, or Leo is like just not showing up today?
I think he took the dog for a walk and he'll be right back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's awesome. And I see we have Charlie actually here on the stage. We have Bongo, we have Bit Savage. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna kick it off. We're gonna keep going as always. We don't give up. We show up. And I don't know what Bongo is gonna fut today. If he's gonna fut dog when Leo is not around, I don't know what he's gonna do.
Yeah, Bongo. Leo's not here, dude. You're kind of wasting your time right now. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm the one here. He's not here. Good days, bad days. Bongo is always here. You arrive at your own conclusions, not seeing Leo here today.
Yeah, I mean, Leo gave everybody a free airdrop. But he didn't do anything for anyone. Like he gave it.
Our seats too. Yeah, like many people give us free airdrops. We had many of them, but we here.
It's true. All right. I don't know how to segue that.
But R6 not in this space though. You gotta, if you're gonna pump R6, pump dog.
So actually, maybe we could kick it off. Actually, this is interesting. So, I literally just woke up like 15 minutes ago. It's like 6 a.m. here, so I'm still just getting started. I need to get my coffee, but I would like to take the opportunity that we have Charlie here. I actually just saw your tweet, Charlie, about miners, and obviously, you guys. I actually met Will in Vegas at the mining conference last week. And I guess, he's also in Miami right now. And you literally just tweeted that basically miners are not really making that much money right now. So, Charlie, can you tell us what's going on? Like, what is the landscape? What is the mining landscape? Like, how are the vibes in the mining community? If you're saying that, like, we're kind of at all-time low when it comes to miner profitability right now, obviously we're after halving, kind of makes sense. The activity on ordinals, not so much, kind of makes sense. So, what's the vibes in the mining community right now? What are you seeing?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that we took off as much as it did. I guess it's funny because like in the mining space, everyone knows that it's some of the worst economics we've seen in my career, but I think that may not be as like closely monitored by the ordinals and say crossover new Bitcoin audience. So, for context, for those of you listening, there's the main metric we use to measure the profitability of Bitcoin miners is a metric called hash price. There's a Bitcoin mining machine and produces a certain amount of Bitcoin per day. And the hash price is a measure of how much Bitcoin per unit of like Bitcoin mining rig you have. And the particular hash price that I screenshotted was in dollars per petahashes per day, which basically means like if you filled a shipping container with some old mining rigs, they would produce maybe about a couple petahashes. So right now, if you had one of those shipping containers, maybe half a shipping container, you would produce like $50 per day. And when your main cost of electricity and you're consuming a vast amount of power, that gets very expensive. So um, this is after the Bitcoin halving. The block subsidy, that's the amount of new Bitcoin issued, was cut in half on April 20th or April 19th. And so that's been the majority of the revenue for Bitcoin miners has been new Bitcoin created. There's been a narrative over the past year and a half, post ordinals, where transactions like ordinals, JPEGs, and fungible tokens have created a lot of transaction fee revenue to Bitcoin miners. And so we saw a huge spike in transaction fees right after the halving. That was runes, but we haven't seen that kind of demand for transaction fees be sustained. So that's been down. A lot of the people here I know are like looking at mempool.space and seeing the numbers go down. Well, that extends. When those numbers go down, the miners who mine Bitcoin make less money. So that plus the reduction in block subsidy is creating the worst economic conditions we've seen. The Pico lowest was like $45 per petahash per day, and that was like early May, and we're at like I think maybe 47 right now. So we're really close. Um, it's tight. It's funny because I think a lot of people who are here like they're trading, inscriptions on Magic Eden or something, and you see like snipers maybe snipe something, and that sniping transaction may generate a lot of fees, and those fees do go to miners, but and you might kind of feel a little jealous or frustrated, but in reality, if you're mining Bitcoin, right now is probably the worst economics you've seen. However, the efficiency of the mining rigs, is increasing. So miners basically lower their costs of production by one metric, which is their mining efficiency, and so they're able to compete on some markets. So, but this has always happened. We saw this in 2020. We saw this in 2016. The last two halvings, like typically after a halving, is when the economic conditions are the worst, and we've seen this. Miners have survived this. There will always be some mining FUD, some things called the mining death spiral, where like fewer people like mine Bitcoin, and it creates a whole like death spiral for hash rate. But I don't think that'll happen. Everybody in obviously the big boy capital markets is throwing tons of money at this space. You now have governments, sovereign wealth funds now deploying huge amounts of money into this. So, Jan, you got to see it. You got to see it in Miami. You got to see the real, like the Bitmain, the big boys out there. I'm kind of excited for the new crop of like Ordinals degens to hit some of these mining conferences and see kind of the other side of Bitcoin. I'm going to throw a question back to you, Jan. What were your thoughts? What was your takeaway from the World Digital Mining Summit in Las Vegas?
Man, I am confused, Charlie, because when I look at your chart, it feels super bearish, right? It feels like miners not happy. It's actually going down. It has not been really going up, even if we look at it from the maybe 2 year perspective, or 1.5 years perspective. But when I was in when I was in Vegas, it actually didn't feel bearish at all. Like, obviously Bitmain is in a very different business than just mining itself. And so I feel like they're doing well. And, everybody was excited, and it was a fancy event. It was great. The vibes were really positive. And even everybody that I met at the conference, which obviously those guys represented the actual miners, people, I don't know, some of them were big, some of them were not so big, but nobody was really complaining, like nobody was complaining, hey, like we're making less money, like this and that. Like people were actually excited, and people were like, hey, this is good, maybe better than we expected. So why, Charlie? Like, can you maybe put it into context? Because I think maybe the chart that you shared could be a little bit misleading, especially from the lens of Ordinal's community, because obviously we're kind of like, hey, for the past 2 years it has been crazy, and like, mempool fees increased like 20x on average, compared to the years prior, or maybe even more. And so like why is that? Like, are miners actually like making money? Like, even if you look at this kind of all-time low-ish number that you just described, like, does it still mean that like it's actually not bad, or like what's the
That
conclusion
is a
here?
that's a really good question, Jan. So there's a few different things going on here. One, that chart that I shared is just a chart of the profitability of 1 unit of hash rate, 1 petahash. So the value of a petahash has gone down. That chart does not represent the margins of different miners across the space. So one Bitcoin miner may be producing a Bitcoin for an effective cost of like $30,000 per Bitcoin, which means their margin right now is about 100%. So that's a common number. My own operations are a little higher than that, but still, my own operation is still profitable. But like, I think there's another factor here, which is that Bitcoin miners we can deep in our bones, we can sense the cyclicality of the market. And it's been a bull market for Bitcoin price this past year. And all of us are just very bullish on the next year or two for Bitcoin price. And so what we're seeing is in the capital markets, these Bitcoin miners are getting money thrown into the space. Uh, People with money, venture funds, private equity, sovereign, are all writing checks to build giant facilities. And so the money coming in is pretty flush right now. That used to not be the case about a year and a half ago, but now it is. So now there's a new constraint, which is who's able to operate and execute upon this capital, because that's actually I think that's the real challenge. There's this, I have this joke where, Trevor talks about the blockchain trilemma, where you can only have 2 out of 3: scalability, fast, and decentralization. Well, I have this joke that in Bitcoin mining, we have like the Bitcoin miners trilemma, that you either have access to capital, access to ASICs, or access to rack space. Rack space being a place to hook up your rigs. And so I think right now we're in a space where you have access to rigs, you have access to capital, and the constraint is access to places to put those rigs. I think this is probably the least constrained that particular part of the trilemma is, but yeah. So I think that's what's going on. So right now the economics are bad, but the vibe is good. You got to see a little bit of that. I'm glad you got to go spend some time with the Bitmain and North American mining market.
No, exactly. Like, I definitely felt the vibes are good. And, this is really cool context. So, Charlie, one more question that I have is, and I don't know if it was you actually mentioning this before. I think it's a while ago. I heard somebody saying that basically every time Bitcoin halving happens, it has a huge effect on miners, obviously, and that many miners, or at least a percentage of the miners, just go out of business, like by default, every mining. And so, is that happening these days also? And maybe how is it offset by what you just described, that there is a lot more new people that are coming in, and we obviously even have institutions, and of course we are probably going to see more and more governments getting into the game, because we see David obviously pushing this. And so yeah, like can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, Jan, you are really good at asking these questions. I feel like you've gotten really good at like asking about Bitcoin mining. So, um, the uh, the this is cyclical. The boom bust cycle of Bitcoin is going to mean that every 4 years, probably on a shorter timeline, probably every 2 years, you have a new crop of Bitcoin mines going bankrupt. But what we're seeing right now is actually a little bit of a different phenomenon. Right now, instead of miners just turning off and going out of business, they're getting reacquired or merged, or um, someone is buying their fleet or facility or power agreements. So we're actually not seeing hash rate really fall off a cliff. We saw hash rate go down after the halving. That's pretty responsive. But the majority of these facilities are actually getting acquired or rolled in or bought by some other operator. And so I think that's the phenomenon that's happening right now. The other factor is if you pay attention to the market for mining rigs, I'm going to start using the term ASICs. If you look at the market on ASICs, they are getting increasingly efficient, and a new kind of batch of these mining rigs comes out every year or so. So what we're seeing right now is because, as I said, rack space is limited, a lot of these miners are actually flipping their fleet. So they're upgrading from, say, the S19 class of mining rig to the S21 class of mining rig, or higher than that. So you're seeing a lot of these folks in these operations, instead of maybe go bankrupt because they're not making money, they go and they raise more money or from some maybe the capital markets, and they actually just redeploy it back into more efficient machines. So that's like one of the other main trends that's happening right now. And you can see this reflected in the hash rate. After 2020, we saw a multi-month decline in hash rate after the halving. Here in 2024, we only saw like 3 or 4 weeks of hash rate pullback, and now it's just going back up. And I think that's just because across the board, the game has changed. Miners are no longer subject to like the spot profitability of a mining rig. Like if a mining rig at X power rate, and X profitability doesn't make money, they have to turn off. Instead, the unit economics are kind of changed because now there's more dollars and other currencies that want to get into Bitcoin mining than there is available for Bitcoin mining to go around. And so you have cash abundance. I think this can create other different types of problems down the road as Bitcoin mining either competes or synergizes with different AI and HPC compute. But right now, there's too many dollars out there and too few computers. That's basically what's going on.
That's super cool. And is this like Charlie? When you say this upgrades, like, does it happen every year, or does it happen every couple years when like people have to reinvest like heavily into upgrading the hardware? Because I feel like this is so good for Bitmain, no? Like, I mean, Bitmain is printing no matter what, but what about the miners?
Yeah. This is always going on. There's particular like there's a cyclicality to it. Um, People are not always up. It's not the industry. The whole industry is not constantly upgrading. You'll have it's a cyclical thing. So this past year, especially the past 6 to 9 months, as a certain kind of tier of efficient mining rig was rolled out and deployed out into the field, you saw a lot of like fleet rotations then. um, I think the game going forwards is going to be how you manage your fleet. That's going to be a major trend. Is like you've got these mining rigs, you've got this firmware. Where do you put? When do you re-inject capital? What's the optimal strategy? Um, I think that's going to be a major trend. And yeah, maybe you had another question, but I'll throw it back to you. I see Leonidas is up here.
Yeah, we have Leo finally showed up. What's up, Leo?
I went to the local Equinox. I was trying to hunt down Jan for the show. I couldn't find him. I guess he was already at the show. Sorry, guys.
I thought you went to walk the dog because you got to keep your dog in shape for the upcoming moon trip.
Yeah, he's growing really fast, and we're just trying to get him in shape. He's a little pup right now, but we're gonna get him all ready for his astronaut phase, which is coming up in a couple months. So, yep, exactly.
Leo,
I don't go to Equinox. That's too fancy for me, Like, I just go to a cheap gym where I pay like less than $5 per month, and I don't need fancy. I just need weights. That's all I need.
I tell you guys, like Jan's on his phone at the gym in his hotel right now, but he's actually not traveling on the road. He just goes to the gym like at any hotel, like for free.
You just shared my secret, Trevor, and that's not cool.
Well, look, guys, I am glad y'all are diving into a conversation. I've been listening for a few minutes. Please continue. Don't let me interrupt. I wanna hear what you guys are talking about, and I'll jump in if I have something to say.
Yeah, I mean, we started in mining because it's actually very interesting what Charlie was describing about the miner profitability. It's cool, when I look at the mempool right now, it's like we're at 9 sats per vbyte. So what are we inscribing, guys? Like, what's happening? Are we inscribing something? What are we doing? What are we doing right now when when it's pretty cheap? You know, are we doing uncommon goods these days? Like Bongo, what are we inscribing?
Oh man, inscribing, I don't really know. I mean, there's a new pre-mint every day, and those end up being cool plays, and it's super easy to play them. Like they have social engagement, they're kind of like a funny ticker, and they come out on a daily basis and they perform well. For them to stick around, that's a different thing, but you get like 5, 10 if you play it right. Um, yeah, but other than that, I'm not seeing much activity. I think a lot of people already inscribe what they're gonna be using in the next leg up. So, and there's no new participants. So yeah, it's quiet out there.
You're saying, Bongo, you're not onboarding your friends into ordinals right now, or what? No
Hell
new
no.
participants?
Hell no. I don't do that anymore. I did that the last bull market, and one of my friend was supposed to get married, and he's still waiting for the next leg up of Bitcoin. So yeah, I don't do that anymore.
Man, but come on, that doesn't make sense because we we're very close to all time high on Bitcoin. Come on, like depends. Like you pushed your friend to buy the top or what? You know, are you really
Yeah,
such a good friend?
do not expose your Etsy liquidity too early to the space. We need them in the next leg up, not right now.
Funny, funny. So okay, I mean Charlie, let's maybe continue for maybe a couple more questions about the mining. I'm actually pretty curious about that. And so yeah, what other interesting insight do we have, about the mining ecosystem, about the mining business right now? Like, is there anything else, like obviously beyond this profitability and stuff, like is there anything else that you think is like interesting, or maybe it's new because obviously you have been in the mining game for many, many years. So is there anything new that you're seeing now after, the halving, 2 months in after the halving? Like, is there any interesting insight that you're seeing in the market?
Yeah, if we want to just talk about the mining markets, one interesting uh, thing that's going on right now, and maybe some of the people in the audience have dabbled their toe in this, but the world of speculating on publicly traded Bitcoin miners has really taken off. So this is a narrative I think that's been happening alongside the Ordinals one, which I think is almost just as interesting, not from an on-chain fee standpoint, but from an economic, like new kind of economic entrant into Bitcoin. So in the world of publicly traded Bitcoin miners, you've got, a dozen to 2 dozen or so in North America, and they represent some of the largest mining companies in the world. But last cycle, the difference between company A and company B was like pretty limited in how the market treated or valued these different companies. But now we're seeing a lot of the publicly traded Bitcoin miners actually have like the market start to differentiate between their particular mining strategy. And so this is very interesting, and it's actually spawned a whole kind of side of Twitter and discourse, which is equally difficult to stay on top of to ordinals. And so a lot of these people are like diving deep on like per company efficiency and access to capital, and are they integrating AI, which is a whole different narrative, and just pulling these different topics apart and analyzing them. I think added some interesting dynamics to how the market trades and values and differentiates between these companies. One thing that we've never really been able to do is like have any exogenous that's outside way of value of how the market would value different mining strategies. I think it's still fairly immature and has not really factored in everything. But I think that side of the Bitcoin mining equity space is starting to wake up. I think that's super interesting, really interesting. I like to call it's like a socially acceptable shitcoining for Bitcoiners. You can now pretty much gamble on like your penny stock, your shitcoin, but it's on the Nasdaq, so it's okay. It's on the S&P, so it's okay. But I think that's really interesting because now you have a lot of people who are more like traditional equities analysts getting deep into like these public reports, quarterly reports, statements, and And it adds a new dimension to things. I've never really analyzed the public markets. I don't have a deep understanding of how HPC and AI compute looks long term, but I'm kind of being forced to learn more about that myself and come up with opinions. So I'm enjoying it. As you know, if you're in Bitcoin, broader crypto, there is always another mountain peak to climb. And this is, I think, that cycle's mountain peak for mining is the public markets side of Bitcoin mining.
That's cool. And Charlie, you mentioned one interesting point about AI, right? It's definitely something that I heard people talk about in Vegas quite a bit too. And it obviously kind of makes sense with the trend in AI, with kind of the hype in AI in the past year, maybe 2 years. What does it mean for the Bitcoin miners? Are you basically saying that all these Bitcoin miners that have these ASICs, that have these like next generation ASICs and like super cool hardware, they're basically not only mining Bitcoin, but they're also, contributing to some of these AI, I don't know, LMs, or, like they're working with these companies, or like, like cloud, or like is that what's happening? Like, is that every single miner is now doing this as part of their business model? So maybe that's why everybody is happy, even though the Bitcoin mining profitability is all time low or very close to that. But they're actually supplementing that income from these other sources. Like how does that work? And is it really that lucrative across the board for all the miners?
The answer is that every single company doing something with mining and AI is appears to be doing it differently. I don't think you can summarize this in one specific trend. Um, I it's actually almost hard to even summarize it because I there's a lot of competing interpretations of this. A good so I'll just give kind of an example. One of the largest publicly traded Bitcoin miners, Core Scientific, had in its facilities a kind of at the time smaller upstart AI compute company named CoreWeave. Um, but as AI compute became incredibly lucrative, CoreWeave has grown to be almost the size or larger than their parent company in whose facilities they've been operating. And CoreWeave has proposed over the past couple weeks a buyout of the parent company because they're making so much money. Um, that's one interesting thing. The thing is that a Bitcoin mining facility and an AI facility do not look the same. They are virtually apples and oranges, with the exception of they are both huge consumers of power. So if you've
What if
heard
you're
like
doing
Mark,
immersion mining?
yeah, well, you can't. Again, this is one of those things. Like, I may not be the best person to ask about this, but I think if you're doing an immersion ASIC, you're retrofitting the ASIC, whereas immersion GPUs are probably a bit more custom. I actually don't know if I want to like make any broad statements on that. There could be some synergies, but basically, um, like a mining facility is probably going to be containerized, have a lot of air, and be way less precise in how it's operated and built compared to an HPC or AI data center. An AI data center is also probably going to be a lot more manual intensive, with like technicians having to be out there on site, pulling things and doing things in the actual data center. But what we're seeing is that while there is a significant appetite for capital to get into Bitcoin mining, there is even more appetite for capital to get into AI compute. In fact, this might be the largest capital allocation of any industry in my entire lifetime, maybe ever, even going forwards. Just the amount of money going into AI compute is insane. So a lot of these mining companies see that they're in like a compute business, although it's orthogonal, it's not exactly mirroring the AI compute business. And a lot of these companies are actually sitting on large power contracts. So as there's too many dollars and too few computers, in some way, the too few computers is actually a subset of a too little power to get to plug these things into. It takes a long time to develop and expand new power generation. So if you have existing robust agreements for this power, it may be cheaper to retrofit a Bitcoin mining facility to facilitate Bitcoin or AI compute. So that's a trend that's going on. You're seeing a few of these publicly traded miners do that. I think some of them will be really successful. I think you'll see a lot of failures. I don't want to say which is which. Yet I think it's too early, and I don't yet have a strong mental model for understanding this market.
Bongo, go ahead. And I know we had Bit Savage also raising a hand, Patrick, and we have a doctor. Let's go.
I heard from a company, and I'm trying to find the name right now, and they are focused on AI security. That companies like Microsoft and some others, they're gonna be building nuclear plants just for the databases, just for AI purposes. And if you are in the mining business, you're looking for cheap electricity, so it's going to become more competitive across the board. That will be my guess. And then Charlie, one thing that hasn't been mentioned yet, but probably one of the reason there's a good mood within the mining community is the fact that we hit new all-time highs or previous all-time high before the halving. So we've been mining for a while now, and we were having fun pre-halving. It was pretty fun, especially the day of the halving where we got runes. I mean, it's been surpassing every expectation we had, and even now we're looking pretty good because we're still profitable. So I just wanted to mention that. I mean, Bitcoin has been behaving differently, and that's been helping miners too.
Yeah. It's comparatively tight margins across the space, but I think a lot of Bitcoin miners anticipated this. One cool thing is that this halving was not really a surprise. Um, a lot of people, I mean, so if you realize that the Bitcoin mining, the halving is every 4 years, that's like 4 generations in the world of crypto. That's like 400 sub narratives to spin off and either dominate the market or lose steam. So if we roll the clock back to 2020, the majority of Bitcoin mining happened in China. In fact, the super majority of Bitcoin mining happened in China. Since then, China has kicked all the Bitcoin miners out. Many have sneakily kind of come back and turned on, but the mining business has had a diaspora, a spreading out across the world, and now North America, particularly the United States, is the largest miner of Bitcoin. You've seen it go to Russia. You've seen it go to the Middle East. A lot of Saudi and Qatari capital and the UAE wants to get into mining. You've seen the public miners in North America really like expand their fleet. So the mining business has evolved a ton since 2020, and everybody had been for a year out been watching and knowing that the halving was going to be a massive immediate cut in revenues, and so people have been preparing for that, stacking up cash. Maybe some people have been taking out hedges against hash price. So like there's a lot of different strategies. I the thing is like history rhymes but never repeats, and it's even more so in Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining, where there may be a capitulation event, but it's not going to look like miners just turning off. It might be that miners have to evolve, or they get bought out, or you thought you owned the majority of a mining company, and now somebody else owns the majority of it because there was a hostile takeover. You're seeing that Riot Blockchain is attempting a hostile takeover of Bitfarms, a Canadian mining company. This is another sub narrative. It's like, oh, there's always something crazy going on in the world of mining, and it's just, throw a dart, pick a story.
Let's go. Bit Savage, go ahead.
What's going on? Yeah, just wanted to comment on space right now. What I was doing, a lot of testing right now, testing with recursive delegation, and just playing around on the blockchain and onboarding artists and creators. So I feel like Bongo, the time now is to onboard people, so they're ready for the next wave. I'm setting up weekly spaces to get people to start using these tools while it's quiet, and then just a little bit more on AI mining, cloud mining. Charlie, are you adapting to that right now, or are you projecting? What's your foresight for the next 1 or 2 years?
Ooh. I think the next year for Bitcoin mining will be a bull market. If you look at miner, there's the hash price, which is the profitability per unit of hash rate. That's one metric. But I think one which has not been tracked before, which is miner margin, which is not going to be published anywhere. It's not something you can actually figure out empirically, but you can estimate it. So I think it'll be interesting because I think we're headed towards a period of incredible margins for Bitcoin miners. They have not been huge margins the past year and a half to 2 years, but I think we're headed into a very good high margin 1 to 2 year high margin scenario. What does that mean? It probably means the price of Bitcoin is going to go up, 6-figure Bitcoin sometime. It means hash rate will go up, but it won't go up as rapidly as the price of Bitcoin. We've seen this happen every single cycle. This is a tale as old as time, as old as time chain, you could say. And so I'm optimistic. I think there's always going to be a point of pain. So the point of pain may not be on the unit economics, but the point of pain may be on you signed a hosting agreement that lasts 3 years, and 2 years into it, the bull market's only just getting started, and maybe at year 4 is the year you really want to be plugged in, but your hosting agreement ends year 3. So like that could be a scenario where you could be strained. So I like to imagine what's the way Bitcoin could go to $1 million, but in the most painful way possible for all participants. And I like to imagine those scenarios because I'm like the most bearish bull you'll ever meet. I would say I'm a hardcore pragmatist, insane Bitcoin bull.
Nice. Patrick, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, man. Charlie, great to meet you, man. I'm curious. I love hearing about the mining and your experience there. I'm working on a platform right now called Flashboys, and we're a sniping marketplace, which is going to increase transaction volume for Bitcoin miners, right? So I'm curious, like, what your thoughts are there, how you see it affecting Bitcoin mining. I guess we could start there, and then like another kind of thing I'd like to just ask you is. Like Magic Eden recently released, a sniping kind of prevention feature where they basically, turn a one transaction into 3. And I'm sure that helps miners as well, right? Because it just creates more transaction for miners to validate. Like, what are your thoughts, I guess, on maybe any predictions you have on where you see like providing access to everyone to arbitrage or activate more transactions on the mempool? What are some thoughts that you see like on it affecting Bitcoin mining? Thank you.
Yeah, so if we see this empirically on Bitcoin, and we also see it historically on other blockchains, where the more MEV activity, and I would categorize mempool sniping under MEV, the more revenues go to the block producer. Now in Bitcoin mining, we kind of wave our hands and say pools and block producers are the same thing as miners because it's effectively kind of one economic actor right now. But on Ethereum, we've seen if you run a validator or a proposer, a lot of MEV activity has moved to those domains and generated significant revenue. I think we'll see something maybe evolve on Bitcoin where sniping other activity, just simple transaction fees increase, will start to generate significantly more revenue for miners. So if you like run one of these like sniping tools, or you're sniping yourself, or any kind of like marketplace like that, you can capture some margin by creating some value for your users. But the piper, the house, if you will, if we kind of assume that this is a giant casino, miners are the house. So the miners will get paid by everyone. I think this is generally good for Bitcoin. This proves that the incentive structure of Bitcoin is largely intact, that even trying to take advantage of the open nature of Bitcoin still ultimately goes towards the furthering of its security. I think that's incredibly elegant in its design. This has created some pain for users on marketplaces who like got their shit sniped, and I'm really sorry, that sucks. I do think that this is a solvable problem. It just requires trade-offs for the user. So where is the actual pain point between how much you don't want to get sniped versus how much you want the user experience of trading on these platforms to decrease? And I think where that margin is, that's where the capture can be for some of these tools and sniping marketplaces. So I don't see this as a long-term issue, because if you want to keep your stuff from being sniped, you can do certain types of OTC deals or different types of signing. But that just means that it's not as like easy to point click buy one thing on Magic Eden. As Magic Eden's new tool rolled out, like now you kind of have to allocate a budget up to a certain amount to like prevent getting sniped. I think that's great. That's a great feature. There's a lot of other types of features you can do, but this is just how Bitcoin works. This is the mempool is a bigger market than Magic Eden, and it's going to be a market for a lot of things. There's the rollups. If CAC gets merged, then we'll have Lamport signatures, and we'll have other crazy validity type stuff, and you'll find that your ordinals sniping may be actually really competing against the huge the other types of block space consumers, such as rollups or whoever knows what the hell people are going to put on Bitcoin.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for that insight, Charlie. Appreciate it, man.
Cool. Does anybody have another question regarding to mining and to Charlie? I want to stay on topic. So, okay, Hooked, go ahead, but stay on topic, please.
Hey guys. Yeah, I'm gonna stay on topic because I've got a very robust deal with the custodial staff down at Chester A. Arthur Middle School. They run my ASICs behind the teachers' lounge, and it's a very profitable enterprise. I definitely recommend, and I don't get charged anything for the energy. And I think I found the perfect arrangement for the trilemma you're talking about, where it's fast, effective, and cheap. So anybody looking to get into the mining game, I highly recommend it. But also, I was wondering if you had some opinions on those little miners, them little
The BitAxe.
the bid axe, yeah. Just one point there for that question is that I feel like all of us have a deep love for Bitcoin, and that seems like a play that in order to support the things you love, even if it's not necessarily going to be the most profitable possible lottery ticket, it still supports the entire network. How do you feel about that BitX?
Well, first of all, you wouldn't be the first person to mine Bitcoin at a middle school and get finger quotes free power. There's a great story like 2 years ago of a guy running some like S9s or 7s up in like the attic. He got popped. He's probably in jail, but I would suspect you may have other things you're trying to run from. I'm just
Well,
kidding.
you did say it was a speculative market,
Yeah, yeah.
and the
Well,
speculation
okay,
is
so
if you get caught or not.
yeah, so the BitAxe is really cool. Interestingly enough, I've talked to Luke Dash Jr., the infamous Luke, a couple times in person now. Not talking about our opinions about ordinals and inscriptions, but other Bitcoin stuff. One of the conversations we got into, I was asking him about what his favorite ASIC miner is, and he is a huge fan of the BitAxe. I am too. I'm a huge fan of like a lot of people have tried to do like these like off the shelf like home mining solutions, and it's just really clunky to try to like run 240 out of your panel to run a couple of site teams, which you've got to cool. So like these USB miners like BitAxe are pretty freaking cool, and they actually work really well if some of these are solo mining pools. There's a solo CK pool which allows you to point your ASIC and just kind of uh, roll the dice to get the entire block reward. Because if your actual miner gets the block, you get the whole reward. So like this has happened a few times, and sometimes it's happened by like one of these little USB miners. Now, you'll have to do the math on the statistical probability that you'll actually get one. But I love these things. I think they do like one of the best things that they do. It's like you can run a node at home, and, you know, frankly, as much as I love to endorse running nodes, like you're probably not that impactful on Bitcoin's consensus. But what running a node at home does is it gets you really close to actually using the Bitcoin network so that you can, across everything you do, really understand how you fit in and interact with Bitcoin. This is kind of what like home mining with a BitAxe does. Like you can tinker with it. You can set up this, you set up the stratum, address, point it here and there. Actually monitor a bunch of different pools. Like you can point at different pools and like maybe look at the blocks they're sending you. Maybe you can run models of like pool payouts. Or you can just like start having a firsthand, hands-on relationship with the world of Bitcoin mining. So I think all that's really, really cool. I kind of have an approach, and this is why I love Ordinal so much, that I don't really care what you do with Bitcoin, if it's heretical, if you're shitcoining on Bitcoin. I think ultimately all these things are probably good for Bitcoin, and I'd rather have all these wacky ideas than not have all these wacky ideas. So go back to mining Bitcoin in that middle school. Uh, well, maybe I won't endorse that, but yeah, man.
I'm gonna tell the police that you told me that it was okay with you, so you're kind of on the hook now.
Hey guys, can I jump in?
Amir,
Yeah,
so you can, but we do need to go through the hands. So if you just raise your hand, we will definitely get to you in a moment. Appreciate you coming up.
No
So
worries.
hold tight. We got to go through the hands. I think Eli and Nomi have been waiting. So Eli, what's up, man?
Yeah, good. Pardon me. Good morning. Love when Charlie's talking mining. I always learn something. And thanks for having me up. Yeah, Charlie, I was listening to the pod the other day with with Peter and Casey, and Casey essentially said like Bitcoiners, the hardcore ones who don't like ordinals, just don't worry about it. Like it doesn't affect you. It's he was saying, and then he was talking a little bit about obviously how it's been important for for fee rates for like miner revenue. I'm curious. Like I did like I just because I had this Maxi kind of trying to troll me the other day on Twitter, or on X now that we call it, but. And so he took a screenshot of mempool.space and he's like, look at this ordinal, whatever he called us. The fee rates are back down. You're not really like saying, you're not really doing everything that you said you did. And I'm like, okay, well, he hasn't had a look at obviously like the fee rate revenue that over the last year and a half, but that's fine. We don't need to go there. But so I dug back and I looked at not many, but like say like the month worth of blocks prior to inscription zero, because I was curious about fee rates then versus now. And yeah, certainly there were like some blocks that had like decent, fees, but there were so many that were just like 1 sat and 2 sat blocks. And now we're saying, I looked at the mempool just now, and naturally, obviously, like 7's quite low compared to where it's been, but it's like consistently there as the bottom, so to speak. So obviously, the mining reward, the block reward is down, which is a significant rev decrease, but is there like an average fee rate that miners need? And then also, if the fee rate's like at 7 at the bottom, potentially, I don't know if it's at the bottom, you can tell us like what predicted outcomes are, but is that still okay, or is it too low? I know obviously like your tweet saying you're only 5% away from all-time low, so clearly it's getting down there, but I guess like I guess that Maxi's kind of argument's still incorrect, because I'm assuming there's still a lot, like way more fees coming through on average than there were before ordinals, if you can speak on that.
yeah. So there's not an average fee rate which miners need to stay profitable. It's a relationship between their whole block reward, that's the newly created Bitcoin plus fees in a block, and their fiat currency of choice, and their how much it costs them to run their operation. So that's a moving target. That's dollars to Bitcoin to cost of operations. But I think about, this Maxi who probably replied to you, and I just think, and I'm like amazed at how backwards their incentive is right now. Like they're celebrating, gloating, in fact, the fact that Bitcoin is not generating as much revenue, and they're dancing on this. And I think ordinals and this Ordinals and Runes trend has much more activity to generate. I think if you paid half attention the past year and a half, it's been a losing battle to call the bottom or say that it's over. So even if that's wrong, like it's ridiculous to me that these people are like taking this stand that Bitcoin should not generate fees. And then if you want a good like gotcha, we'll just look at the average block today. About half the fees on Bitcoin right now are generated from ordinals and runes. In fact, depending on the day, it's the majority of fees. So the screenshot and the message back to this person is, you guys aren't even using Bitcoin. You're not generating as much fees. We, even though the market's down and all of our JPEGs are shitting the bed and all our runes are going down, like we still are the largest like generator of fees, the Bitcoin network, even at the bottom. So like, what the hell are you doing? Like you open more Lightning channels, withdraw your Bitcoin from Coinbase or whatever. Like, do shit with it. Because like, if you're gonna leave the blockchain empty, we're gonna put some JPEGs on it. And I don't. Yeah. So that's my point. Back to that person.
Yeah, no, completely right. And I effectively said that, and then he just resorted to calling me a scammer. So he's the rest of his argument was pretty pointless. But yeah, I guess that's interesting. So then, like, I did have one follow-up question. Obviously, it's probably impossible to speculate, but let's just say inscriptions, ordinals weren't a thing. Bitcoin, like and again, we don't know like what might have popped up, but as you said, half or more than half of every block is filled with fees that that we're generating as like an ordinals community, so to speak. Like it might have been like a more dire post-halving situation for Bitcoin miners. Like, could you say that confidently?
Yeah, you definitely could. You could definitely say that fees would be maybe half or less than half what they currently are if ordinals and runes weren't around. And then I would actually also point out this. So there are two metrics here to keep track of. One is the aggregate fees that ordinals and runes have generated. So if it's a runes transaction, ordinals transaction, and it generates, $10 of fees, that's $10 to that ecosystem, that activity generated. But the other factor here, and this is really nuanced, and I don't think it's communicated well enough, is that when the average median fee rate goes up, normal financial Bitcoin transactions also pay more. There was a great study on this from Galaxy Research from the May BRC20 pump, where the bidding war of BRC20s actually drove up the average price of financial transactions. Now, a lot of people would say, well, that's bad. I can't pay my papusa in El Salvador, whatever the fuck that was. But my point is like, it actually net increases all the fees to the network. So, like these JPEGs and these fungible tokens are actually causing everybody to value Bitcoin's block space much higher. Now, a lot of these people try to contort themselves and say that's bad, but I'll say, are you or do you like the free market? This is the most free market thing in the world, and this is what the markets determine this weight unit of block space to be. So I am talking my bads. I'm a miner. I want fees to go up. So like filter what I say, through that lens. But I also think like if you're in Bitcoin, you want fees to go up long term. And it's been 15 years. And if less than half the fees are coming from normal Bitcoin financial transactions, like I think we should be throwing a lot more shit at the wall, especially if it's within Bitcoin consensus.
All
You
right.
got me on my soapbox. I got heated. Thanks,
Dude,
y'all.
Charlie, you're in your element right now. I'm loving this. I've got some questions for you as well, but I want to go to Nomi. What's up, Nomi?
Hey, what's up, guys? Awesome conversation. I'm wondering about green energy in mining. So I read some articles about using the heat power of the mining to grow vegetables and fruits like a greenhouse. So that way, the energy is kind of more sustainable. So that's why, and I read about like some sun, and wind and other power sources. So, Charlie, like, do you implement those green energy solutions in your mining? Or maybe you can point out to maybe some mining pools that are really do this, and what's the status? Like, is it really sustainable? Is it really working? Or is it really not the way to go?
That's a really good question. So my own operations are pretty nuanced because I build and operate Bitcoin mines in the oil and gas, in the world of oil and gas, in the oil patch here in Oklahoma. And so in the world of oil and gas, there's a lot of either stranded or wasted energy. And my company has a few sites where we basically take that gas, which would otherwise be wasted or not economically useful, and we run it through our generators and power a Bitcoin miner too. That actually does. I will say, we are a net greenhouse reducing company, although we don't get credits for that. It's a really much more complex process. But we're seeing that because of the like dynamic way that Bitcoin fits into the energy grid and just the energy production and consumption process, Bitcoin mining, as an industry sector, is actually the greenest industrial. I think it might be the greenest industry in the world if we look at the industrial sector. It's something like 40 to 50% of all Bitcoin mining is done with what like things we can explicitly say are green energy. I would recommend people read the Cambridge Research Report. Cambridge has some good study on this. So what we're seeing is, and I'll just use this one case in Texas, which is to the south of me. In West Texas, a barren land, there is a bunch of wind. And they've built out all these wind farms, and they can't get the power from the wind farms to the center of Texas where all of these cities are. Now, the wind farms are pretty expensive because the power generation goes up and down. It's variable, so it's really hard to match that power generation with the consumption of the cities where they use more during the day and less at night. So Bitcoin mining acts as this kind of like power consumer of first resort, where they will go in and they will consume some of that power while the lines get built from West Texas to Central Texas, and they will respond to the variability of like when the wind does or doesn't blow. And that type of mechanic is happening right now in Texas. And so that's that type of like small vignette, that example we can replicate. There's a giant dam built in Ethiopia, of which several gigawatts are going to Bitcoin mining. You've got Marathon Digital. You may know Marathon's Slipstream product. They had just announced like an interesting heat recapture operation up in either Norway or Finland. So you're seeing some interesting strategies deployed. Um, so I think green energy is a huge important thing for us to be actively developing and exploring. But I would consider myself just an energy maximalist. I think we should be producing more energy everywhere. Energy is not scarce; it is simply just not optimized. So I think we can improve the lives of people everywhere in the world, particularly emerging economies. And I think this is one of the most interesting, optimistic things for just the infrastructure of the human race. So I will start to sound a little maxi when I talk about Bitcoin mining because I'm a bit proof of work pilled. But yeah, I think if you're green energy maxi, this is great for you. If you're a hydro maxi, this is great for you. If you are an rebuild and fix the energy infrastructure maxi, this is great. So yeah, the answer is yes to all of your questions.
Love to hear that. Thank you. Yeah, I will dive deeper into this topic, but it sounds really positive to me. Energy Maxi, Green Maxi, I'm here for this, because a lot of people just judging Bitcoin that it's too much energy consuming, that's why it's not sustainable. But we have solutions. We just need to think outside of the box and just like, get those solutions in place. Yeah, sounds exciting. Thank you.
All right, the time has come, Amir. What's up?
Hey guys. So this is my first time I'm actually doing this. So my story is that I live in Canada and I've been looking to mine Bitcoin for such a long time, like back in 2012. And I've since then I've followed a lot of companies, including Bitmain, Wattsminer, and other companies that are like producing these ASIC miners. And at the time, I think it was S9 that was like going really crazy and like it had huge profitability. And as time passed by, it was a time like I was wanted to have my own farm and have like a river, and I like pull electricity off this river and like have my own operation of Bitcoin going on, you know. And this started. The idea started in 2014, and I wanted to find. I went all over BC, Canada, to find the perfect farm for this matter. And I found one, and I was really close to doing it, but I didn't end up doing it because um, like something family emergency happened, so I had to like give my family money, so I didn't invest into Bitcoin mining. But time passed on and moved on up until now. Now I am at the point that I want to invest again in this matter, and I have this couple farms that are telling me that we can do the mining for you as long as you can get your own miners and come in and have these amazing rates for your kilowatt of hour mining, which is around 2 cents. Um, and as time went forward, I wanted to do this in Canada, and all the regulation that came out towards this business model is really strict, and they want to charge at least like 60% of your income as a tax. So I kind of like was on the fence of doing this or not, and I started to entertain other options such as like United States and going down there and starting this mining facility and other like looking at other farms and like or all the farmers that are doing this right now at the moment, and to have a talk with them and get the ASIC miners that I want. So now with the Bitcoin profitability at the lowest, I want to know like, is this a right decision for me to like go all in on Bitcoin mining rather than Caspa mining? I've seen those I've seen ASIC miners coming out for Caspa that are like doing 21 THS for the speed, and like they have the same power consumption as the S21 miners or the newer models that like they take hydro uh, like they take water um, in the system that Bitmain produces them. And I've never worked with those, but I've seen those operate. I'm actually moving to Texas by the next week to explore the options that I have in Texas, looking at the farms that I want to do this at, and get the proper like the whole thing situated for me to start. I just want to know like if there's anyone there doing this right now, or if there's anyone like operating at Texas or like running Bitcoin miners. Is there a possibility that I can maybe have some insights into Caspa mining and Bitcoin mining as well? Like, what would you say is the best option for me to do? Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm in Oklahoma. My own facilities are in Oklahoma, just north of Texas. There's a ton of people doing it in Texas. Texas is probably the biggest region for Bitcoin mining in the world, just as a category. So I think you'll find some good deals in Texas. I would encourage you to have to bounce, the actual deals you're considering off of someone who knows these. And generally, it's good to have some other reviews of people who have worked with whatever hosting site or operator you're doing business with. That's really, really important. So I recommend that. Like, look at the Hashlings deal. Like, they have a great operator up there in Nebraska. So as far as Caspa versus Bitcoin mining, uh, I think you can do really well doing both. The risk with Caspa is going to be token price. Like, it's younger cryptocurrency. It is proof of work. You've got some good performing ASICs coming out, but it's the actual ASIC market is not as I don't know like Bitmain's production schedule for their Casper miner is going to be. So you could, as we've seen a bunch before, like some new POW token comes out. People buy a bunch of these miners, they're delivered, and difficulty skyrockets. And we saw this with Sia coin back in like 2019 or 18.
I'm pretty familiar with this.
Yeah,
The thing is, I've seen it happening time to time. Like I've seen 3 bull markets in Bitcoin, and I've seen the prices of Bitcoin miners going like crazy, and like bam, crash crazy as well. So
yeah.
like
I
it's
would
always about,
probably
and
recommend.
I
This is going to be a bit heretical from a lot of the hardcore Bitcoiners, but I would say like I think it's an obvious no-brainer to have the majority of your portfolio in Bitcoin. But I would treat it perhaps like a broader cryptocurrency portfolio where you, as a pragmatist, may have an allocation in a different cryptocurrency. It's not Bitcoin, and maybe you consider your mining portfolio as such. I don't have any Casper miners. I don't know anything about Casper other than Marathon just announced they've been mining it. So I would just say this, like, I know Bitcoin mining, that's a market I understand. I have much more confidence in that long term. Uh, yeah, so it's the kind of the standard disclaimer with like any other cryptocurrency. It's not Bitcoin. Like, yeah, it could do well. Um, it's yeah, obviously standard asterisks across the board there.
do you have any like suggestions for finding the right host in Texas? Like I have no idea. Like I have no. Um, I'm looking at farms that are like I've chat GPT this to see what are the biggest farmers of like Texas that are doing it, and I know they're like doing a crazy amount of megawatts of power providing to these ASIC miners. I just want to know if you have an insight of who I should work with that will best serve me.
You should just DM me. DM me like who you're looking at, and I may be able to just like point you to someone. But there's also some other folks like the Hashlings folks or anyone. Yeah, there's a lot of people in our community who've actually got hosting deals. Um, I would ask around in some of those discords about who's operating in the U.S. You can DM me as well. I know a lot of the folks operating in Texas, and I may also have someone I could point you to just pro bono, just because I like to set up people in the space. So yeah.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate your time. I appreciate the response. I love this community. Let's go.
Awesome. Great stuff, Amir. I'm looking forward to having you back in 6 months and you're like the kingpin miner. All right. Q, you've been waiting patiently. Appreciate that. And then Eli.
Hey, thanks for having me. So CBS, you were talking about flaring gas, and I'm trying to tap into that because I know like basically organic waste that people are throwing into their trash constantly produces methane in anaerobic conditions. So I was wondering, do you think there's a possible like home market for creating like a self-contained like digester to produce this methane and then to burn that when it's full and use that into like home mining to decentralize it a little bit more, as well as to basically make free energy out of all of your waste that you're just throwing away and is getting leaked into the ozone?
I think this type of project is dope. It's awesome. I would not expect to make any money. You'll find that there's a lot of folks who are trying to do these kind of like Frankenstein gasifier burner type things at home or whatever, and they're really fun. I would just treat it more like a hobby for now. I am bullish on waste gas recapture and reuse. I am optimistic on that. This is a really detailed like market. Like if you want to go to like these landfills which have methane offtake, like that's an entirely different business than the oil patch. They may as well be nothing alike, except they do use some of the same generation. So I think this is a fun idea. There's actually a lot of folks in the Bitcoin mining community, the pleb miner space, who have trialed some of these. It's not. I just yeah. I would just be very frank that trying to do anything at home like that's going to be a hobby, but I think it's one of the most useful hobbies you could ever take up.
Okay. Another thing was like if we could make I make a device that, has that, and then you can attach it to like say your clothes dryer or like a hot water heater or something like that to reclaim some of that, heat that miners produce. Do you think that would subsidize the operation at all a little bit more?
Possibly. I'm still not really aware of somebody who's done like a full cycle unit, like full cycle economic breakdown of one of these like home heat recapture things. But there are some pretty sweet like setups for people like set up an old rig or two, and then they recirculate the air. Actually, to kind of hit two birds with one stone, there's a documentary. The guy who interviewed Casey, the What Bitcoin Did podcast, Peter McCormack, he put together a series of like on the beat interview documentaries a year and a half ago, including some tours of my own sites. And the particular episode that I'm in is the What Bitcoin Did um, Dear Elizabeth Warren episode from about March of 23. And you can see Peter tour some of my own sites. You can see me driving around Oklahoma. And then right after that, you actually see my buddy Mike's home setup where he's got a bunch of rigs and uses it to heat his pool. And that's one of the cooler setups in Bitcoin mining. I think there's a lot of people who could do this. I think you could totally do the heat recirculation and capture. Um, I'll just be honest that I think it's going to be a hobby unless you manage to like somehow perfectly time the market and have low power cost uh, and manage not to have to spend way more to build it out than you thought. I think like if you're gonna like this is the kind of the case with any person who's got a hobby. You start out with two rigs and then it grows to 10. And then eventually you actually know the business pretty well that maybe you make a sizable investment into Bitcoin mining and it turns out pretty well for you. Um, I think that's the path that most of us miners have taken. We started out as hobbyists and then it grew into an all consuming life passion and business. So most of the OG Bitcoin miners started mining in their basement, doing goofy stuff, and a lot of the people running these super mega farms uh, once started with a couple old like S7s.
True. Another thing about the whole digesting thing was like when you capture the methane from like organic waste and stuff and they break down, you can also use that for like fertilizer. And so I was kind of wondering, do you think like possibly partnering with like farms or having them run on like actual like cow and plant farms, that could help subsidize even their operations as well, or if there's like a market there possibly?
Yeah, there's actually a guy in the UK who does this. He like runs all of his cow's manure through like a decent size, like half megawatt like mining container. It's actually pretty cool. One of the constraints you'll find, and this is actually what my specific business is kind of like we're really good at, is the actual process of generating power from that. It's difficult to capture and route a lot of this gas, most of it methane heavy, through a generator in a consistent fashion. That's one of the like real constraints and cost burdens. Like for example, like you can basically get the free gas, but to generate power from it can be very expensive. These generators, depending on the type, whether you're talking, it's like a maybe it's like a medium-sized reciprocating engine that goes out in the oil field. Like those are a very tight market right now if you're going to get a like an oil field service contract for one of those things. So like this is it's just it sounds really good, and then there's going to be a couple things which could break the model. But I think I've seen it been done. I think you can totally explore this. In my own case, like I thought I was going to mine Bitcoin one way, and I thought I was going to mine another way, and then I ended up mining it a very different way. And such is the career path of a Bitcoin miner.
Awesome. Thank you for your insight, and thanks for having me up, guys.
Yeah, appreciate you coming up, Q. It's good questions. Eli, what's up, man?
Yeah, I was just throwing back to Nomi's question before, and just for people in the audience, and I'm sure that Charlie knows him, a really good follow for just a really good Bitcoin follow, but a really good like renewable energy type Bitcoin follower is a guy called Daniel Batten. So if you look up capitals DSB and then lowercase ATTEN, he's an amazing follow for that stuff. Charlie, have you ever met him? And yeah, we should. I don't know if anyone knows him well enough to get him on this show. He'd be brilliant to have here for a chat. And then QCat, I just like as a joke, I'm a cyclist, so I push watts for a bit. So if you can figure out a way to capture my watts, and we can mine a Bitcoin while I'm sitting on the bike, then that would be fantastic. So maybe you can work on that.
If you're gonna be at
jest, but
Bitcoin Nashville, there might actually be there's somebody who has some kind of like bike power setup where you do like ride a bike, a stationary bicycle, and it powers an ASIC. There's like always somebody at one of these conferences does one of these kind of deals, and it's really cool. So yeah, you should totally do it. I do know Daniel. I actually peer reviewed some of his early research. If you see some of his stuff from like 2021, I helped him kind of wrap his head around the size of the oil and gas and Bitcoin off-grid mining. He's really good through some of the definitive research on it. How do I put this diplomatically? He's a little green around the ears as far as practical in the field, boots on the ground familiarity. So I want to, don't want to wholly endorse everything he says, but he's a really good
oh yeah, that's
voice for
fair.
like the green energy side of Bitcoin.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that his stuff recently has been quite good. But yeah, no, totally. You know him better than me. That's interesting stuff. Cool. Thanks for that. And yeah, no, it's funny because I probably do like 5 to 7 hours on the bike a week. So if I can be supporting Bitcoin while I do that, that'd be great. So if someone can sort me out, I'd love it.
I once tried to build a like home generation electricity device. I want to hear Charlie's thoughts. So when I was 9 years old, I had this idea to create an infinite energy machine. So I bought a bunch of magnets and I stuck them on like the end of a pencil and had it like kind of spin in a swivel like a wheel. And then I glued all the magnets in a shape and like a circle around it where they're all tilted a little. And my theory was you would just spin this and then it would just the magnets would just keep pushing it to keep spinning. Of course it didn't work, but I do find this stuff fascinating. And I really like the idea of the bicycle that was just shared. It's like, how do you get cheap electricity? Like this is the end game. I'm curious on the global scale right now, Charlie, what is the like, if I give you $1 billion, okay, and say go start kind of a marathon competitor or something, right? What location on Earth would you do it, and what energy source would you use?
Ooh, as weird as this is, I would have to ask what country are those $1 billion from, and what's your what jurisdiction in the world is your what nationality are you, and where do your political allegiances lie? Because that would probably determine where you go.
Okay, let's say I send it in Bitcoin, so you get to convert to whatever currency you want, but you're a U.S. citizen, so you have to deal with like whatever legal stuff there is with opening a facility like a warehouse in another country.
I would probably, again, this is a hypothetical situation, spitballing here. I'd probably recommend you diversify between North and South America. I would probably do some jurisdictional arbitrage in Texas, Oklahoma, and maybe Ohio. And then I would probably look at Paraguay, or there's some interesting projects in Argentina. That would probably blow about half of those $1 billion. Beyond that, I might look at deploying some of that in the Horn of Africa. There are some new emerging projects there. I'm not as familiar because I've not been as closely paying attention to the mining game the past year. A little Ordinals thing happened. So at that type of money, you're probably just going to do a direct deal with some sovereign entity, and maybe the Qatari would be like, "Yeah, come on over. Let's build a giant hydro plant in the middle of the desert," and that might be the best use for money. But I'd probably recommend deploying that on multiple continents and in the U.S. among several different states, depending on jurisdictional favorability.
Interesting. So and I have literally, just to be super clear, no expertise in this realm. My intuition was that you were going to say go to a low populated country that has very low nuclear regulation and build a really shitty nuclear, like very tiny, as little regulatory as possible nuclear power plant to like power essentially like next to nothing energy. Like, why don't
Yeah,
people do that? Is there a reason why people don't do that?
I don't know about nuclear, but nuclear's like it's just hard to build a nuke plant. Like that's you can't just spin one up like in a year, I don't think. Um, if you were of an unknown nationality and you sent me this in Bitcoin blindly and I didn't know who you were, I'd probably see if I could go deploy it in Russia. So that's where a lot of the um, X factor money and hash rates coming from. In 2023, Bitmain sold the majority of their rigs to Russian clients, just for context. And I think the majority of those are um, oligarch affiliated money trying to figure out where to put their money outside of yachts or the global banking system, which is increasingly tight on those people. So this is not like a super optimistic story that you want in U.S. news and headlines, but it's also the reality, and it demonstrates the jurisdictional arbitrage that Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining can do. That's because Bitcoin's permissionless, and it's very much fuck you money, no matter who you are.
I like it. Do you think solar has any potential?
Hi, dude. I don't know. I'm a little bit disillusioned on solar, but talk to Jesse. Shoot, what's his face? Jesse Polak down in Texas has some really interesting solar insights. He basically built one of the largest mining facilities pre-China ban down in Texas with Gideon Powell, and he's like a huge solar maxi. So maybe I can retweet something he's. He's not as much on Twitter, but when he does tweet, it's pretty brilliant. I just don't really. I'm not that optimistic on solar. I'm much more optimistic on hydro. Hydro is like a no-brainer renewable energy source for mining.
Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Jan? Hey, Jan, you got to put down the dumbbells and pick up the Twitter space.
Oh, sorry guys. Sorry guys. Was muted. So I don't know. I don't want to go too much off topic, but actually it's funny because you were guys talking about like these bicycles ideas and stuff like that and these energy sources. It's actually funny, Charlie. When I was in Vegas, there was a guy there was a guy running around, and he's somehow building his own new mining business. I don't remember exactly how he's doing it, but he's raising money for it, etc. And we started talking. He was like, "Hey, what I would like to do at some point is that we could actually build a gym facility where you have a lot of bikes, and we connect it to miners, and we're gonna let everybody to mine Bitcoin." And it's funny, right? It sounds funny, and obviously I'm not sure how feasible this kind of stuff is, but just really out of curiosity, Charlie, like are there any like creative ways like this, where obviously the energy source is not the most efficient, and it's not an energy source like nuclear and whatever people talk about, because obviously that's probably the cheapest per kilowatt right now. But you know like, yeah, is there any interesting concept like this where maybe the mining of Bitcoin wouldn't be the number one priority, or it would be kind of like a side thing, but it still can work? Like, is this even feasible to at least like some extent?
Um, there's a bunch of different like showcase projects. There's like some mining which produces heat for a greenhouse up in one of the Nordic countries, which is kind of cool. There's mining which is directly integrated into a power generation facility up in the Northeast, which is interesting. Um, one of my favorite examples and direct answers to your question is actually probably not very interesting to your audience, so I'll keep it really short. But I think one of the most interesting things is actually playing the energy markets. So look at the model of Riot blockchain down in Texas. There are months where their primary revenue source is not actually from the Bitcoin mined, but from their power traded, because Bitcoin acts as what's called a base load or a energy consumption that they can trade against. And so while this is not as flashy or as cool or maybe easy to explain, they're basically able to leverage the fact they consume tons of energy in a really interesting, nuanced way to outcompete on a lot of these power trading contracts. And so that is actually one of my favorite things happening in mining, which it doesn't mean, we're going to build a really interesting mining facility on the moon using solar. It's more just like we're going to integrate it in a more commoditized and financial way.
Yeah, I think these things are very interesting, right? And obviously, Bitcoin mining is probably very different to like, training AI. And we discussed this earlier in the show that now these two worlds are kind of being interconnected to some extent at least, right? But it's interesting because like people talk about potentially like having Tesla cars, contributing to like training AI, when they're like standing still and not doing much, and they have like dojos in it and they have like these chips in it. And so like it's really interesting that if there could be something like that that is related to like Bitcoin mining, that you take certain things that kind of exist today and you just try to connect miners to it somehow. I don't know how feasible that is. If we buy if we build a gym, with 200 bikes, and we try to make sure that the bikes never stop, 24/7, and they
Oh,
power
Jan,
Bitcoin mining.
I'm
But
100% a believer in this being the future. I think it's just really hard to do novel things with Bitcoin, like do novel setups and capture specific types of energy which aren't being optimized. But ultimately, long-term directionally, like think a decade or two, or maybe a couple generations of humans down the road, mining will be integrated across all different parts of human society. That may even look like capturing energy generated at a gym. And I know in 80 years, you are still going to be pumping iron, perhaps even more than ever today. And you may be mining Bitcoin with your forearms here in just a decade or two. But I'm a believer that it's going to happen. It's hard to imagine what it looks like because it's kind of so far from the future. But totally 100%.
man, it's
Any
not only
wild,
about
crazy
me,
idea you have.
Charlie. I appreciate the fact that you have such a good outlook for me. 80 years from now, that would be dope. I would love to be around and still pumping iron 80 years from now. But like, it's funny when you think about these kinds of scenarios. Like, it's probably not about individual gym, right? But like, it's like, how do you like make a partnership with like some Soul Cycle, whatever, like 100 or 1,000 locations, and you find a way to like leverage that at scale, right? Again, it's probably not going to be as profitable as just purely having a facility of the same size focused on mining and having much more efficient power source. But still, like, it could be interesting, right? When you kind of apply these large numbers. And so I think it's an interesting mental exercise to go through. And I'm sure that like something is going to happen like that in the future. I'm in agreement with you, but I'm not sure like how quickly we can get there, and if people even consider it now, because obviously, as you said, like miners are not making so much money right now either, so they're probably not thinking about these kinds of things, right?
Yep, I love your outlook. Bitcoin is one of the most fun things ever to be like to dream long distances into the future. Because think about how far it's come in the past 15 years. Imagine what it looks like in 30 years.
Yeah, I like in this conversation, you can kind of tell like there's a delineation between is your goal literally pure profit or is your goal the hobbyist goal? And I think there can be value in both of those. And the idea of the gym, like, look, I mean, you're not going to be as profitable as somebody who, again, at scale has billions of dollars of capital, who can essentially, they're always just going to have lower cost per hash rate because they can get in on the bigger deals. They have more buying power, just a bunch of things, right? But there is a massive amount of satisfaction in having a fun hobby, right? And it's like, why not have a hobby that also like helps civilization? And the whole, I think it would be fun if you like. I don't really see a reason why you couldn't build Soul Cycle thing with like 100 bikes, and you literally sit there and like the stats are like flowing into you, and you can see how many stats you've collected, and you actually get to take the money home. Like it's not just about the profitability; it's about the novelty and fun. Like human existence is not just about make money, right? That would be pretty lame. We might as well, yeah. Bottom line is human existence is not just about making money, right? It's the experience of human existence that is a very important part of this. I think everyone agrees on that. And for that reason, I think, a lot of these things actually do make a lot of sense, and you don't always have to be 100% focused on the bottom line. And this is obviously the case in pretty much every business or industry or anything you do. I mean, you can be an absolute cutthroat and just focus on money, but sometimes, hey, like if you can, make some money and also have fun along the way, I think that's a really nice thing for a lot of people to be able to do as well, and especially as a hobby or something. So these ideas are fun. I like the ideas. Hooked, do you care
And
about?
sign me up, okay? I'm gonna become an ambassador of this thing, like for free, guys. Like you don't have to pay me. Like if somebody wants to do a gym and make sure that we promote Bitcoin as part of the exercising, like let's fucking go. I'm gonna be your number one ambassador.
No, but honestly, guys, like those ideas are really like what will push the space forward, right? Like you're running and you're looking, oh, I got some sats. So that's amazing, you know. Like I love the conversation of sustainability and where did it go. A lot of people have different ideas, but Jan, Dream with sats, like I'm here for this. I'm gonna promote it as well.
I mean, this is what step end should have been. Move to earn, guys, right? Like actually make sats from working out. Let's go.
Could you imagine?
It's funny.
What?
I crossed
100%.
over. I crossed over 1,000 kilometers on StepN last week. Yes, I'm the last person using this infernal app.
I mean,
What about
It-
it's
earning
still
it-
around,
greens and
Charlie. I'm actually
ordinals?
surprised. That's cool.
It's
That's good.
still I keep
I mean-
that's all. This is a Bitcoin show though. I'll just say how long I ran.
I mean, let's make sure that we talk to them and like let's turn it into a Bitcoin step. And as Trevor said, like we should figure it out.
Hell yeah.
Should figure it out. Like I just saw at the mining disrupt in Miami, I just saw some pictures. Like there are people literally walking with the miner on their backpack, or like I don't know how it works, but like
Oh
I
yeah, you
saw
saw
people.
Vlad. You saw Vlad Costo. He's notorious for doing that.
Yeah, it's
Go
funny,
listen to
right?
yeah.
So you have a portable miner. I don't know how many sats you can mine with this kind of setup, but like obviously people are already doing it. So I think that there is something in it. We can turn StepN into a game that mine Bitcoin and actually earn some sats. I guess it's possible now.
It's people like that where I know our inscriptions are going to be safe forever. Like, even though that's not even directly related to storing inscriptions, I know because there's people like that out there, this shit's going to be around for basically forever. These guys really make me sleep well at night, and I'm not joking when I say that. It's nice to know they're out there because like this network's never going down. Hooked, what's up? Are you the cutthroat capitalist, pure Satoshi? You just care about stacking the sats, or are you trying to have fun along the way?
I like to have a little bit of fun as we stack those stats, of course. I don't like cutting throats, but I do like moving my body in expressive ways. Because I like to have a good time. Now, it's a completely original idea, but I could see a future with the coming up of VR, where people lay down in little pods that are filled with like jelly, and then the Bitcoin miners generate energy from their body. and then the Bitcoin miners take over, and then you just never have to leave that pod. You just spend your whole life in like a virtual reality. I think that could be a very good future, a very innovative solution for providing energy to those Bitcoin miners.
I feel like the quality of content on the Ordinal Show has gone down drastically over the past 16 months. I
What
don't
do
know. Does
you
anybody
mean?
else
I
agree
just
on?
that your friend Jan there just said he gonna ride on a bike, and then I'm trying to like merge technologies here of VR and Bitcoin mining.
I think you're gonna cause Leo to finally break. He's
No,
managed to hold
dude, I'm not
together.
going to break. Jan's going to break, bro. I can already tell it when the tone of Jan's voice when he spoke to Hooked earlier. Jan's absolutely going to snap at Hooked. She's going to be gone forever. Hooked is one
I don't
message in
do
our
it.
group
I'm a
chat
nice
away from
guy.
just being
I'm a nice
absolute.
guy. I'm a nice guy. And this is all your guys' fault. I think Trevor is this is Trevor's doctor, okay? Like this is Trevor's doctor. And he brought him here. And so, Trevor needs to make sure that you know.
Don't speak to my doctor that way, Jan.
Thank you. The other day I heard Leonidas defend me when somebody was attacking me. So it's like there's a love-hate thing there that we can work on, okay? We can work with that, Leo.
Wait, what did I defend you about? I don't remember. What did I say?
Somebody was talking nasty to me, and you said, you don't talk to our doctor like that. That you just
Did I really say that?
deep down there somewhere, I think that you love me.
I can't tell if I'm being trolled or not, but if I actually said that, I mean, like, yeah, we have, yeah, perfect. I'm glad yeah, exactly. We have a love-hate relationship.
Okay, boys, girls, everybody in the audience, I'm going to go. I got to go do something else. Best of luck leaving you in this space with this madman here. Hooked on Rudy's. Love you. Catch y'all later. Leo, Trevor, Jan, thanks for conducting a great space and letting me talk about Bitcoin mining a bunch. So it's not the bottom. This is just a brief pause in the story. Ordinals to the moon, runes to the moon. I'll see you all in Valhalla. Adios.
Appreciate you, Charlie. All right. So I've had a few, in the back of my head, spicy interviews we can do on the Ordinal Show. One of them is someday I think we should do the businessman interview. I don't know how people feel about that. I think it would be very entertaining.
I'm up for it, dude. So up for it.
Man, we actually had businessmen before on the show.
I know, that's what made me think about it. I've definitely had that idea for a while, and nobody's given him a platform. Like nobody's given him a platform to just talk. Like he used to be much more active on Spaces, and then I think he got blocked by a lot of people. So I'm not sure the situation, but I mean, I would love to just dig into his head and like actually hear. I think you kind of see this persona in a lot of the tweets where he like kind of intentionally attacks projects and stuff. But I want to hear what's like actually in the dude's head. Like, what does he actually believe in? What does he actually care about? What are his actual principles? This kind of stuff. Because he's a fairly, he's kind of had a consistent persona on Twitter for a really long time. But I want to like peel back the layers of who is businessman. There's a lot of mystery there. So I don't know. Sometime I think that would be a fun interview to do.
Yo, we should do that right now. Isn't he in the audience?
He was here earlier, but
I'll ping him.
Ping him because it's actually funny. I obviously see it all the time. The FUD tweets on the timeline, and it's interesting to read that. But we actually had him on the show before, I do believe, and I don't know if it was actually. It's funny because now he's FUDding Quantum Cats and Udi, and I do believe that before Quantum Cats minted, we actually had him on the show and we talked about it, and he had a conversation with Udi on the show, and then they kind of like walked away, and they seemed like, yeah, like this all makes sense, it's all good, and there was like nothing like attacks on the show specifically or on the space specifically. So I don't know where this is coming from right now, but yeah, I'm down for it, man. Like it's fun to hear different perspectives, like why not?
Yeah, I pinged him. I mean, if he replies, he might have, stepped out, gone to dinner or whatever. But if he pings me back, we can do it. Otherwise, maybe on a future show.
I mean, the other topic for today is kind of depressing, guys. I mean, I spent months and months and months trading cards of my favorite crypto Twitter influencers and bridging my ETH over to this Blast Ethereum L2, and I earned up so much gold from all of the farming of trading the crypto cards of my favorite Twitter influencers back and forth. And yeah, I just found out that I basically got paid minimum wage for all of this farming, and I didn't get Gen Wealth today. And honestly, all I had to do was just have 3 Ordinals inscriptions in the first year of Ordinals, and that would have been a bigger airdrop than this airdrop that I spent 6 months farming. People told me Ponzinomics was bullish, and I just don't know what's wrong. Like, is the power out? Somewhere. Like, I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, these Ponzinomics didn't work.
Trevor, are you telling me that Clemente spent the last 6 months of his life farming gold and magical points, and all?
Yeah, dude. I mean, my friends told me imaginary points are worth a lot of money.
So Trevor, can you break it down? Like, I saw Clemente tweeting the other day, that he was
Dude,
so bullish
Clemente
on
is
Blast.
engagement farming us so well, Jan. He's putting
Yeah,
on back for back
I think that's
engagement.
good. I think that's a skill set, right? Like Leo, you know something about it, right? You know, so I think that's a skill set, and I don't judge that. I think that's actually very bullish. But I saw him tweeting that he actually turned like 7K USD in like 30K USD on Blast. So I don't get this, like, Trevor. So how come it's not so good for him right now? Like, it actually turned out not to be that much, or like what's the deal there?
I mean, yeah, I mean, he turned, I can calculate how much for you right now because the guy on the show today, he had his QR code up on the screen. But yeah, I mean, Clemente, he's making a lot of money, guys. I mean, he farmed for months on end, and he turned 7K in ETH into 11K in Blast. Like, you know, so that's a big flip, guys. I mean, for all the months of farming, all that time covering it every day on the Nifty Alpha, you know, I'm happy for him. I mean, he's sitting good. He turned that 7.5K into 11K. So I mean, that's a success story, guys, for the space.
That is, that is. Well, you know, we're all underwater with runes, right? We're all fucked. It's all going down. So we probably cannot really say much. But you know, yeah, it's a good success story. You know, I'm happy for my rune stones though, because I didn't have to farm shit, and I still got some dock. You know, it's going down, but you know, it's still good. So I'm pretty happy.
So
Didn't
we just
farm.
need the Earth needs to rotate so that the moon's up again because we're still going to the moon. It's just it's on the southern pole at the moment. So we just got to wait a couple hours. Yeah.
I mean, I'm genuinely curious if anyone here like spent a lot of time like farming Blast, like how it went. Like if anyone here, no, Eli didn't.
There's no way that
Eli,
Eli's been farming Blast for the past 3 months secretly.
yeah.
No, not at all. I was actually gonna say that the moon's actually like, because I'm in Australia, where and I can see the moon right now. We're actually a lot closer than you guys to the moon. So anyone who owns um like runestones in the southern hemisphere, trust me, everything's going to be okay once the Earth rotates.
Okay, so you got eyes on the moon. You got eyes on the moon, and you know it's all right there still.
Yeah, I got eyes
All
on
right.
it, so I'll just report back for you guys whenever
Perfect.
you need.
And Bob, I love getting blasted. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm gonna be honest. Like the whole Blast thing. Like, look, it clearly works because these people are groveling at Pac-Man's feet all the time. So the shit works clearly. Okay, it worked for Blur. It worked for Pac-Man. I just like personally look. I mean, I don't know. I like just sitting there like farming this stuff and like making a bunch of fake transactions to get points and shit. It's just the dumbest thing ever. But you know, people can do whatever they want with their time. Like, you know, if I'm gonna go to an NFT marketplace and like buy a thing, I'm just gonna buy it because I wanted to buy the thing. I'm not gonna buy it to create a fake transaction to then create a point that gets in
I
my
mean,
wallet that
Leo,
then turns into some token.
trading, buying and selling trading cards of our favorite crypto influencers is a real use case. Okay. This is how we get to the mainstream. Okay. Is buying and selling, Thread Guy, crypto cards. Okay. Fantasy Top. All right.
Fantasy top. So I'm always a little bit skeptical anytime the actual product is like very much about the influencers. Like it grows fast because there's this incentive for influencers to tweet about it. So it hits the timeline. The problem is these things are not sustainable, right? Like fundamentally, it's like, it comes down to just a question of sustainability. Is there inherent long term value in a trading card for Trevor or Leonidas or Jan or something that's generated on this platform? Like, I don't really think so, to be completely honest.
Well,
Like,
we'll never know because they didn't put our trading cards on there. I think the ETH influencers. Hey, I'm gonna hold those cards forever. I mean, come on, man. I mean, you want to pay me a Bitcoin for one of these cards? I don't think so, man.
the beanie, I would
I'd rather
love
have
to
the
just
Thread Guy
hold my
card.
beanie, my beanie cards, my Pranksy cards. Yeah, look, I mean, I don't like, yeah, I don't know. It's a short term game, but it's like I would like to believe, right, that there's a lot of NFTs that are going to be able to hold value for the long run. Right? I think there's a lot of art. I think there's certain PFP collections. Like, I would like to imagine these things are true stores of value and can have a sustainable aspect to them. And I think you kind of just have to maybe treat some of these things more like little games. And as long as you kind of understand what's happening, I mean, you can kind of play the game like everyone else. I think, unfortunately, I don't know. Like, yeah, look, it's very interesting. The points farming trend, it's an interesting one. Like, I would say pretty much Blast has all these statistics of how many people are using Blast and all this. Like, I just personally don't count someone who is like paid to go click a button the same as a user who chose on their own accord to go use this thing because they wanted to for some reason and then click the button. These are just two completely different things. And it's almost like, again, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but it's kind of a trick on retail investors from my perspective, because retail investors see the number 1.5 million Blast users, right? And it's like, that's not the same as an L2 that didn't pay people to do it, but like it looks like they have huge numbers in this stuff. And it like some of these L2s, right, the TVL is insane, but they're like buying they have like these contracts to borrow crypto for the TVL temporarily, so they're just like paying a small fee to borrow money basically to jack their TVL up. But it's like a trick on retail, like, to be completely honest. Like, the retail investor really shouldn't care that people are kind of gaming these metrics so that you'll invest in their token. What people should care about is, like, how many friends do you have that are organically going and using a thing. Like, that's what I've always been sort of the metric for me. And like, quite frankly, like, I always knew these just random ass test nets that got spun up over and over, just like since 2017. I never knew anyone, like everyone I knew was just focused on Ethereum L1. And I did not know any single person who was like going using these things, right? It's the big nothingness game that got played, right? And for the first time, this was, I guess, about a year ago now, I saw people that I knew going to base, right? Base, and then playing Frentech. And like, this was the first instance where I had seen it pretty much ever where there was organic kind of usage of these L2s. And now there's quite a few of these examples, right? There's the base meme coin that's over $1 billion market cap. And Coinbase isn't like juicing those numbers. These are organic people choosing to go trade on L2s. So I think that's very bullish for all L2s. But you still have to kind of watch out for basically the juicing the numbers game that gets played. And I do consider Pac-Man to be an expert at juicing numbers, to be completely frank. And you'll see what's there when the numbers when the points stop being farmable, right? And there'll either be real people there or there won't. And, maybe he does build something cool enough where it's bootstrapped this thing. But yeah, I think you have to delineate when you're looking at these different projects in this space of, are they playing this little game around metrics? I mean, Trevor, you probably see this shit as a VC all the time. Like, people will say we have this many daily active users, or like it's blah, blah, blah. But it's like, no, they were paying for Google ads and they were ramping it up for the past 3
100%,
months,
dude.
right?
100%, man. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's like professional marketing companies out there, and they're not even marketing companies, right? They're juicing the number. There's companies that do this to juice the numbers, like, and they don't actually do marketing. Like, actually, like, marketing, the art of marketing involves product. It involves messaging, positioning, targeting, segmentation. Like, that's marketing. Like, marketing is not like advertising, social media shilling, like this kind of thing. But there are companies that, specifically in the crypto space, that, like, I don't think these companies exist professionally in Web 2 unless you go to like sketchy websites and stuff like that. Like, these companies only exist in the crypto space. But yeah, man, I mean, hats off to Base for, like, even though I don't like Coinbase necessarily, or corporate like L2s kind of thing. Maybe I could, but I think I would think the corporate level chain would be more like an L3 and not like a foundational L2. I think that even L2 should be decentralized, because the base layer is not going to be able to fit the base layer is just going to be all settlement, right? So But yeah, man, I mean, it's the two bad things I think would be that, like, from an Ordinal's perspective, is number one, that there's like no new liquidity being pushed into the market now from this. I mean, maybe there is. I guess maybe people are unlocking their ETH and moving it off. Hopefully, maybe those people come over and play in Ordinals. But it probably would have been good if it generated a lot of new liquidity for the market. And yeah, I mean, Loop, I'm curious what you think. You have your hand raised. What's up?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to go back quick to something Leonidas said. And I don't necessarily fully agree that the base and friend tech warrant based. Like, I think everything in the space has essentially been like, we will pay you if you come. And I think it's we're kind of hooked on this airdrop model. I actually feel like there's a part of your your last couple minute I guess call it a rant, that you're kind of arguing against the airdrop model, which I actually kind of agree with, because we're essentially having users that don't really give a shit about the product, and they're there for just financial gain, and you're giving people a product that's not actually ready for true product market fit, and then incentivizing them monetarily to use it, thinking that you'll get to the point where you can get product market fit by the time the airdrop comes, and then people will stick around, and then nobody really sticks around. So I actually think it's kind of like a sickness in crypto where we're just stuck in this airdrop model, that I think it'd probably be better if we just didn't do it. But I don't necessarily agree. I think that everything in crypto is kind of on the airdrop model. Even friend tech, it was like people left before the airdrop because they were like, airdrop didn't happen fast enough, which was pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think there's actually a big argument to be said about, we need to get off the airdrop model and find a different way and actually like create products that people want to use, not just because you're giving them free money.
Okay, so I've got a question for you, because basically the free and fair movement, what we did was, I would not put us in the same category as there's like two. I'm just going to give like two versions of airdrops. One, you do this whole campaign of getting KOLs and ambassadors lined up, and they're encouraging people to go farm this thing, and you create a set of rules, and if you do this you'll get this, and you go do this you'll get this, and then create this like whole gamified farming thing that happens, and it's very like clear that like you're just here to farm. These farmers don't give a shit about the product or anything else. And then there's this version that Uniswap did, that Runestone and Dog did, which was retroactively, you go back and you select in the past who you think deserves it. And I think you can actually do a pretty darn good job at doing that, right? So maybe it still gets gamed because people can expect really well what they might be looking for. But I think you can get pretty clever. Like, I do think that um, I don't think farmers, they're just really hardcore farmers, are going to show up and do this kind of stuff if it's all retroactive, and they might not get anything, right? So those are like two models. I'm just like, look, if I want to reward my users, like, yeah, I know exactly who to look for. Like, it's not hard at all.
100%. I mean, Leo, you hit the nail on the head, right? Like, it's not the problem with the airdrop. That's just a delivery mechanism. It's a problem with the distribution strategy, right? And I think there's something to be said about rewarding people who already did the thing that you like want people to do and surprising them, versus dangling a carrot in front of people's face and then like them figuring out how to game it and like work the system. You can definitely get the numbers way up in terms of like get a lot of users. There also, people are going to also like put together bots, and there's like pretty sophisticated actors in the space, a lot of them who just have like millions of accounts for everything. And they'll try to game it, and they'll like literally DDoS your site and stuff like that. But like, really the best model is exactly like the dog model, which is like this net, like it was never announced until like after the criteria, it was like rewarding people that already did something. And there wasn't any chance for people to have a heads up to know what was going to happen. And to like game the system, or there wasn't like really any there wasn't any carrot, right? It was just like, hey, this is the behavior that's awesome. This is the behavior that makes someone an important member of a community, and we're doing the airdrop to those people, kind of a thing, like after the fact. I think that's pretty much what proves the model. I mean, and this could change cycle to cycle. I don't know. Like again, if we get back into like bull market mania, like Ponzi-nomics is probably going to be, like I think Ponzi-nomics either like just fails miserably or it works beautifully, like in a bull market. You know what I mean? It's just going to like, it's going to go one way or the other, right? It's either going to fall flat in its face or like depends on how long you keep people on that treadmill, right? And I don't think that treadmill keeps going forever. Robert, what do you think?
Yeah, it's I spent a good 40 minutes watching the interview with Tushan, the founder of Blast and Blur. He did a like sit down thing with Jennifer from sort of big active member of the Blast community, and he touches on this piece specifically around the incentive structure. Like, does it like create sort of opportunists versus like does it actually lead to sustainable like a stable ecosystem that was incentivized to get there. And he makes a pretty compelling argument, I think, as to why like it ends up being ultimately sticky. Like, why does it create a lasting, incentivized system, right? So sure, you had some sort of opportunists along the way, right? As part of building it, but what is the outcome? Like the outcome is hopefully like a sticky, like like system that can persevere.
And what is that case exactly, Robert?
I mean, like, I think I gave a brief summary, but I mean, in the case of Blast, right, incentivizing dApps on top of Blast, issuing a portion of the token to Blast users has clearly led to something that's very sticky, right? Like from an L2 standpoint, the growth numbers are quite good relative to others, Base, Arbitrum, etc.
Yeah,
right?
but what we're saying is great. Those growth numbers are basically vanity metrics.
Yeah,
because
we're not into the phase where we get to know if it's
yeah,
sticky.
we
Like,
don't know that
pull
we
all
don't know.
this fake shit
Yeah.
out, and then what's left? In my opinion, you just created a really unhealthy community of people who don't care. It's like worse than having 100 true believers. You now have maybe 100 true believers, and then a bunch of machis that got 10% of your token, and they're gonna like dump it on everyone's. The whole thing, like, I just want real, normal, organic stuff. Like, you can't cut that many corners in life. And to me, and I know, like, look, I have strong feelings on the show about stuff. To me, Blast, like, these are talented, smart builders. They're businessmen. They can go create an L2, and without this, I'm pretty sure they would still find success and have people building fun apps that people would organically want to go use those dApps. And like, why not? I guess why not do that and instead have
We'll see.
game?
We'll see. I mean, like the jury's still out on if the approach is successful, right? Like as you said, there are a lot of very like smart builders, building on top of Blast. Did they do it because they had incentives? Maybe.
Yeah, they definitely did. We know they did. Like we can talk to them and ask them why they did it, and all of them will tell you that. At least all the ones I talk to, it's because of the incentive. But that's no different than what the Ethereum Foundation does, or the Stacks Foundation, or any Layer One Foundation is giving grants to builders, right? So it really depends. Like, there's a real skill to like giving out grants, just like there is in venture capital. There's a real skill to picking founders. You know what I mean? Like you have to, even if you pick perfectly, like you still might not generate returns.
So,
right?
so like, is your argument here that they didn't pick like good builders in their sort of 3-week, gold issuance cycle? Like, is that the case?
I think there's an adverse selection of builders. I think with that type of incentive, you actually create a system that is flawed because you get an adverse selection. Like the people who just come there for the money, right? And again, I think that like you can do that effectively if there's already some differentiation from a technical perspective or product, market position with the technology itself, like with the L2. But I think just having an average L2 and the only competitive advantage is the Ponzi-nomics that you're going to put on top of it, to me doesn't really seem like a winner.
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully agree on like the selection being bad. As far as the point distribution, like if you go to
I mean, what are
blast.io,
what are the good apps on there? You know,
Wasabi. I mean, Wasabi is really interesting from like a perp deck standpoint. Blaster, Thruster, Juice Finance, like these are all like pretty interesting, well
yeah, but
used apps.
Wasabi was not from this program. They were part of the program, but the co-founder was that was like business development. That's essentially what Polygon did, where they went out and they found good business development. You know, I mean, it's not like any different than any other foundation, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, again, the jury is really still out here in a year. Like, like either Blast
You
is
can tell
the
Robert
dominant.
has big blast bags here.
I actually, funnily enough, I actually don't. Just for full disclosure, I have zero Blast, Blur tokens or anything like that. Like, I'm not at all like using this ecosystem. I'm all in on Bitcoin at the moment. But like, still just very curious to watch from the sidelines. Seeing these sort of like points and counterpoints around like, does this work? Will this work? And they have something pretty sticky here. Like, there could be a lot of velocity in the next 12 months, even despite maybe the slowdown of incentives. So again, the jury's still out. Like 12 months will really dictate, like, was this sticky enough? Like, was this effective to, attract and retain the top talent and the top builders?
Robert definitely does have conviction on these things and believes what he's saying, Trevor, for sure. And I've debated him on this stuff for a long time.
I know. I'm just giving him
yeah.
shit. I know he's a Pac-Man fanboy. He always has been. But I think maybe like the silver lining here is that like if Blur fails, like all the ETH NFTs are going to go up, and then people are going to take out leverage and buy ordinals. So, I think that's one of the silver linings here. Loop, go ahead.
Leonidas, you got something?
No. Go for it.
Yeah. Does anyone else feel like Pac-Man's kind of like the devil on your shoulder? And he's like, just give in. Like, I feel like he basically just took like the airdrop model and like Leonidas, you're talking about, you kind of have this implied airdrop model where maybe you can have, a higher percentage of people that are actually using the product and then retroactively, give them, and it's kind of a sliding scale. And Pac-Man just like fucking ripped the cord all the way to the right side. And it was like everything is super farmy. And just like, and I think there's an element where he is kind of digging into people's kind of like, the things that they actually want, but are kind of afraid to say culturally, and kind of like giving them that outlet where it's like, no, you can just farm something and you can be completely about the money and be super selfish. And, we're just going to feed into that. So I think that's like kind of what he's been doing. I don't know if that's the right approach. Like, I'm not kind of mind made up, but it doesn't feel like the right approach. Like, it feels like it's kind of sucking the entire space down into like the depths. And I think there's one thing that I think is kind of the dial that you turn is like culture. Like, you can't ever make rules in crypto, but you can change culture. And I think like this is just one of those things where it's like, Angel on the left shoulder, Pac-Man on the right, where it's like he's driving the culture towards like really just a massive Ponzi. And I don't know, maybe that can be a bridge to get to a point where like, okay, it's a good product, and we have users that want to stick around outside the airdrop. But like, if you use Blur as an example, I don't know, man. Like, no one wants to use Blur anymore at season 4, and some of the biggest farmers just stop farming. So maybe that actually helps NFTs, but I think it obviously was not a bridge to get to a good place.
Yeah, it's hard to say because like there's a good counterpoint where NFTs volume on OpenSea is down as well, so it's really hard to say if that was Blur's kind of issue was the farming not working or not. So it's like we still honestly don't have enough time. Jury's out there.
Well, they took all the market share, so yeah, because they had the lowest floor price, right? So whoever has the lowest floor price is going to control the market because people are just going to go there to buy. Like, people compare the different marketplaces. And so that's like why they created incentivized bidding, because they wanted to lower the floors, because they didn't have the lowest floor like for a while when they first launched until they did the incentivized bidding. And that got people
and
to
then
lower the floors.
ultimately it moved to a model of aggregation though, right? So like OpenSea Pro, I think you can buy Blur stuff and it's an aggregated model at the end of the day. And I think it was always probably kind of heading to that for these things, I guess. So, Blur just forced, no royalties and moving to the aggregated model just much faster than it probably would have naturally happened. My whole thing though is like, look, it's not that Machi, right? To me, Machi, he was a net negative on the ecosystem. Like, in my opinion, long term, we're talking about sustainability, building something real. It's not just that these farmers are neutral and aren't good or bad. I think it's bad to have one of the key members of your community who's vocal, stick around for 6 months and then move on. I think that's very bad. I think it's not good when the next blast comes out, Engine Layer decides to do their drop. Whoever's the top builder on whatever top hot apps on Blast, that person's like, we're going to take half of our company and go do the same farm on this other one now. That's not healthy. Like, these are not healthy things. Like, this is not how, in my opinion, you build long-term sustainable value. It's very hard to build long-term sustainable value. And I just don't think when you build things out of paper, you build your house out of like paper, it's not going to be standing very long. You want to build it out of concrete, like very thoughtfully. And I fail to see the value in the vast majority of like, I get to interact with people who they're like, where's the place I can go build that has the grants in the ecosystem right now? I'm like, bro, like this person doesn't care. Like, they're just not going to build something that
100%.
interesting. They're going to be moving around collecting checks. It's like, it's just not the vibe, and I just don't think it's how you build value. You can play these little games, but I just don't think it's how you get like I don't know. I
The
respect
absolute,
innovation, right? Like,
yeah,
innovation doesn't come from that. I just don't see that's not how innovation occurs.
the absolute worst teams to invest in are the teams that like don't have conviction about the core technology and they're going to a specific chain for the money. Like, I can tell you this because I've done, we have 70 investments. Okay. To make those 70 investments, we looked at, hundreds and hundreds, over 1,000 deals in teams and things like that. And I see if these teams are doing well a year later or whatever, but like the absolute worst investments are the ones where the team is just coming to a specific chain for money. And it's similar to the Binance Smart Chain model. That was in 2021, the Binance Smart Chain model. They're just writing checks, throwing people money, very easily. And like it didn't work. Binance Smart Chain is winning because its integration with Binance, but not because it's like the premier destination people want to build on. And that's like look at Bitcoin. None of us are building here because we got a grant or some incentive to build on Bitcoin. We're all building here because the technology, the liquidity, the user base already exists. So the only way to compete, I think, in this market, if you are an L2, is to be technically better and differentiated than everybody else.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like I look at the L2 ecosystem on Bitcoin, and not even building on the L2s, but just the actual L2s themselves. Like, there's just such a huge difference. I know it's easy to say this because Stacks is so popular, but there's a huge difference between like Stacks and Cat VM and these guys who you just know are going to go build, not they're not building just to collect like the $10 million VC check because it's there, because VCs for the past 6 months decided to write $10 million checks into 100 different L2s, right? That's not why either of these people were building their L2. Like, Munib, if you watch his history, he has the history of building on Namecoin and these things, and has always had kind of a similar thing. And I think with Udi and Eric, like they're consistent, and there's just a really big difference between the people that show up when just a bunch of checks started getting written, and like, to be completely honest, like I meet a lot of these people one time and I've never seen them before. They do this splashy announcement and then I just probably never hear from them ever again. And I don't know, like why can't more people be like, Munib and Udi? Maybe it's just there's not many Munib and Udis to build L2s. I don't know what it is, but there's just a massive gap in my head between that and just a lot of the stuff I just don't even know what it is. I don't even understand what people think they're going to be building. If I don't know. It's all interesting. It's all interesting. There's just, maybe it's me being, too picky, and we just, obviously the free market should do its thing. People should fund whatever. And if you want to go farm blur stuff, go for it. But I don't think you're helping like an ecosystem by just farming points and then going to the next company that's going to allow you to farm. I think it's probably, in my opinion, a net negative for the health of the ecosystem that you're trying to.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the problem with every new Bitcoin L1. Sorry, not Bitcoin L1. Every single like new layer 1 blockchain that pops up, they all do this same exact thing where bring people to farm airdrops, and the traffic goes way up, and then 6 months later it's a ghost town, right? Like this is not new. This is like every single blockchain tried to do this. And
But
it never.
let's have a shade of optimism though. Every once in a while, 1 of 10 or two of 10, like one of these things, shapes up to actually do something really interesting and sticky and technologically interesting, right? So like, I do get it. Like there's certainly some negative aspects to this of these incentive structures, but there will be something that changes the world that comes out of it as well, right? In addition to the scams.
So why can't?
Well, wait, hold on. I'm not
talking. Okay, go ahead.
Well,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
I'm not. I mean, I'm not. But you just like said my exact point, which is that the ones that succeed do something technically interesting, innovative, etc. And that's like the 1 in 10, probably 1 in 100, honestly. But like every single one that didn't have something technically innovative, and did farming, like they went from 0 to 100 quick and 100 to 0 just as fast.
I know those are great. Yeah, I mean, it sucks when that happens, right? Like definitely, but I mean, I'm certainly of the belief that the 9 of 10 failures that suck and lose people money and are a waste of time, like are ultimately superseded by the net benefit of that 1 of 10 just hitting it out of the park, right? I think that's why a lot of us are here.
100%. I'm like, dude, like hell yes. Like more failure, the better. The more failure, the more success. But again, I think like people should just get this idea out of their head that they can just like create a airdrop and let people farm it and they're going to be successful. And they don't have to like do the hard work of like good R&D, like good technology,
I mean, I'm telling you, Blur and Blast, these guys are killers, and they were going to go succeed no matter what, in my opinion. They didn't need all this point farming stuff, and that's my personal opinion on this. And pretty much what I'm pointing out is that there's way too many L2s where, like, Xverse, I'm just going to go look at Xverse really quick. Xverse's Twitter account, they've been grinding for several years, basically day one Ordinal space, 116,000 followers. There are L2s that I've never heard of that pop up and raise $10 million, and their Twitter account somehow has like 300,000 followers. And I'm literally I will happily make the statement that there is a 0% chance there's something about that is emblematic to me of everything that they're doing and how they run that company and how that founder is thinking, where they're just going to focus on vanity metrics, and they're going to be a short-term little game that makes some people some money and does this whole little thing, and retail gets sucked into it. But there's nothing actually of long-term sustainable value being created there, because people building long-term sustainable value don't have to have this 300,000 fake followers starting on their Twitter account. They don't care that it starts at 0, because they're not focused on looking like they're succeeding. They're just focused on actually succeeding. And yeah, I see a huge gap between these two types of kind of approaches to things. And yeah, like, look, Robert, it's all an experiment. Neither of us have really been proven right or wrong in this regard. But you know what I'm going to say when Blast is some huge L2 in the future? I'm going to say, look, Pac-Man was going to, of course, go build a great L2, and it was going to be popular, and he succeeded in spite of creating a pretty unhealthy community with this like fake stuff. But so maybe we never get to the answer on this stuff. But yeah, that would be basically my overall take. It's like when there's one thing where it's like, okay, the 300,000 fake followers instantly. So the founder clearly decided to hire someone who just doesn't really care about organically engaging with anybody and just wanted 300,000 fake followers. And that's like what the marketing team does. I can imagine I'm going to peel back the layers on this startup and find out very quickly that there's many things that are purely about how things look, right? And it's like, it's like, is the founder more focused on the titles of the people at the company, or are they just trying to actually build shit, right? There's 100 things like this, and I just see in this space particularly massive amplification on these vanity metrics that I just genuinely, I could not care if you borrowed $10 billion to like pump your numbers for a couple of weeks so that your token goes up and you get some kind of sucker retail investor to buy into it. I don't buy into that at all. And I don't think like, you think you're doing good, but you're actually doing a net negative, because you now have this very unhealthy dynamic that you have to live with for the rest of the life of this company and this platform. And it's very important that you start a community organically and authentically. That's basically my perspective on it. And you cut corners,
in that latter
you're gonna get.
example, sorry to cut in, Leo, just to be clear on that last part, were you referring to Blast's approach?
I actually have no idea what the Blast on TVL is. I don't know. I'm just referring to in general. I see a bunch of blockchains. It's not even L2s. It's the same thing from, have been in this space again for a while. So I've gotten to see, it was L1s for a very long time. Just go create a blockchain, fund, some fund gives you $30 million. You play this whole game and it plays out, and 2 years later, everyone moves on. And then there is the same game. It's just being played for L2s. And I just don't think it's that hard to identify the difference between that game being played and like the legit builders, right? Because a legit builder is not going to put 300,000 followers on their Twitter account on day one. It's like embarrassing, right? I don't know. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, I don't think he has fake Twitter followers, but I think you're just pointing to the fact that like vanity metrics, essentially, right? Like
I'm saying Pac-Man is an odd situation where he's a great builder and he's doing the vanity metrics, and he will succeed in spite of his vanity metrics, even though people will say that's why he succeeded. That's basically what I'm saying. Most people are not Pac-Man Blur. They're trying to be Pac-Man Blur, except they're also not a good builder, which is a very bad scenario. Okay.
I guess the reason I kick back a little bit, or at least like advocate for the positive side of this, is just because, Leo, I feel like 80% of the time you're talking about the negatives here, and I just think there will be like a lot of good things that come out of it. Like, we're all here for ultimately a net benefit, and with some failures along the way, right? And I just wanted to really highlight that point.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just believe there's a slightly tweaked approach where we can just basically go be very direct and just build do your L2 in a way that isn't quite as far on the spectrum as Blast is doing. Maybe you have some incentives, right? You want to reward your users. I don't see anything wrong with rewarding users, but you want to be rewarding the users who you think might actually be using your product 2 years from now, not Machi, who will 100% be disappearing in a month. This is the dynamic where it's just too far towards the Machi end of the spectrum, where the goal is not to quote unquote reward your users. The goal is to boost the numbers and bring liquidity over. Those are two very, very different things. And yeah, look, I just want to see the spectrum moved a little bit the other way. I think it would be a real shame if every company is some weird Ponzi point farming thing in a year from now. Because again, retail is very easily tricked by these numbers. Okay, that's fundamentally the core of the issue that I have with the stuff, right? It's like, yes, they are real numbers, but they are vanity numbers and pretty much are meaningless because you paid people to go do them. That whole dynamic, because at the end of the day, the whole game is to appear like you're very successful so that retail buys your token. That is the entire game being played, I think, and we can agree on that.
Yeah, guys, I want to jump in here because, this is actually interesting and I've seen it. And I have no experience with Blast or anything. I didn't really play around with it at all. But it's not only L2s, it's just projects in general, right? Like, I have seen it time and time and time again where, basically, as you said, like, people kind of even are forced to play the game, right? Like, I've talked to multiple founders over the past 6 months, and many of them are doing these kinds of I would say bot campaigns or these quests, and they actually get people, to use their thing and follow them on Twitter and have some sort of massive engagement on their Twitter account, etc. And they mostly do it, they tell me the reasoning why they do it. They tell me the exchanges are requiring us to do that. We have to have massive following, we have to have some sort of engagement on our Twitter, because if we don't, then the exchanges are not even gonna take the meeting with us. And I'm not saying that it's every single exchange, but I've been hearing this many times where people do these kind of farming campaigns, even for Twitter following, just because like the intern at the exchange needs to see that you have followers, because otherwise they don't even look at you. They don't really go deeper to analyze the actual engagement, because many times I see that, like, yeah, these guys will get 300,000 followers overnight, but then they tweet a month later and they get 1 like on their tweet, right?
Okay,
And
and
so
Jan, just to jump in, do you understand that what you're saying is emblematic of the entire problem? Like, the founders should not be worrying about how to get a centralized exchange listing to make their token valuable, or how to get more people to like your tweets to make the token valuable. The token is not valuable because they didn't build anything that's good, a good product. The software probably sucks. So you probably need to go build good software and provide intrinsic value to the world. And then I promise the token will start to go up in value and everything will start happening organically. And it's this cutting corners thing where people are focused on the followers and the centralized exchange listings, right? And when you're building, the goal is to create products and services. It's the focus is way too much on all these other metrics and stuff. Like, these founders should be mostly, I'm not saying you can't focus on marketing, you can't focus some resources on getting centralized exchange listings, but there's teams that are like, I'd say that the norm is that a lot of these teams are almost exclusively focused on a bunch of this vanity stuff, because they know if they pump the token a bunch, like, that's going to generate a bunch of money that then they think they'll then leverage to go do the thing. And in reality, they got all this money from this token that they successfully did this pumping with, and a bunch of funds and centralized exchanges helped them to pump. But then they're not, it's kind of like Trevor. You take some builder and give them $100 million, right? This is doing more harm than good. They definitely should go raise $250,000 first. And that is the problem you end up with when these guys do it. It's like they now have an impossible goal of justifying some $300 million valuation token with basically a product that a VC, if this was Web 2, would not value at $3 million. You see what I'm saying? So it's a
no,
really
absolutely, man. And
wacky game of
I
optics.
I agree. I agree, Leo. I'm not saying that this is the right thing to do. Obviously, I'm against it. And, we have never done any kind of like buying followers and shit, because I don't personally believe in it. Like, I personally like to see like real engagement. Like, you post and you actually get people caring about it. Like that to me, like, if you're not stupid, if you actually participate in the space for at least couple weeks, like, that that's the real game. That's the stuff that really matters. Like the fact that you have a lot of fucking followers doesn't really matter. That's just optics. So I'm fully in agreement with you. I'm just saying that, unfortunately, I have seen this time and time again, where people were even coming to Web3 space and they were kind of like having this ambition. Yeah, we're gonna do it differently. Like, we're like Web2 founders, we're seasoned Web2 founders. We know how to do this shit organically. But then ultimately they end up gravitating towards not doing it, because they don't have they don't have patience, and plus, like, the market is kind of pushing them in that direction, like, because everybody else is doing it this way. And it's kind of a shortcut to maybe play the exchange game, and so they just ultimately end up doing it as well. And so that's just kind of my observation. I'm not saying that every founder is like that, but I've seen this like multiple times, and I have only been around for basically not even one cycle, right? Like, I kind of came here into the space at the end of the previous cycle. Everything went to shit afterwards, and now we're kind of like getting into the next, I would say, bull run. So I have not seen it all yet. I cannot claim that, but I have definitely had these conversations, and it feels like it's a pattern, that people somehow like we have to do it because people tell us to do it, and this is the only way to do it. Like, that's kind of how people look at
Yeah,
it.
the advice to that person is, though, look, you built something and you didn't have product market fit, so now you're being told by everyone to just pump a token and do that game instead. The answer is you should pivot what you're doing, or change some strategy, or do something with the actual product or service, so that you then actually do contribute value to the ecosystem. And then when you actually get organic users, maybe it's a small number of them, you'll actually potentially be onto something. And then you can grow based on that little foundation that you created that's real, right? Otherwise, you're just going to spend several years of your career doing this kind of pump game. And it's just, I don't know. I don't think that's, ultimately that beneficial for the entrepreneur. It's not super beneficial for the space. And I really just personally think that, Base as an L2 is a very healthy organic ecosystem. And you will watch over time as it sort of thrives, because it has the organic foundation whereas most of these L2s on Ethereum do not have like kind of organic, authentic, crypto native users on it, using it purely because they like the applications and they want to do things on that blockchain. So we'll see how it plays out. But I think there are crypto natives like Brian Armstrong who don't need all this stuff, and they're going to create organic communities, and they're going to absolutely kill it. They're going to do very well. Eli, what's up, man?
Yeah, so on the topic, but then slightly like pulling it in a slightly different direction, I think it is a really important thing that you've mentioned about those sort of metrics and how retail do get tricked, because I think a lot of us, well, I don't actually want to speak for everyone because you never know, but a lot of people do get tricked, for lack of a better word, or they go, oh, look how many followers they've got, and then you look at people that have been around or projects that have been around, they've got way less. So they talk about like, some of the best follows have got, only 300 followers and whatnot. I think that it is a really important lesson for people to look at that and to, a little bit like how you'd scrutinize the media and say, that's biased and whatnot. I think that you really need it. Like people need to take that sort of mindset into all of this. And so, yeah, I'm kind of saddened to hear that Jan said that like the exchanges want to see those sorts of numbers, because it doesn't actually tell the full story. And I think that then like pertains to projects across any ecosystem, not just ordinals, and like, looking at how many retweets something's had, or how many comments something's had, or how many likes, or how many followers they've got, and then the age, and then that they've been around, and then if they've got mutual followers and whatnot. Because I think that people still fall into that stuff. So I'm not saying that we need to go out and be skeptical of everything, but it's funny, like we certainly in this industry go into things, I don't want to say like paranoid, but like careful and like, not trusting, but verifying. And I think that sometimes we see that not happen with projects. So yeah, it sort of like relates to tokens and to ordinal projects. I just wanted to contribute that I think that it's across the board. And I think that it's sort of potentially it's like an Elon issue where I don't know how it would even be possible, but how like they could potentially run some kind of algorithm to go like, these followers aren't genuine or not. Don't know if you've ever thought about that. Like, is it even possible? I don't know. You can't. How do you say who's a genuine follower and who's not? But there's got to be some way to do it.
I mean, to me, it's fairly simple. Like, follower count literally doesn't matter at all. It's like if someone puts out a tweet saying GM, how many people reply, and go click and see, like, is that a real account or not? Like, that's the metric that matters, right? I don't think, you could have a million followers, even if you do have 100,000 real followers, but it's like, old followers from like 5 years ago. It's just like the follower count thing doesn't matter at all. Like, I see some hot account coming up with 20,000 followers crushing it on the timeline. I would much rather be that guy. Okay. I don't know. Yeah. I think the whole follower thing, it's just one of many metrics that it's way over indexed by, again, retail, just kind of normal people. Whereas I think that the VCs, I mean, sophisticated venture capital investors like Trevor, I don't think that this follower count number on that thing being 200,000 makes really any difference if they scroll down and see a tweet that has like 0 likes on it and like nobody cared about.
It's a red flag.
If anything, it's worse. That's what I'm
it's
saying.
It's a red flag.
Worse. It's a net negative.
I mean, any Vandy metrics are a red flag because it's just an amateur move. You know what I mean? Not even because it's like, oh, they're breaking the rules, they're being naughty, buying followers. It's really just like an amateur thing, I think.
Yeah, I always keep forgetting I'm up here. I'm up here with someone who's probably like seeing what I'm talking about, but like at a much closer level with like way more instances. I kind of see it from like the outside. I'm almost just like a retail investor, like everyone else, and I'm just gotten to kind of see it all, and my brain's gotten to do pattern recognition, and I just think like I think I think Brian Armstrong created a sick L2, and he didn't have to play this whole game, and I think Ethereum's better for it, right? So,
I mean, you get an adverse selection of investors too, right? Like you're trying to raise from the smartest people possible, right? You're always trying to market your product to the most influential people possible, and these people got there by being smart and knowing how to look at things critically. And so when you like use Vandy metrics, you're just like going after the wrong target. Because like, yeah, it starts with like thought leadership. It starts with like the people who like, you know, when a new Apple device comes out, like they like Apple sends them a device because they know them and they're like a YouTube reviewer or something like that. But they spend all day, every day posting reviews of stuff. You know what I mean? Like these are the people that you're actually going after, is the people that like, you know, look at an iPhone. They're like, yeah, here's all the things wrong with it. You know, like you're trying to impress the people with a real critical eye. And if you use Vandy metrics, you're just looking for like, you know, it's going to be a turnoff for those smart people because they're going to be like, you know, this doesn't seem right.
Yeah. So exactly, and it's emblematic again of what I'm saying, where it's like you have it applies to investors, it applies to the builders, and it applies to the degens in the ecosystem, right? Like if I'm looking at an L2 and I see that it's all this fake stuff, I'm way less likely to then go and like collect an actual real collection on it, like of a PFP collection or an art collection or something, because I know that like I'm just getting all these red flags. So you almost, you know, or you're a magnet for the people you don't want, and then you're just like the people who, you know, might come and join your community and be there for the next 10 years are probably just going to go join a much more organic community where they're going to probably fit in way better. So the whole thing, look, we don't have to just keep keep
Yeah, I
beating
mean,
this horse to death, but
I think the thing also is like that, like the really smart people in this space, like they can look at what you're building and look at what you're doing before anyone has seen it and know if it's like going to be successful or if it's good, if it's a good product. You know what I mean? Like they don't need to see all the Twitter followers and stuff like that or social proof. Like the real smart people can look at something and be like, all right, this is a fucking great product. And so you don't need to waste all the time like getting fake followers and stuff like that. You need to go out there and hustle for sure and like know where to go, follow the right people, and like aggressively try to get their time to and attention. But the vanity metrics are not going to help you in any way, and they're going to hurt you if it turns into a red flag if your product's not good because they're just looking at the product.
okay. Well, look, I obviously agree with everything Trevor just said, and I think we can probably move on from this conversation.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
this week is definitely the bottom, guys. Like this week has to be the
It's
bottom.
crazy,
You know what
man.
I'm
Like
saying?
last week we had like 500, 600 people on the show. Today, like we're hovering around max 300, man. Like this is the people like literally gave up. They were like, fuck this. I'm not even showing up. I'm just gonna watch a movie instead. I am gonna go chill out. I'm gonna go on a vacation. I cannot stand this shit anymore. Like that's literally what people are doing this week, I think.
I mean this feels like the week before Ordinals launched. You know what I mean? Like the market was just dead. There was nothing to talk about. We're all down bad. Dude, there was someone who just commented on our in the replies. They smashed the purple button there, and he goes, this show is boring as fuck right now." I'm just like, my guy, the market is down. Like we're down bad.
yeah, it's like,
Okay,
okay,
like
let's
this is
talk
the like
about a
the
hot new Ordinals mint, Trevor. Oh,
yeah.
wait, there's 0 Ordinals mints in the last 2 months. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, markets go through these waves. It's the nature of it. And, you know, literally, like a week from now, the market will just probably completely flip and we'll have 1,000 people packed in here again. And that's just how it is. And I don't even blame,
You
I don't even
guys, you
blame
want me
people.
to spice up the space for you? I'll spice it up. We'll get everybody's adrenaline going. Oh, let's party. Come
I
on,
mean,
guys.
now is really when we need some Roonies, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah, keep popping them Roonies. You forget all about that Paul Pains.
I see, Archon, you got your hand up. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, I've noticed the summer doldrums in the market as well. It's been visible, which is why I thought I'd come up here and maybe highlight something since we're kind of back on the topic of runes. It's not a shill; it's more of an opportunity for artists and creatives out there. But we, of course, launched, not really launched, but started the distribution of our rune, Rugs to Riches, at the worst possible time ever. It was almost comically bad. It was like the day that Bitcoin went back below 60K. And you kind of just have to make a joke out of it. and yeah, the market and sentiment and engagement across the board, at least with runes and ordinals, is quite low. But we are doing a cool thing, and I don't know if I had an opportunity to talk about one of the I again I don't want to shill. I'm not not to buy the rune or anything, but we our rune has a sat endpoint inscription on the rare set that we etched on, and we're kind of having this concept of rotating art, giving artists the ability to showcase their art and get reinscribed onto the set that would be pointed back to the rare Satoshi that the rune inscription sits on. And currently, we're having a contest. There's Bitcoin prizes. There's ordinals and runes as well included in the prize pool. And yeah, it's an opportunity for artists to make a submission, possibly have their art featured on the actual rune and on the rare sat. And because things are slow and there's not a whole lot else going on, I think it's something worth checking out. You never know. You might as well just whip up a submission. And yeah, I think it's just kind of a cool concept that I haven't really heard discussed much, which is having the SAT endpoint for like a rune inscription, because the rune inscription on most places, like at least on Xverse Wallet, will dynamically update in real time. So we've had this idea of kind of reshaping the branding around the rune with the SAT endpoint, and yeah, we're doing this art competition. Worth checking out. That's all I got.
I mean, I dig it. I've always thought these ideas of like who has the largest inscription, who has the rare sat inscriptions. There's only a couple of them, right? Like there's a scarcity to it, and it sort of creates this billboard type, angle. And you've literally taken that. I've said this many times before. Like it's like a billboard. You've literally taken the billboard thing and actually made it into a billboard, which is pretty clever. I dig it.
Yeah, well, that was sort of the thing. Because when we etched our rune, we had a name in mind. It was, but we knew it was going to be 12 characters, so we knew we were going to have to wait. So it was like, how could we add provenance to the rune after the fact? Like, the more, well, like the first, provenance really came from like the early rune numbers, but since we decided to wait, that was no longer an option. So we thought doing it on like a rare sat or like a statistically very rare Satoshi would be another way. And yeah, there's not, especially with the rare sat, even more so with the epic sat, there's not that many of these in circulation. It does kind of act as a billboard as well. Like when you go on Ord.io and you sort by either a rare or epic, on rare only a handful will show up. So it's a cool, if I was an artist, I mean, it would be a cool way to get exposure. And it's um I think it's for people that are into that stuff, which I personally am, and I guess you probably are as well.
Bro, 1000%. I cannot wait till more attention comes back to ordinals. We've honestly got by far the coolest NFT protocol, like of any chain by far, right? Like this thing is epic. It's all fully on chain, and we have the like the fact that they're on Satoshi's like, dude, I am as much of a nerd as I ever have been on this. And I think, people see me just tweeting about runes and stuff a lot right now. It's like, look, the reality is I think it's important that runes is successful as a protocol. Like I want to see Web3 thrive on Bitcoin. Like this was a very contrarian, very unlikely thing to have happened 16 months ago. And I very much want to see, runes survive. And if runes survive, I think that's like ultimately really bullish for ordinals. And I think all this stuff feeds in together when we treat it like an ecosystem and not just like my one specific protocol with my one specific meta on that protocol. Like, it all comes back together. And hopefully we just have, 20 million people downloading Xverse and using all of these things and trading and collecting and creating on all of these different protocols. And I believe like just right now, like that's why I'm specifically focused, on runes a lot, is because I think fungible tokens is a massive opportunity to onboard people to Bitcoin. Like fungible tokens are just a larger asset class than NFTs, right? And I think obviously, hopefully, people kind of just realize that that's this is just how the world works. But fundamentally, a blockchain that has a huge fungible token ecosystem can then support also a really large NFT ecosystem. And it was very odd to be completely frank, that Bitcoin did not have a fungible token ecosystem really, but had an only really non-fungible token ecosystem. I can't really think of a single other instance of any blockchain or L2 that had a situation like that. And I think having the complete set, again, this all sounds obvious, but it's like, of course, you need a fungible and non-fungible token primitive. And I think both of these being successful together and being Casey-Rotomores, they clearly are very intertwined and related, especially from just like a narrative kind of perspective.
Leo,
yes.
Leo, let me interrupt you because
Jump in.
I was waiting for you to finish because Clemente is in the audience right now, and I just want to ask him if he wants to come up here and hang out with us. Clemente, dude, been waiting for you all day, man. Been waiting for you all day. You put us through a lot of emotional roller coaster the past 2 days here. I want to know how that last airdrop is doing. So, dude, if you're, I see you in the audience, man. I sent him, I requested him to speak. You know how people usually request to speak on the show and then you let him up? Like, I requested him to speak. So I don't know if he's going to come up here.
Clemente's pretending.
Yeah, we want
Clemente's
Clemente,
pretending he's not hearing us.
Yeah, he's probably pretending, but we would love to hear, some thought on runes and puppets. Actually, he said that he's gonna buy a puppet. So
I
maybe
want to know. I want to know where he gets his ordinals alpha from, because he was saying that all of his friends are using him as exit liquidity, and I'm just like, bro, that's because your friends are on Solana. You know what I'm saying?
His friends are probably ETH midfluencers, right? They probably just don't have great insight into the Ordinals ecosystem. And that's fine. They're probably really good at Blast stuff. I mean, I get it. He probably actually does have alpha related to Blast that none of us on stage are going to have, because we have literally no clue of what the alpha would possibly be over there. So yeah, it's like Clemente, you should hit up your boy Trevor next time. But yeah, look, we don't need to. If Clemente doesn't want to come up, it's no worries at all. We hope you're doing well, Clemente. Eli, what's up?
Let me preface this just so Jan doesn't get offended that I use predominantly Xverse, but Jan, shut your ears. So in terms of celebrating art and onboarding and ordinals and getting back, not like degen away. I think Charlie said earlier, like runes and BRC20 and whatever other protocols, experiment away. It's good for miners. If it's a legitimate transaction and it's not affecting the base layer, go for it. But yeah, on that note again, Jan, shut your ears. Obviously, it'll be really interesting, and it was good to work with the Phantom wallet and help with their move to Bitcoin, and then have their mint on Gamma. Well, I think it's like midday Eastern time, so I think it's like tomorrow for you guys. So it's not actually even a shill, but more just in regards to we've been commenting on bringing it back to art and whatnot, and obviously that's like all we do at Gamma, so we haven't moved away from that sort of thing. But yeah, I think that's a really positive thing, and to see Degen Poet, who's obviously a big artist from there, I guess the Solana ecosystem, being so excited, and that wallet being so excited to be across on Bitcoin again. Sorry, Jan. I just think the art and PFPs, or call it fine art or whatever else, has actually still just been ticking along, and I think that the people who are here, and we were sort of joking that there's less people in this space, but I think the people who were here through the so-called ordinals are dead, last year, are still here, and we just know that it goes through cycles. If you've been in Bitcoin long enough, you know that that's the same thing. So I don't know. I actually think oh, here we go. Love Clemente, because people are being a little bit over bearish. If anything, now's a great time to be here. When things are hot, it's almost a little bit more dangerous, so to speak. Whereas now you see Leo used to tweet who was here when ordinals were dead, which projects were still being confident and releasing when it wasn't just that sort of bullish sensation. And I think this, if you want to call it the ordinals are dead phase 2, is going to be really telling when things heat up again.
All right, Jan, do you have the horn sound? Or I mean, Clemente, you might have to play your own horn sound, since I know you got the setup. But we just retitled the space. I don't know if you saw that, Clemente. We need a horn sound. Who's got a horn sound here?
I don't have it. I don't have it.
I'm getting up from my love sack. I'm walking over to my desk. Hold tight.
So what's up, Clemente?
Yo, can you hear me? Sorry, I was
Yeah,
getting
you're
a bunch
good.
of. Sorry, I wasn't at my desk. I was moving around. And I figured I'd tune in, and yeah, thanks for having me up.
Yeah, man. There we go. There we go. The official Clemente interview on the Ordinal Show, everybody. Thanks for tuning in and coming here during the worst week in the market because you have nothing better to do. Clemente. So how are those rune bags treating you? How's Blast treating you? You know, reflections on today. Like I saw I tried to scan your QR code when I was watching the Nifty. Wasn't able to steal your Blast Gold, but yeah, what's up?
No, man, I'm good. Blast is going well. A lot of people were, I get a lot of comments from the runes people. Well, specifically today, even that like Blast is, they were pretty happy that Blast wasn't doing well. But the whole thing about runes in general, and yeah, I sold my my runes, but part of that has been, there's nothing actually I necessarily have against runes in terms of like I'm necessarily bearish on it.
Well, if you're not bullish, then you're against it.
Well, if I don't, it's just that I don't want to own it right now. In my portfolio is the way I'm thinking about it. I'd rather own Bitcoin.
Those are fighting words, bro. You know.
So far, my favorite quotes from this episode are Clemente saying, "I'm not bearish. I just don't want to own them." And then someone just came up and said, "This is not a shill; it's an opportunity." Two quotes for the day.
So Clemente, like, what rune bags did you have? And yeah, I'm just curious, like, which rune bags did you have? You didn't. You obviously didn't have Dog because Dog's market cap is higher than Blast right now, so you'd be sitting pretty.
That's wild. That's why
he went all in on Satoshi. I stalked Clemente, so he went all in on Satoshi.
I just said Clemente Dog is higher market than Blast. He goes, is it? Yeah, it's like 30% higher.
Let me. Oh wow. So my bags are. Well, I had a couple wallets. One, I had some pups. I had some Satoshi Nakamoto. I had some who's the Japanese guy, Mr. Yen. I had some Mr. Yen. I think I had to have one Trump thing in there. And then I had like Decentralized, I think was another one. One of those like Epic or Decentralized was the other one. So it was like 4 or 5. And I think collectively I took like a 40% haircut on it, if not more, across the board.
But that's not that bad, Clemente, no? Like, is that like 40%? Bro, we're down like some of the collections on Ordinals, we're down like 90%, bro.
I'm very interested in Ordinals. Very interested in it. I'm not interested in runes. Simply because I have exposure of like meme coins and like my ETH or my Bitcoin beta is like all this other bullshit that I have on Solana and Ethereum. That for me, I'm just like, dude, I'd way rather just own Bitcoin, hold that, and if it goes up, awesome. But this habit that I've gotten into where I spend my Bitcoin has never aged well. And I'm not saying that these aren't going to go up. It's that whenever I buy runes, whenever I get involved in the runes ecosystem, I feel like I'm at a disadvantage every time I participate in it versus Blast or and pretty much only Blast. Actually, I've learned that when I've tried to like get involved in like 3 or 4 different ecosystem, like ETH NFTs, Solana meme coins, Blast, and runes, I do all of them at like 30% versus I found literally the last 2 months, just getting involved with one ecosystem, which has been Blast, has been the most profitable thing I've ever done. And I'm sure it's the same for most people listening here that are that are only involved or hyper involved in the Ordinals or runes ecosystem, and they're probably just dominating.
Yeah, but if you specialize in the wrong thing, right, then you're also fucked. Like, were there people that made money today on Blast? I'm just curious, like, what some of the results were.
Yeah, I put in like $6K collectively, and I walked like right now my total portfolio is worth probably 35K, and then whatever the Blast airdrop was worth, it right now is worth like 14K. So I made, that's what, like a 8x or 7x or whatever it is. Like that's not bad at all. And this narrative, like it's not doing well. There's people that aren't going to do well in every single ecosystem. The last thing I'll say on runes is what I've noticed a lot of times, and this has been probably from the select group that I see on Twitter that I've interacted with on Twitter. And I'm sure this type of person exists in every single ecosystem, is this narrative of like, my bags, runes are this like thing that's better than everything else. When in reality, it's the same vaporware stuff where you want your bags to go up. Like there's no like, this thing is the greatest thing of all time just because it's on Bitcoin. It's the same. It's shit coins. Shit coins are shit coins across the board.
But
just because it's on
Clemente, you
You
realize
don't
our
think it's
shit coins are
historic?
actually the best shit coins ever because they're on Bitcoin. Did you realize?
Yo, Clemente, I know exactly who you're talking about. I don't follow any of those people. You know what I mean? Like it's a big ecosystem. So like, dude, like let's link up, bro. I'll send you a Twitter list. Just like follow all the other people.
But do you guys get what I'm saying? Like you guys disagree with the point that I'm making though? Like
I mean, I do.
I do.
I
do disagree. Yeah.
I disagree as well.
I think you want to. I think like actually picking the place to specialize in is actually the most important part. Like not like just specializing at all. Like literally, it's like if you're in a bull market, everybody makes money type of thing. And if you're in a bear market, nobody makes money. It's like the market that you actually pick is far more important than anything else.
Your argument is me specializing in Blast as an ecosystem versus runes or whatever it is going to lead to let's put it just money, like trading wise, is going to be a less profitable strategy over a longer term time horizon.
Yeah, because I think that you like Bitcoin is a much bigger market, right? I mean, I guess it depends, right? Like so in theory, like L2s should have more upside because they're going to be growing faster, right? But I also think that just like Ethereum L2 market in general is pretty saturated. Like what I'd be looking at is like what's the least, like where's the biggest blue ocean and that can grow like orders of magnitude bigger and that doesn't have as much competition around it. You know what I'm saying? So like the argument I would make for ordinals and runes is that they're like the categorical winner on Bitcoin and they're kind of like an L2 in a way on Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Like they are a meta protocol on top of Bitcoin. And so it's like the L2s on Ethereum are competing against like, 20 others, all technically different. There's like Starkware, which is actually now moving to Bitcoin. There's like ZK based chains, there's Base, there's Polygon, all different approaches, Arbitrum Optimism. There's like so many different types of these roll-ups and they're like, every combination is being tried. Versus, like ordinals and runes are just the categorical meta protocol winner. So I think the closer you get to the L1, the better. So it's like, it's better to start with a meta protocol that's going to grow fast on Bitcoin. And then like the L2 wave is going to come next because it's closer to like the base layer. And then like the sheer size of the base layer is also very important, I think. So like that's how I think about it.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm super bearish. Or sorry, I'm super excited about ordinals. Ordinals as a whole, I get very excited about. It's strictly runes that like even if you're looking at onboarding the masses or whatever that looks like, seeing the way it's, and you can then make the argument, okay, the technology is going to evolve over a 6 to 12 month period or whatever it is. But that argument of like onboarding the masses, I see there being so much of an easier way to onboard the masses to an L2 to Solana over runes.
Yeah. That's a straw man, bro. Like we're not onboarding the masses on Bitcoin. We're onboarding the largest amount of liquidity. So it's a very, very big different thing. So like, you can onboard 1 billion people in a like a country like China or India where the GDP per capita is much lower. And, like you could have a mobile game with like 1 billion users, but if all those billion users put $1 into the system, that's only $1 billion. Versus if BlackRock comes in, if the Bitcoin ETF comes in and like BlackRock's like 2% of their, assets is like orders of magnitude bigger. In like the tens of billions of dollars. You see what I'm saying?
You can say that for like anything. Well, and you can say that for anything. And overall, like, well, I've yet to, and I know the people I speak to are different ecosystem. It's a different style of like demographic, I have a hard time believing that a large majority of people are okay with spending Bitcoin versus spending Solana. I know, like my own experience, I hate every time I spend Bitcoin on something that is a risk on asset like runes or ordinals. It's a pain. Like it pains me. Versus Solana, it's like garbage, not garbage, but like, dude, I'll toss that shit around any day. Versus like 0.01 Bitcoin, I'm like, it pains me to part with it. So when I see like this massive onboarding of liquidity, hell yeah, it's Bitcoin. But the percentage of people that are going to want to spend their Bitcoin on something like runes, ordinals, I see it as this like luxury asset basically on top of Bitcoin. That is very interesting to me. But runes as a whole, I don't get the argument of like this massive economy. You have to look at it from a massive economy that actually wants to spend their Bitcoin, that would spend it if it was easier to be spent, right? But like BlackRock, just because they own, or the ETFs because they own what 3 or 4% of the Bitcoin supply or whatever it is, and then going, well, what if they spend 2% of that on runes? That doesn't make as much sense to me versus the actual narrative of like, okay, these whoever raising a fund and they're wanting to spend it on meme coins or whatever it is, that they would want to allocate it towards Solana meme coins, a bonk, a dog go to the moon, a whatever it is. That kind of makes sense to me. But yeah, that's kind of how I'm thinking about like this massive economy of Bitcoin people that are going to like start spending it.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, I know that's PO's angle. Like that argument never resonated with me because like I just think that people look at their like, I don't think they look at, I personally don't look at my Bitcoin or my Solana or my ETH and say like, oh, I'd rather spend this one than the other one. Maybe if I'm like, if I don't believe in it, then yeah. But I would say that like I just look at my portfolios, like where do I have liquidity and what am I trying to acquire to increase in value? And it doesn't really matter like what the asset is. I'm just trying to figure out where do I have liquidity. But I know PO says all the time, it never really resonated with me. But I also don't think that like BlackRock needs to buy. I mean, we have Franklin Templeton like writing articles about runes. We have them writing articles about ordinals. Like all these like Bitcoin ETF players are now documenting the larger space. They're documenting innovation. So they're spreading the word to like their network of investors. They're doing all they can to shill Bitcoin. You know what I mean? Because they're so invested in it and they have, they're putting billions of dollars into the system. Like
that makes total sense to me. That like Bitcoin is being shilled. Bitcoin in adoption is going to grow. It's going to be a massive unlock. But then it's like, okay, getting someone to spend that's buying Bitcoin to be like, oh, okay, I'm going to go down the runes rabbit hole and acquire XYZ meme coin is just a hard argument for me to understand versus I like even Solana meme coins or whatever it is, that's going to be retail is the way I look at it. That's going to be wanting to get involved with meme coins on Solana or Ethereum or whatever it is. And then making the jump from them buying Bitcoin to them buying Bitcoin, like runes on Bitcoin. I don't know. It just doesn't make as much sense to me. And I think even like the percentage of people that are in this space right now, like we can maybe project 6 months of what this space is going to look like, but it's hard for a lot of people. There's already not enough people in this space for I think the prices that we're at right now, the fact that we're at an all-time high versus like the amount of people that feels like are here is hard. And like, okay, how many people are going to want to spread their liquidity even over to runes? And I'm talking about the people that are in this space right now. Those are the things that I think about when I like try to figure out my own thesis for runes. And I want to, like, it's not like I haven't thought about it. It's not that I like hate runes or that I just haven't found a way to think about it in a way that makes sense enough for me to like actually allocate sizable capital. I've put in like a few $1,000. So,
bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not trying to, first of all, dude, we love you on the space. We're Clemente fans on this space. We're Clemente supporters. I may have given you some shit once in a while, but like, if anyone's giving me too much shit, just let us know, man. We'll tell them to shut the fuck up, But dude, I think you make great points. I mean, I think of Solana more like better, not necessarily like a retail asset, but good for retail use cases like gaming. Like you're not going to have, AAA Web3 games on Bitcoin. Maybe they'll have assets that are ordinals, but they're not going to be, doing very fast stuff or very scalable stuff. It's not scalable or fast. But I think that Bitcoin is the best retail asset. I mean, I would say the majority of people that exist as just number of users is on Bitcoin. Like people that just go into a centralized exchange, a Coinbase, they just bought some Bitcoin. That's the gateway drug. And then, so I think Bitcoin brand is very, very good for retail. And then I think that when it comes to like the big money managers, like they're going to view runes or ordinals as a beta on Bitcoin is how they're going to view it. So the professional investors, are not going to be the same appetite as necessarily like retail people like coming in because they want to get a PFP, they want to join a community, which I think there's a lot of people that are just passionate about Bitcoin from a cultural perspective or mission perspective that want to buy PFP and get in the community. But I think that it's definitely a different trading experience in Solana. It'll never be like the trading experience on Solana, but I don't think that's the point. I think that just from a like law of efficient markets perspective, that fungible tokens and NFTs, there's a relationship between the value of those and the market cap of the overall native token. And what we've seen on like every other blockchain but Bitcoin so far is that like for the native assets here to reach that parity that we see on other chains, it has to like 100 to 50x. So
so the part that makes sense to me that you are talking about there, and this is like the one thing that I'm like, okay, this actually is very interesting, is just the overall market cap of the number one meme coin on Runes, or even like the top three, and comparing them across Solana and Ethereum. There is a gap to be closed there, right? Like there will be a world where enough people see this narrative, because it's super easy to swallow, of like, okay, I don't know what the comparative market cap is. Let's just say it's like what is it? The top three Dogecoin and whatever the top three are on ETH, top three on Solana. You compare the market cap and you're like, okay, some sort of gap needs to be closed here. And enough people will see that gap and be like, okay, like this narrative makes sense to me, to where I see like a pretty interesting run to be made. That makes incredible sense to me, but like in terms of someone like other than that narrative, I'm like, okay, so what happens when that gap gets closed? And maybe, but I don't think it gets closed all the way, but I think that there is some sort of lack of efficiency that's happening that will get equalized over time, and the friction will be high, but there will be enough people that are willing to put up with that friction to be like, okay, I'm interested in this. That actually makes complete sense to me. And if the thing that I was thinking about is like, okay, what are they going to pick there? You look at the top three collection, whatever the top three market caps runes are, you could make the argument, okay, just buy the basket of the top three. The other question though is like, okay, well, you look at the Solana meme coin ecosystem, that still has also room to grow, right? I think in general, retail, when you look at the next 12 months, that this is all going to grow like 5x, right? But what if, I don't know. Those are all things, and I don't know the answer to any of these things. I'm trying to think through all this stuff, but that definitely makes sense to me, Trevor, in terms of what you're saying with the runes there. But I think there's nuance in there when you look at like really growing the meme coin ecosystem in general, regardless of whatever chain you're on.
Yeah, 100% Clemente. All right, I want to go to One Day quickly. He's been chomping at the bit to jump in here, and then we'll go Leo and Jan.
Hey, thank you so much. I've been itching to get in here. So, Trevor, thank you so much for having me. And then Leonidas, hey, just want to give a great appreciation to you, man, for what you're doing for Dog. I saw a great tweet recently that every meme coin, it's got to have its quarterback. And, that compared Brett to Crashless Clay. Whiff has Ansem. But they didn't mention you. They forgot about you. So you're doing a great job being that quarterback, man. So kind of like everything with what Clemente was saying, I've been like itching to get in here. All of those like point of views are very, very respectful. But how I look at it is like, look at the history of meme coins. Every meme coin, which is whatever the number one meme coin is, will go to the deck of billions. Like I've been itching to get into, Leonidas space, because I've been hearing so much uncertainty about this. It's a gamble. It's this, it's that. Dog is not a gamble to me. It is a for sure bet that it's going to go to the billions, because now this whole thing with like runes, ordinals, I respect that technical point of view, but when Dog is eventually listed on Coinbase or Binance, which I'm very confident it will be. That's the last thing a new person who's onboarding is going to be thinking about. Oh, wait, is this runes? Is this ordinals? No. They're going to see like what Leonidas talked about in his space the other day, this cute, cuddly dog, and they're going to want to buy it. So all that stuff kind of goes out the window to some extent. They're valid point of views, but now let's look at Brett, for example. And I'm not here to shill Brett. I just want to use it as an example to kind of correlate that back to dog. Everything, basically like what people said about Brett, how it's not going to go to the billions. It's this, it's that. Nobody cares about that chain. But the history of meme coins shows that when you have a top performing meme coin, it will go to the billions. And Brett already proved that. And dog is that next for sure bet. So, when you get like more retail buyers, like how I forget who it was, someone just said that, Bitcoin is the best retail buying. Yes, great. But that kind of like died down a little bit. And then when new people on board and they see that price so high and then they find dog, my gosh, it's just such a for sure bet to me. I'm so confident that is going to go to the billions, and it's going to be one meme coin that once it passes 10 billion, it's going to rest there. And, I just want to kind of like instill some confidence for any other people. It's not really a debate against Clemente, but more so just kind of, I want to like kind of bull speak it to instill some confidence for anybody who's listening that may be uncertain about dog. Just look at what Brett did. Now, again, it's not to shill Brett, but just know that dog is going to do incredibly well. It's going to do incredibly well. I don't want to rant too much on here. I just kind of wanted to give some positive stuff about dog, and I'll just kind of leave it at that. Trevor, thank you so much for having me on the space. And then Leonidas, if I could get on your space another time to kind of instill some confidence in some uncertain listeners, that'd be greatly appreciated, man, because I would have so much more to say, but I'll let it go. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, One Day. Yeah, go ahead, Leo, and then Jan.
Appreciate it, One Day, and yeah, we'll have to get you to come up to a dog space sometime. I do have to just point out that nobody on stage right now has any 100% guarantees like of anything, right? Like I think Bitcoin could just drop a bunch because we have World War III or something. So there's unfortunately no guarantees in crypto, but I also do have an unusually high level of delusion that dog is a great meme coin. So I wanted to push back on something Trevor and Clemente were both kind of agreeing on, it seemed like, that I disagree with, which is that runes will never have as good of a UX as Solana. And I'll make a bold statement. I'll say that runes will have an even better user experience than Solana, because exactly as One Day said, to 99% of people who buy meme coins, they're not downloading a self-custodial situation, right? We do that for NFTs, but for meme coins, it's not at scale during a crypto bull run how people buy their meme coins. So people will buy dog on Robinhood and Coinbase and Binance and these sort of places, and that is where the vast majority of liquidity will exist for dog, right? So from that perspective, I don't really think it matters. Everyone's kind of focused on winning over the crypto natives. Dog was specifically designed as a meme so that like mass adoption, normie type people will buy it, right? The narrative is very simple. It's the dog coin of Bitcoin, just like Sheeb was the dog coin of Ethereum, right? It's a very, very simple narrative to understand. And people aren't going to have to know that it's rune number 3 or how to, go buy it, with a PSPT swap or any of this stuff, right? Like they're just going to go to Robinhood and they're going to click a button and they're going to hold dog. And that's basically, it's literally that simple. And we're not, I think we're a little bit forgetting what it was like in the peak of 2021. And it was Elon Musk going on SNL and Dogecoin hitting $90 billion, and they were not downloading Dogecoin wallets to buy Dogecoin. That's just not what happened. And I would imagine that there's a lot of similar aspects here today. So for that reason, Clemente, I think of the sort of native runes experience as being a game that gets played. That's harder to play than playing a game on Solana. But if the end game is what I'm describing, then it really doesn't matter, because these people are just jumping through more hoops and they're going to get rewarded for jumping through those hoops, right? So it's like you have strong points if it was just a crypto native situation, but that's just not how the space operates, especially in a bull run. So like that's definitely the thesis for specifically dog, and I think other runes will follow. So that is how I would push back on you and say, like, you're right. you're having a bad experience using some of the runes tooling, and that's completely understandable. But it doesn't stop the fact that when you take dog and you put it on Robinhood next to the dog coin of Solana or Ethereum, that normal people will want to buy the dog coin of Bitcoin and not the dog coin of chains they've never heard of. So it's literally the thesis is that simple. Because we have Bitcoin, we win. That's the thesis. And I know I sound obnoxious when I say that, but to the masses who have no understanding of what Avalanche is or just any of these other chains and these things, that we have the time and luxury to be able to go and understand all these technical trade-offs. They're just going to hear from their friend that there's a dog coin on Bitcoin, and they're going to open Robinhood and they're going to click the buy button. And that's literally all there is to it. And people way overthink these things and will try to create these really edgy memes so that the crypto natives like it. It's like, congratulations, you created a meme that now has a max of, a couple $100 million market cap. And that's, if that's your goal, that's great. But I don't think that's the end game for runes. Runes are the fungible token standard on the world's largest blockchain. And I personally believe that you'd have to be pretty insane as a centralized exchange not to list the fungible token standard on the world's largest blockchain that has the most liquidity and that's the most recognized, blockchain in the world. So that's my pitch to you, dude. And I fully respect, though, that you're choosing to specialize in other areas. You don't want to spread yourself too thin either. Like, if you're finding something that's making money, go to town. Like, that's amazing. Good for you.
I am upset he's choosing to not specialize in Bitcoin ordinals and runes, because we don't have, like, dude, you're the ordinals alpha guy on the Nifty, and now I watch the show and it's like, no mention of ordinals,
Well, I was never the ordinals specializer in general.
You're the closest we had, man.
With I mean, look, I think the runes argument makes sense. I think what Leonidas said makes sense, and my trading strategy is just in general to try to find things. Or I think I've gotten bit in the ass with runes in general has been trying to buy things that I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. It's a top 20 or top 30 rune. I'll just put some money in there, and it has, I don't. It was hard for me to be like, okay, I'll just literally plow money into the 250 mil, 300 mil, 400 mil, whatever it might be. I'm like, hey, I'll try this one at 40, 50, 60 mil, and it's gone down the shitter. As far as the rune strategy, I think in general, yeah, I mean, look, the Coinbase argument makes sense. Uh, the fact that retail won't care about what chain it's on makes sense to me too, Leonidas. That also clicks with me. The end state, honestly, in terms of runes, the all in all, and I don't want to say never, but right now I'm not gonna be like the runes guy and get into runes and completely 180. I found something that makes money for me, but as far as going in and allocating a capital, some sort of capital to runes is interesting, and I think is going to be a profitable strategy. Does that mean I don't know if that means I'll buy Dog Go to the Moon or I don't know. This $1 billion cat's kind of interesting. I'm just looking at some of these tickers. I sure as hell I'm not buying
Clemente,
us.
what would Blast have to go down to for you to switch to runes full time?
In terms of market cap?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I honestly, if Blast goes out the window or whatever that looks like, I even still probably won't get into runes. Like, being this person that's in the trenches and like it just doesn't make sense. Like, I like the argument that Leonidas said of like, okay, cool, let's get into you buy some of this stuff, hold it, literally don't touch it for a year or 18 months, whatever it is. That retail argument makes sense to me. It's my argument in general for meme coins is the retail adoption perspective. The side of like specializing on runes over like all these other things, that doesn't actually make as much sense to me, or like the fact that like Blast isn't going to succeed because it's not on Bitcoin or whatever that looks like. Blast in general has been the most fun I've had on in crypto in general. Has that been because I've been making money? Probably a large part of it. It's been the only layer 2 I've used other than Polygon, which I've used twice. in literally my entire life. I haven't used any other layer 2.
Clemente, you
I haven't
didn't
used.
mention Ethereum. Ethereum's a Bitcoin L2.
All right. Anyways, so I didn't use Ethereum. Well, I haven't used ETH layer 1 I've used it twice in the last 4 or 5 months. Like in general, I'm just like I like buying Bitcoin. I like seeing it, like just try to get as much Bitcoin as possible. And I don't like to spend that. It's weird for me to buy, but I think it does make sense to allocate a percentage of my Bitcoin portfolio or even my meme coin portfolio to something like this and buy and hold it. But like still the argument of like it's better than Blast because of X, Y, and Z reason. Not everyone needs specializing in runes isn't for everyone, just like specializing in Blast isn't for everyone. And like we don't need to be in like ivory towers and be like, no, ours is so much better. Like, and if not, like you just don't get it. No, we can all do our own thing, and that's how it can be. And that's the way I'm thinking about it. Is like it's not like I'm gonna surrender to runes when my thesis of Blast inevitably fails. No, it's like for me, Blast in general has been way more rewarding for me, not as a necessarily even as a trader. It's been also as a creator in terms of growing my reach and like building my own community has been extremely rewarding. And runes, and actually on Blast as a creator, there's way less competition than runes or than ordinals in general, than Solana. Like uh there is already this niche that's been built out, that's been carved out and dominated by you guys, in terms of like owning the shit out of the runes content and building that out, versus on Blast it was wide open. So as a creator, when you look at saturating a specific content ecosystem, you guys are doing your thing with runes. I've been able to carve out my own market share in Blast, which has been pretty interesting as well. But anyways, I mean that doesn't really necessarily apply to the people listening, that are just more focused on the trading aspect of it. But yeah.
I mean, Clemente, it just blows my mind that you have a dog PFP and dog's market cap is more than Blast and you still won't let it go. You know what I mean?
Okay, Clemente has been selling us on this vision, and I can respect the fact that he wants to specialize, and he lost money, and he's made some money somewhere else, so he's just gonna focus energy on that. While we have you here, though, and before we go to Jan, can you just like break down for people like myself who just honestly are completely out of the loop? How are people making money on Blast? Like my understanding is Pac-Man's incentivizing a bunch of activities. You go farm, and then you get tokens. Give me some more like specifics of like what your strategy is, because obviously everybody probably knows from what Pac-Man says how you'll make money. So like what are you basically advising to people? Like what how do you like yeah, how did you make money on Blast, I guess? What's the strategy?
So, well, there's the side of like people just actively farming gold, which is an interesting strategy that are just like, hey, I'm going to allocate X amount of time and ETH towards maximizing whatever my gold reward is. And I actually think a lot of people did get burned by that, by like saying, okay, gold is going to be worth X amount of dollars. I'm willing, like, if gold is going to be worth $5, I'm willing to lose $2.50 per gold that I get, because that means I'll make money. I think that's how a lot of people got burned. Uh, for me, I genuinely just participated in the ecosystem and tried to trade it, whether it's, and just how you participate in any ecosystem, like the ETH ecosystem with NFTs or meme coins or whatever it is. For me, it was literally trading these Twitter fantasy cards, and trying to buy things that I like. I literally have been obsessed with Twitter for the last year and a half. So if you can figure out what people are going to perform well over a specific period of time, you can actually make a pretty good amount of money from it. And then find cards that are undervalued. It's kind of like daily fantasy, basically, and utilizing that with just NFTs on top of it. That was a priority of, or main piece of how I made my money, was basically playing the incentives game, which is like, okay, where is Pac-Man going to incentivize? What's Pac-Man going to do? What ecosystems are building something that is not getting the attention that it has or that it is going to get in the future? And that was mostly Fantasy Top. I got in on Pac Moon, which is a meme coin on Blast, which is kind of a similar argument to Dog Go to the Moon. It's like, okay, you're betting on the overall ecosystem. If you make the comparison to like Brett of like, okay, that's the meme coin on base. versus Blast, and Pac Moon's market cap is 10% of Brett's. I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense. But overall, like, you make money on Blast just how you make it on everywhere else. It just has these incentives on top of it to try to bring users into it, and users will make money or lose money overall. It is a PvP environment, but if you can hyper specialize it, and just put more time in than anyone else into the ecosystem, you can make money in it just like you can do it on Runes.
Okay, so final question here. You said you put in like some certain amount of money and then you've now ended up with a certain amount of money. What amount of that money that you created is from you bought the fantasy card, it goes up, you sell it, you make money, or you buy Pac Moon, it goes up, you sell it, you make money, versus Pac Man basically giving you a token at the end and you have this payday? Like, how much money are you losing money on the trading, but then Pac Man makes up for it? How is the
Yeah.
distribution?
I never lost money trading. Like, I put in 2 ETH. I ended up with that 2 ETH then turned into, it's actually gone down, but got up. It's right now like 25-30K. I ran it up to, and then on top of that, whatever the number is, and then on top of that, I got 4,500 gold, which turned into, like, right now is like 11 grand. So there was the gold that turned into the Blast token, which was then airdropped.
Okay, so at the top you turned like 2 ETH into like 9 ETH or something, and then you also got this
Yes.
extra 3 ETH
Yes.
basically from Pac Man. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
it's interesting, very interesting. Jan, what's up?
Oh man, I've been waiting for this, Clemente. All good. We love you. First of all, you're buying Bitcoin. That's what we like to hear. We love you. You're part of the ecosystem. And I know that you're going to fall in love with everything else that we're doing here. It's just a matter of time. I want to comment on a couple things that you said, Clemente. So, first of all, you said that there is no room for more creators in ordinals. I think it's total BS. We're just getting started. And man, every time you tweet about ordinals, you get much more engagement than
Bro,
I
he
do.
gets more
And I do it
engagement talking
fucking
about
every
runes
day.
than Blast, Jan. I was about to say the same thing. Right?
Bro,
Right?
yeah, exactly. So, like, how can you Clemente say that there is no room for more creators on ordinals? Come on, like, you're very good at this. You know how to play the
No, okay,
game. You
wait,
know how
wait,
to
wait. No,
engage
Jan,
fun.
that's not what I said. It's not there's not more room for it. It's the overall ecosystem in general was missing creators as a whole, and it was literally zero competition. Zero comp. You can just strut on in there and basically have a pulse and any sort of idea on creating interesting content, and you were automatically just dominating. Versus Runes, you do, like, I'm competing with guys who have been creating content hypothetically for the last, I mean, you guys have been around, what was it? It's been a year and a half now, which is, it is difficult. I'm not saying it's impossible or that there's not room for me to step in and, like, carve my own niche out, but that was my argument.
Yeah, but again, I disagree because again, you kind of carved out your niche. You post about ordinals from time to time, and I don't think you're necessarily like fudding or like hating or whatever. I don't see your tweets like that. Obviously, some people in the ordinals community do see it like that, but that's just what it is. But you know how to create engaging content, how to basically work the community, and so we need different perspectives. I think ultimately that's what the ordinals community and the Bitcoin community and what we're all doing here, what we need. So I'm just like putting it out there that yes, there is some competition. Of course, there are people that have been doing it for a while, but we need a lot more. I talk to people on daily basis. People want to start podcasts. Like people are reaching out to me like, hey, what else can we do in terms of content, right? And so there's a lot more stuff that we can do, but I get that point about Blast. It was just a comment that I wanted to say because you get so much fucking engagement, bro. I'm envious, bro. I'm envious of your tweets
I
sometimes. I'm
I
like,
think I
fuck.
think I
Part
I
think
of it,
tweet.
I think
well,
Clemente,
it's just
there's
me
a
spewing uneducated bullshit is why it gets engagement. Is because I get corrected by everyone, everyone that, like, my content on Runes is talk uneducated in a way where it makes people angry and they engage with it, but, like, they don't
like the runes community is like, oh, like I'm excited to like engage with Clemente's content the way they engage with you guys. It's a negative engagement that I'm getting. At least in the current state of how I've been approaching uh runes right now.
Bro, yeah,
So
exactly. Like, look, I'm gonna be honest. The last 72 hours has hurt your chances of being a rune influencer. Let's be completely honest here. That said, have you heard of the dog effect? You just put the $DOG into your tweet, and you're gonna have way more engagement than any blast post you could ever put out. So I still think, like, this is my personal opinion. It's much better to be the 20th largest influencer in ecosystem the scale of Bitcoin than it is to be like the number one or two or whatever on a test stat. But I'm saying that I'm tongue in cheek. I just talk like that on the show because I'm turning into a maxi apparently. But
No, I
my point
mean,
is though, a bigger ecosystem doesn't matter if you're the 20th largest. Being the 20th largest influencer on Bitcoin, I mean that's at scale again. I think a massive amount of engagement, and I imagine like that's probably what's important. Like you're a content creator, right? Like you're a modern day journalist or something of this sort. It's like you're on social media, you're building yourself, and what really matters ultimately is engagement, right? And how many eyeballs are seeing the content you create, and are you providing value to those people that are choosing to then come spend their time on the content you create? And does it really matter if you're like the number one or two on a smaller thing, or 20th on potentially a bigger one? And if you're really good at what you do, you can climb the ranks, right? So I just think like the opportunity size on Bitcoin is just completely outsized of any sort of other ecosystem in crypto, and like we're basically all going to ride that wave, and that's what we're kind of doing here as that happens. But I respect from the trading perspective. I think that's basically the best point you've basically made here, and I think people should listen to what you're saying. Like find an area that you really are having fun in, and you're able to make some money in and get really good at it and understand it, because I imagine you would go up on a space about blast and people would really respect your opinion, and you would be able to really share insights and critically think and provide value, and you probably just feel like you can't do that in the runes ecosystem, and it's probably because you can't, because you haven't spent any time here. So that probably is all very reasonable. And yeah, specializing in one ecosystem probably does make a lot of sense. We just wish you were over here, but other than that, I understand the logic. That's pretty decent logic.
I mean, I think
100%.
Clemente is missing out on something that the Bitcoin guy on the Nifty show is not. He's leaving a void for you to fill as the runes ordinals correspondent. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you were to specialize in runes and ordinals, literally in 2 weeks, you would be knowing more about it than the Bitcoin guy, on the Nifty.
Pio in general doesn't literally. I mean, he has a pizza ninja, but he doesn't own runes. He actually, and maybe part of that is bias, is he just hates anything short term that is not buying and holding Bitcoin. He like actively doesn't like, even Blast. So he is a. It's not that hard to compete with him as far as like having takes on runes, even for me, considering what his stance is on short term trading with your Bitcoin.
I have a question, another question. Okay, this is great. This is a great segue because I actually had another question prepared for Clemente. And so basically, explain to us, the when it comes to the Nifty show, right? Because obviously, you have been tweeting about runes and ordinals from time to time, and you kind of tried trading it, etc. And maybe it didn't work out well for you at this point. I'm sure you're gonna come back. I have no doubts, but okay, it didn't work out maybe that well. Then I saw Easy yesterday, and I think I engaged with him, but he never got back to me. He was like, "Hey, I hold runes, but I hate everything when it comes to runes. I fucking hate holding this. I fucking hate this and this and that." I asked him like, "Okay, what do you hate the most? You're holding it, so like, what do you fucking hate the most about it?" So I would love to get an answer on that. And then obviously you just mentioned that Pio is like he basically doesn't really hold any of these other assets that are in the Bitcoin ecosystem, even though he's like a Bitcoin bull and he just loves, stacking Bitcoin, which again, like I have nothing against. I think it's a fucking tremendous strategy and you should just stick with that anyways. So like what's happening in the Nifty show? Like why what's the energy, and like, why do we see these kinds of like comments coming out of there?
In particular to whatever happened the last 48 hours, that was basically I uh identifying that you guys have a strong community, that runes are a strong community, and basically just milking it. Like I don't know. Pio never tweeted about it, but like Easy was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna get like if you can print 20K impressions, you can print 20K impressions. Is it like an ethical thing to do? I don't know. With Pio just hates it because just like he hates Blast. Pio hates Blast. Pio hates like all of like fantasy top. He hates all of that because it's not Bitcoin. He thinks it's a copy of Bitcoin. It steals attention from Bitcoin, like all of these things. As far as I don't know what the last question is, or like content or how we approach maybe like the morning show, or we're actually trying to not even comment as much. We're trying to scale back on a lot of the short-term trading content as a whole because we found ourselves stuck in a little bit of a niche when you look at like a podcast and trying to scale the podcast in like YouTube and like trying to reach more people. We found ourselves stuck in like a rabbit hole that is literally a niche of people on Twitter and on Twitter Spaces, which is like 5,000 people. And what's happened in that over time is like, yes, this was successful during the NFT mania of like 2021, 2022, because there was only ETH NFTs, right? And there were like 10,000 people or 20,000 people. So if you saturated that market, you would kind of crush it. But what's happened now is this same audience not only has shrunk, but has now gotten into these additional niches, which is like Solana NFTs, which is meme coins, which is now runes and ordinals, that like you're trying to attack like this, trying to tackle this market that's shrinking, that's become more polarizing, it's become more tribal like, and it's very hard to actually create compelling content that is effective in terms of like really getting people engaged, because you either create content about runes, let's say, and you're not educated enough and then you get corrected, or you create content about blast and then the people that want you to talk about runes or their own assets actually get mad and they tune out the show. So internally we've been actually trying to, and I don't even know, this is not even relevant to this conversation, but we've been trying to like even think through ourselves, like how do we actually evolve as content creators and get out of this niche that we've been operating in, that's not just short term, like these super passionate niches like the ordinals. It's a niche too. Uh, but when you're trying to break out of that and like go from whatever 5,000 listeners, 10,000 listeners to like 30, 40, 50,000, it like actually you have to change the type of content you're doing. So we've been like within our morning show and that aspect in particular, like we've been having this growth thing we're trying to solve. And like we've been talking more about Blast. I think even was a kind of a mistake to talk so much about Blast because it alienated the rest of the audience. But it was the only thing where I felt like I actually could provide valuable insight as a host versus Runes. If we bring that up on the morning show, I'm not an expert on that, and I like it. I hate talking about things that I'm not educated in, and especially when you have to like host a show about it. So, anyways, that's all to say. Like, uh, I don't even like even tweeting about ordinals because I don't. The reason I don't like tweeting about it is like I don't like being I'm not providing value by tweeting that I sold my runes, other than like this content persona that I have as a whole in terms of being hyper transparent about what I do on my trades. But like I don't enjoy being the dumbass about runes. It's not something that I like see as a sustainable content path. But it is a very interesting community that and very passionate and active community that there is room to grow in. But like I'm not trying to necessarily anyways, I'm rambling. I know I'm
How are
sorry if
you
like a
gonna
few minutes
learn
on
if
the
you
cross.
don't tweet about it?
I mean, it's like I don't the way I like to tweet is I don't like to just be like, yo, what rune should I buy? I don't like that kind of content. And me being like, teach me about runes. I could go down that route and I
I
could
mean,
just
you
be
can
like,
make
okay,
one of
awesome.
your videos saying like, "Yo, people, I'm interested in this community. Like, please educate me and look at a few things." Or you can go live. Like, it's just lack of, I don't know, effort.
Bongo, be
Yo,
nice
Clemente,
to
I think you're.
Clemente. Be
I
nice
think
to him.
it's, dude.
He likes Philly,
I think it's
okay?
so much.
I think it's so much bigger than that, though. Like, dude, this isn't a fucking impression game. That's what I hear really Clemente out of you. Like, I don't think that Ordinals or Runes or BRC20 is like, this isn't a fucking impression game, right? Like, this is like Bitcoin is much larger than that. And I think that like we all know how fucking Blast ends. Like you probably know how it fucking ends as well. And like some of your followers will probably get fucking wrecked. And that I think ultimately is the problem here. And like you sort of, stating that you guys want to move away more so from like short-term, like you're in direct conflict to what you're saying right now. Like Blast, we all know how that shit's going to fucking end. Whether that's short-term or medium-term. Like I think you're contradicting yourself way too much. This isn't a fucking impression game.
So are 95% of the so are 95% of the runes that exist today.
I'm not talking about runes. I'm talking about Bitcoin in particular, right? And there's so many other things like that you can, runes and ordinals are just one part to that, right? And like I think to Bongo's point as well, I think it's just lazy, dude. I think it's just like I'm not educated. Yeah, of course, just fucking work on it like you did with Blast. Like that's all I think people are asking. It just takes time.
Damn, Big God coming up here.
Dude, Trevor, I had all these people messaging me. They were like, "Why are you guys letting Clemente off the hook?
Oh, really?
Why are you being too soft on Clemente?"
Yo, because I love Clemente, bro.
I'm so glad Big God is filling in the shoes here.
Yo, I mean, Clemente, do you know how dead this show was before we renamed it to Clemente Interview? Like, we were literally like, there was someone who commented below the space. He smashed that purple button just to write, "This show is fucking boring." Like, this is a bad week, guys. This is the fucking bottom. Like, there's no way this is not the bottom. So, Clemente, you're more popular than you lead on here, bro.
I need to hop in like 5 minutes, but I know Farmer Joe like ratioed the fuck out of me. I know I want to hear what
because
what
bro, you sold the pub's bottom, man. Like, come on.
Yo, Clemente, I know. I dunked on you a little bit.
Well, Leo KO the Bucks. He was clear about that.
I wanted to say that you're more than welcome into the cabal to get better better at the Bitcoin ecosystem than you are currently. It was just for impressions. I thought it was kind of funny. I didn't mean anything negative to it, and you played along really well along the way. So yeah, as far as like the Bitcoin community goes, you're actually like a massively famous person in this space, whether you know it or not. And I would just lean into that, as like a pivoting point. Maybe this is an ecosystem that you can have fun with. It's certainly improving, but yeah, there's a huge amount of opportunities. You're more than welcome to the private cabal.
Yo, that's big, Clemente. That's big.
Clemente comes on this show, complains that he gets no engagement around runes. I find this tweet 336,000 impressions and his like last runes tweet. Like,
wait, how many?
It's such a joke. Clemente is probably like, this is his like secret Trojan horse into being the top rune influencer. I can already predict.
How many impressions did he get?
336,000, dude. Like, I don't think
I've
ever in the last month.
There's no Blast tweet with that many impressions.
Clemente is the reason everyone thinks runes are a scam at this point, with 330,000 impressions on that.
Yeah, we were talking about vanity metrics before. Hey, Clemente, I want to ask like a serious question because they're like all pulling the piss a bit. As you said, like you find it a lot harder to spend your Bitcoin, and I mean this, a lot harder to spend your Bitcoin than your Solana. At the start, I kind of felt that, but I realized that you can just trade your Solana for Bitcoin. So essentially, if you're spending, no, I mean it though, like if you're spending any cryptocurrency, which you should be trying to get more of, essentially then to swap to Bitcoin, like what do you think is the mindset shift there? Like when it is it should, in my opinion, at least be like the end game of looking after yourself IRL, but then also then just like getting more Solana, so to speak, to then get more Bitcoin. Like it's in the end, it's a way to get more Bitcoin, I'd assume. But yeah, like why do you reckon there is that mindset where it's like, yeah, this is easy to spend, it feels like shit, and then like, but essentially it could just be Bitcoin. I do actually find it an interesting phenomena because I felt that at the start as well.
Yeah, so the way I'm looking at it is literally like, I think Solana outperforms Bitcoin in the next 12 to 18 months. And at some point, I'm going to sell my Solana. And with that, I'm going to buy Bitcoin. Like, if Solana does Solana's at 136 right now. I think Solana does like a 2x, goes to like 300 plus, and who knows? Like I don't know, right? Bitcoin could outgain
Wait,
Solana. I mean, that's
Clemente.
how I'm
You
looking at it.
think that over the next 18 months, the only thing Solana's going to do is go to like 20% below their prior all-time high when they weren't very
I'm
confident?
giving an
I
example.
mean,
I'm
dude,
giving an example,
Solana,
right?
it's the
Solana goes
crypto bull
500
run,
bucks.
bro. You're gonna do a 10x under Solana. I'm not worried about that, right? Like you're gonna do well probably with your Solana. It's more of a question of look, the bigger Bitcoin versus Solana thing is I want to know, like, Clemente, you're not an influencer on like should you buy Bitcoin or Solana. You're an influencer on the nitty gritty crypto native, like specific, use cases that we're all spending our time focused on. And like I agree with Bitcoin a little bit. Like, I don't think there's a long term sustainable sort of points farming situation on Blast. It might be fun this go around and maybe the next season, but these seasons, like it's just literally inherently an unsustainable strategy to do this, right? And Bitcoin is fully sustainable, right? There's no juicing the numbers on any of this like runes or Bitcoin stuff. It's just purely organic, and you can build plant your flag on Bitcoin. Everyone else is going to eventually have to come over here anyways, maybe like 5 years from now. And then you'll have planted your flag way, way before everyone else when Web3 was still largely considered a joke over here, which is, again, a pretty amazing time to plant your flag on Bitcoin. Like that's kind of the pitch that probably the BitGod was maybe trying to make to you.
It makes sense. I'm look. I don't have literally all the answers.
You're rogging now.
Winging it along the way. Like I don't know. It might make way more sense to be like there's how many wallets, despite what Pac-Man said of like 100,000 daily active users, which is like real users a completely different number. There will come a time where the Blast ecosystem in general has only X amount of participants. My thought process, I literally have as a creator, if you want to like grow your audience in general, you start in a niche that you can saturate and then you grow that niche from there. I don't think I've saturated or become an expert in the niche that is Blast. Maybe there'll come a time where I'm like, yeah, okay, I want to expand, I want to get out of it, and I'll learn and I'll try to like grow into that. Like I'm trying to figure this stuff along the way
Clemente,
as a trader. Yeah.
let's do Runes and Ordinals podcast together once a week. How about that?
Who's saying that? Sorry, it says everyone's muted on
Bongo.
Bongo, he
whenever
doesn't
you
know who
speak.
you are, bro. Bongo, he don't want to do a podcast with somebody who's like a nobody, bro. This is
The only
Clemente,
fucking
bro.
broken accent here,
Dude,
Clemente.
Bro, this is Clemente we're
Bongo.
talking about here, bro.
Adam,
Dude,
be
Clemente has
careful.
more engagement on a tweet about runes than anybody on the space right now. I mean, put some respect on the guy's name, guys.
You got to put some respect on his name, Bongo.
Who's talking right now?
Who's that? Is that Bongo down there?
Dude, Bongo jumped at the chance to dunk on me today when the Blast airdrop did not do well. It was literally as soon as I posted it, the first response was Bongo going like, it's not like, congrats, now is your time to get into runes or whatever. I don't even remember what it was. And then it was a quote tweet. I was like talking about the Bodagos merch that we dropped. And I was like, yo, go buy it. Like super cool shirts. We're excited about it. Bongo goes, wow. Blast is down so bad he has to sell T-shirts. I'm hoping to use those proceeds to buy runes. I don't even. It was something like that where I was like, dude, I can't even like talk about something else.
We got a Bojago on stage coming to back you up, Clemente. They're connecting right now, but I want to hear what Notorious Big Bull has to say about this whole situation as the Bojago. But
We can go to Adam. Adam has been patiently waiting.
and Adam,
Yeah,
yes,
I'm wondering,
I want to hear what
Clemente.
Adam says.
Dude, I mean, Clemente, you're one of my favorite follows on Twitter. I love your content, but I'm wondering are you afraid to actually post and tweet about runes because you're worried about getting like dunked on in the comments by not having like is that the fear? Like I mean I know in the Bitcoin space, there's a lot of like really knowledgeable people, right? This is I'd say the most knowledgeable community in all of crypto Twitter. I mean, is that the fear of not being knowledgeable enough?
There
Is that part of it?
with 1,000 with Ordinals as a whole, with Bitcoin as a whole, average consumer, or you can call it just the audience member in general, is extremely smart. Like there is a more nuanced take to ordinals, Bitcoin in general. It's just the culture of Bitcoin has like a more nuanced conversation with it, other than that's not like price go up. It is a lot simpler to be like to create and have a base level of understanding, and the like provide value is like you provide value what there's different ways the simple way is to answer your question, Adam, is yes. Like when I look at providing like value to the ordinals ecosystem, providing value as a content creator as a whole, it's like weird for me to tweet about something consistently when I'm not like fully aware of the nuance
Dude,
behind it.
I get
Right?
that
Like
totally, but I think you're missing the main thing, which is you can provide value to the community simply by talking about the community, right? I mean, that I think is what people in this space are mainly interested in, which is you as a great creator. We'd love to have you in the community just to talk about it, because you have like a voice that can like communicate ideas and stuff. And I think you don't need to be an expert to like communicate that. And I think that's the thing that people are trying to, convince you of here, which is like, join. You don't have to be an expert. Just use your expert skills as a communicator to, just talk about runes, ordinals, and the Bitcoin ecosystem.
Well, to Adam's point, actually, the best content is created when you're first learning something. Like the hole that I'm stuck in, that Leo, that like all of us up here are stuck in, is that we've been so deep into this shit that we can't take our head out of our asses. You know what I mean? It's like we're just like PSBTs, UTXOs. Like that's the first thing that we say when people come onto this show, and they're like, "What the hell are these guys talking about?" And like, there's a certain like sublime, quality to when you're first learning something, and you're like sharing what you learned in the timeline. You get like the most followers and the most people receptive at that time period.
Clemente, if you want a bunch of engagement, okay, here's the tweet you do. 1,000 retweets right now, 1,000,000 impressions. I sold all my blast. I just put it in dog go to the moon, all in on runes. That's 1,000 retweet post right there. You want engagement? I'm serving it up on a platter right now.
Dude, you're gonna make $1,000 just off of X, just from that one post.
Elon will pay you the
But
big
he's
bucks for
not
that
wrong. Like if you do it now, it's gonna fucking happen, man. Like a couple of my tweets with Doc in this thing, like it was like some of the most performing tweets I've ever had, And I'm not a fucking content creator. I just post about fucking going to the gym every day, That's what I do.
I think the dog farming meta right now, like the dogfluencer dog farming meta, is like way more profitable than blast farming right now.
No, but
I mean, we have a higher
combined
market
with the
cap than
fact that Blast is getting smashed by a lot of people right now, that's the killer combination. You gotta go and farm that shit out of it.
Okay, I got a question for Clemente. Not when Bitcoin Ordinal PFP, because you're pretty set in your ways, but if you were to put a Bitcoin Ordinal as a PFP, which collection would it be from?
Again, I faded the puppets at point of. I have a troubled history with Bitcoin in general. I do like the puppets. I'd probably pick the puppets. I like the big three, OMBs. I like Quantum Cats and Bitcoin puppets. Node monkeys have been a tough pill for me to swallow, but they are dominating and they're holding pretty strong. OMBs, I'm a partial owner of. I'm a 1/8 owner of an OMB actually. So, but
1/8.
with 1/8, baby. I have a Nat Cat that's down. I'm down like 75% on that. OMBs, OMBs in general, I find interesting. I've been actually more excited about them recently than I have been before because, well, OMBs in general, I was like, I don't know. I find the collectibles. ZK's just dominated building like a freaking kick-ass like hardcore community
The
cult
history,
like anyone else.
in the art for the OMBs is definitely like one of a kind. Like being able to like see a PFP that also represents like a piece of history is dope for sure. And yeah, ZK killed it. He was here with these guys on stage, the host of the show, fucking February 2023. So definitely OG as far as ordinals go. But yeah, dope, man. You should change up your PFP to a fucking Bitcoin ordinal and rock it. Let's go.
Clemente, if you change your PFP to an ordinal, just even for the show, I will do the same thing. I will rock a dog. You know, I have a bunch of dogs, man. I have a bunch of dogs. I will rock one of them. If you change your PFP right now, at least for the show.
I don't even know. Like, I wouldn't change it to the like this nasty ass Nat Cat that I own is
Okay,
embarrassing. Like, I
Clemente,
can't
Clemente, I gotta
even.
pause you.
I'm
Nat Cat,
embarrassed to
can
own
you
it.
can you explain to me like why you bought a Nat Cat and like what digital
Dude, it
matter
was the
series?
same bullshit that I. It was bullshit, is what it was. I got fed this bullshit ass narrative of whatever this
Yeah, so
DMT
yeah,
ass.
I want to hear
Bull,
your understanding of what non-arbitrary tokens and digital matter theory is. I'm very curious to hear.
I literally was. I watched this video of how the dude. It was like, well, first off, it was. I asked a question, and the first response was, "Don't mid curve it. Just buy it and ask questions later." I was like, okay, well, that's kind of interesting. An interesting way of thinking about it. And then I was like, okay, let me try to think. I watched this YouTube video of how Bitcoin, the blocks do this sort of combination, and that combination will create a specific color, and then the color these create traits, and there's going to
You
be a
fucking
future
mid
Bitcoin
curved it.
block that creates. There's like, yeah, there's block in the future is going to create another like 200 of these or whatever it was. So I was like, oh, this is actually so. I don't understand this at all, but it feels interesting enough that as a collectible, I feel like there's enough people that want to own this. So I was like, okay, I'll buy this because I can't. I felt like I was priced out of other things, so I bought that, and yeah, I'm down 85% on it. But I guess the net,
Clemente,
like,
do you like
I
pizza?
don't know.
Do you enjoy the food of pizza?
I
Okay,
do,
did you
I
know that
do.
there is a collection that's almost at its all-time high that's focused exclusively on pizza as a PFP?
I got fudded out of my. I owned a Pizza Ninja. Trevor, I went to the
Okay,
pizza
hang on.
party.
I'm
I
sure I
love Trevor.
mistakenly heard you there. You used the past tense of the word uh, there when you just said that sentence.
Yeah,
He got it
it
just
was
for the pizza party, and then he was out. He fucking floored that shit.
I mean, I swear to God, Clemente,
I know, bro.
we
I invited this guy to like a
He just
private
wanted the free
pizza
pizza.
party. I extended my hand out. I said, dude, become my friend for life. And then yeah, that's what he did, bro.
there's like one PFP that's like still almost close to its all-time high, and that's the one Clemente sold.
literally. I haven't made a single profitable move on Ordinals Runes. I kid you not. I kid you not. Other than selling that Pizza Ninja, and then it did like a 3x afterwards. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm a dumbass. It was someone else fudded me out of my damn Pizza Ninja, and it's crushing it. It's
Who
crushing
did
it.
that?
The
Who
one
did
thing that
that?
I shouldn't
Let's
have sold,
spot
I
that
sold.
person. Who did that? Give me a name.
I can't reveal the
Trevor,
Clemente,
name.
who are you getting your alpha
I
from?
really no
Like
man, Trevor.
I'm genuinely
was the
curious.
was
Who
the
you
guy that
obviously have
fudded.
some relationship that's giving you these like Nat Cat and stuff. I'm just
Dude,
curious. Who is it?
don't change a thing, Clemente. Clemente is the greatest bottom and top caller of all time. Clemente, don't change. Don't change anything. You just keep being you, baby. You're perfect. Don't let these
Hey
guys change
Clemente,
you at all.
was the guy that fudded you out of the Pizza Ninja the same guy that gave you the DMT Nat
It
Cat?
literally is very. It's the similar. It's there's mutuals involved in the Natcat. Same with the runes I've been buying. It's some bullshit.
Are
Uh,
they ETH people that
overall,
pivot into Bitcoin or Solana people that
no, it's Bitcoin people. It's Bitcoin native people that are dominating actually. But I get in and I get in way too late, or there's some bullshit where they're like, no, dude, you should
Clemente,
have
have you
sold
ever
after
wondered the
24
strategy in which
hours.
they're dominating? I'm just curious if that's ever crossed your mind.
Yeah, they're using
They're
Clemente
What
as
just
extra
strategy do you think it
liquidity.
is that they use to dominate, per se? In your words.
no, it's bullshit, is what it is. I don't like. I mean, they're crushing it. They're doing well. I've only been their exit liquidity a couple times. But yeah, I've been literally down exponentially on everything that I've bought on ordinals and runes, other than the Pizza Ninja, which I sold and then missed
Bro,
out on
Trevor,
literally
how
like a
come
7x.
how
And
come this guy sold a Pizza Ninja, man? You're literally like Aren't you?
I don't know, bro. I mean, I think we need a therapist here to examine this friend
No,
friend relationship. You know,
Oh
like
my God.
I was told.
you're in a toxic relationship, Clemente. You got to get yourself out of
we
it.
gotta
You
we
know?
gotta help this guy. We really like need to take care of Clemente, guys. Like this is really like my mission right now, because like Trevor is literally like on the Nifty show from the very beginning of Ordinals. He is the educator when it comes
Yeah, I'm
to,
an investor in the Nifty, guys.
and
I know
you're an
best.
investor, and these guys are fucking trying to trade your shit, instead of fucking holding it. Oh my god, man. We gotta
Keep floor after the party.
we
I
gotta
mean,
change this. This is our
Yeah,
mission right now.
it was an invite only party for the people that I trust the most in the space, that I believe in, that I know they'd have my back. When times got tough. That's
I'm
what
gonna
it
be
was.
honest. This is where the situation, Clemente, probably this is the kind of strategy that I actually think would make a lot of sense. Just go buy a diverse basket of kind of top runes, top ordinals, PFPs. I don't, it depends how much liquidity you want to put into it, but buy a diverse basket and just don't do anything until Coinbase is the number one app in the App Store on iTunes, on like the Apple App Store, and then maybe sell some of it or something to that effect. Like that strategy is probably pretty decent strategy for just basically playing this bull run, because you're going to have exposure to the space and you're not going to have to be making all these decisions, and your friends are going to be messaging you, buy this, sell this, do all this shit. You can just basically ignore all of that and still have the exposure to the space that you probably want without all of the like decision making, basically, right? So just my 2 cents, but because I do feel like you probably do want some exposure to the space, but it's up to you how you want to do that exposure. I just think the strategy you were doing with your friend probably wasn't the best strategy. Like it sounds like, right? And you found a strategy with base. Maybe your strategy here is literally just a simple, dollar cost averaging, diverse basket. Don't think too hard about the actual things, and then just hold it until you think we're at the peak of some sort of crypto bull run, which is usually when Coinbase is the top app in the App Store, right?
No, that makes sense. I gotta hop, guys. I appreciate you guys giving me time and letting me hang out with you guys. The only thing I will say, and this feels like such a top signal, the only thing I was going to buy before I decided I need to stop gambling
don't
with my
say it.
Bitcoin was $1 billion cat. I actually like
Stop it.
freaking think that's a
Send it
badass signal, but
lower.
now I
Send it
see
lower.
everyone
Let's
shilling.
Get out.
go.
Bro, get out,
Get out.
sell.
Get out. Leave Clemente. Jesus Christ.
I actually think like every time I comment on
Good
something or every
Lord.
time I look at like a
Please, Bonga, please
Ordinals
don't interrupt
post, it's
Clemente. I
those.
want to make sure he gets all of his words out here. Clemente, go ahead. Please
Wait,
continue.
who spoke? Who spoke? No, I'm kidding. No, I I see the people putting the sunglasses on their faces, and I'm like, damn, that's pretty freaking cool. That's interesting. And the same people that told me to. The only problem was the same people that told me to buy Nat Cats. Told me to buy $1 billion cut. They called this at 5 mil, and I faded it. And now I'm like, dude, I can't buy this thing 10x what it already is. Uh, and then I decided to sell my runes because I'm like, okay, I have a gambling addiction and I need to sell my bit. I got to stop gambling with my Bitcoin because it's not working out for me. So, anyways, that's thank you guys for letting me hang out.
I expect
Great seeing you,
Billy
bro.
under
Come
40
back
mil
anytime,
in three
dog.
hours.
He didn't bought any. He doesn't have any. Okay? Intentions doesn't mean anything until he puts the trigger. We good.
All right. Well, Clemente, you're welcome back anytime, bro. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. Okay. I did get a message from Businessman that the Businessman interview is on for Monday. So that should be fun. I see. Okay. Maverick, you've been waiting like super patiently, man. What's up?
Hi, how you doing, bro? Thanks for having me up. I actually had a question for Clemente before he jumped out, but I didn't want to jump in your chat. And I'm a smaller creator. I've only been building this account for like 3 months now, and in that time, I've derugged a project, and we're about to launch our coin. So I kind of get what you're saying of building yourself up on a smaller network, being a bigger fish. And I was gonna ask him, if he was gonna come back over to the Bitcoin side, if he would be looking to kind of specialize more on runes or ordinals. 'Cause when I was a community manager coming up, I was trying to make partnerships with Ordinals and get some exposure there, and it was quite hard to get your foot through the door if you weren't already there. And now, the projects I've derugged is kind of growing. I'm an injective at the minute, so it's quite scalable, fast. There's a lot of opportunity, but I've kind of got to a point where we're looking at it, and it's like, we want to be omni-chain really, and reach out to bigger communities, and give all of our users that exposure. So we're kind of looking at that now, like, right, is that Ordinals? Is that Ethereum / Base, or is that Solana? So yeah, I was going to ask him, if he was going to come over to this, would it be more Ordinals or Runes he would look to specialize in? So
He's tweeted about
equally,
it.
I'd be interested in
He's
hearing your
tweeted about
thoughts
it.
on that.
I'll answer on his behalf because he's tweeted basically exactly. He said he really, really digs Ordinals and he's basically out of Runes forever. It sounds like that's what he said. Those are his words. So I think he still likes Ordinals and looks like he's going to pick up, I think, a puppet, he said. So that's, I think, the situation. And I think, yeah, he digs probably NFTs probably more than meme coins in general based on just his account. So, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Well, I added quite a few people here anyway. So as I say, we're looking at kind of being omni-chain now, and Ordinals seems to really be taking off. And like you said, pretty much all roads lead back to Bitcoin in general. So yeah, man, I'd love to reach out to a few of you guys, and if there's any win-wins that can be had that can help us kind of onboard a bit to Ordinals, I'd love to work with some of you guys on that.
We'll have to work on the conviction. It can't be we kind of want to be omni-chain. It needs to be, I'm leaving the test nets. They were all scams. I'm coming to the mother chain. You're going to be received very well if that's the messaging. So we can work on the messaging a little bit, but yeah.
Well, no, 100% we're going to be omni-chain, but where we go with that, we need to see,
I'm messing with
whether,
you. I know.
I
I'm
know,
messing with you.
but yeah, we need to see, where we're going to be accepted, where we can, make those kind of partnerships, because, Injective and Cosmos in general, obviously, as you know, some people think it's fragmented liquidity, but everyone's quite willing to work with one another. Whereas, from what I've seen so far, some of the bigger chains are a little bit more gated, and if they don't like your project, you're not getting in, which is fair enough. It wasn't my project before, so didn't have much control over that. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Now I'm running the project. We've got a really strong, smaller community here. It'll be cool to see what we can kind of do and what partnerships we can make on the bigger chains. So yeah, man, I'll pop up to you guys after, and it'd be cool to have a chat.
Sounds good, Maverick. Appreciate you coming through. Eli.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, you kind of stole my gag. I was going to say you can't come over here half-hearted. It's like, I'm getting my IPFS pointers off Injective. I don't even I couldn't tell you the first thing about Injective, but and we're legitimizing the project. We don't want to be a dud project. Leo, I saw, I don't know, I actually don't know the account. Coin Toshi or something like someone who's part of that based crew has been bull tweeting dog heaps, and they only had 868 impressions on their last tweet. So I think
Wait, who is it?
I think you need I don't actually know them.
Can you
I'm
send
actually
me a
not even trying
DM?
to promote them because I'll send you a DM because they've been bull tweeting dog heaps. And I'm like, man, they deserve some more impressions. We were
Send me the
telling
tweet.
well,
I'll check
obviously
it out.
comment.
Sometimes people
All
will
right.
tweet things where it makes it unretweetable by me, where it'll be like, I guarantee everyone becomes a million, this kind of stuff. I'm like, look, you're a huge passionate dog fan. I love it. The energy, like you're here 24/7, but I can't retweet the stuff you're tweeting for like and there's like
100%. I don't
several
actually
kind of
even
edge
know this
cases
person.
like that, so it might be one of those. I don't know, but
no, he was talking about I actually don't know who it is. They were talking about purely like the hold account's gone right up supposedly. So you could probably confirm that. So yeah, that's like interesting data.
Interesting.
But yeah, I'll DM you anyway.
Yeah. Very cool. I'm curious, Farmer, when you saw Clemente's tweet the other day that he's about to buy puppets, he's going to buy a puppet. What was the gut reaction to that?
Yeah, I floored everything. I honestly just floored everything. No, I'm just joking. I yeah, I mean, I was worried. I think the puppets community were worried. The response in the comments was adequate. Everyone was just like, stay away from our puppets.
Bro, the dude is literally, he's the Jim Cramer of calls right now. I mean, he is so money in the opposite direction. Yeah, he's a great follow, guys, just to let you know.
But no, that being said, like I mean, this happens oftentimes, like when people chase when people chase things that move like drastically already. So I've fallen victim to this as well many cycles ago, and lost my shit often as well. So it's just like one of those things where you just I think this has been brought up by him too. Is just like focus on what you know, focus on an ecosystem that you understand, focus on where you have an edge sustainably so, and have like a good network of information flows, and allows you to create ideas with some level of conviction to understand like what you think in the community will be hot or not, or have longevity and so forth. So Clemente, I think he came into the runes ecosystem and the ordinals ecosystem maybe a lot later than a lot of us. And oftentimes, those individuals that come in, when there's peak hype, they're just kind of following price action and volume, rather than kind of understanding where things were in the past and where things might go. So I don't know. I'm always a fan of just like studying the ecosystem and becoming good at it. You kind of see that as like a common trait for anyone, any trader, any like influencer, and so forth. I think you can't be a master of everything. You can certainly try, but I think you just end up chasing far too much.
So, Farmer, am I correct that you have some background in TradFi?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Yeah. So in TradFi, it would basically be unheard of that somebody specializes in all of finance, right? Instead, people focus on some specific, like you're in private equity and you're focusing on pharmaceuticals and probably even some niche of some rare drugs, rare, diseases inside of that even, right? Like this is, how, you find your niche because of
I
course.
mean, we can even like bring it backwards even further, right? Just as like an asset class, you rarely have someone that specializes in debt capital markets or debt markets as well as equities. Simple as that. And then I just view chains themselves as different countries and different worlds. So it's almost like you specialize in equities in European equities, or you specialize in equities in American equities, or you specialize in Asian equities to understand like what's going on. And then at a broader macro level, that's kind of the crypto market in itself. So I don't know, like it's that's the best comparison that I would kind of put it to.
So if L1s are countries, that means Pac-Man and Blur are a subset of the US government, issuing land grants to builders to go out west.
They are Puerto Rico.
Precisely.
See,
I mean, we have some people on stage who live in Puerto Rico, so we don't need to talk bad about Puerto
I
Rico.
mean,
Yo, are you trying to make me
I
bullish on Blast, dude? You trying to make me like what's going on
Let's
here?
talk about Grenada. They can be Grenada. How does that
I've
sound?
heard people that live in Puerto Rico say that it's improving, and the conditions aren't exceptional at times. But I mean, you got a nice beach, and the city is actually like from what I know, expanding pretty rapidly.
And a rainforest. The rainforest is pretty epic.
I mean,
So
Farmer,
Lee,
when you actually get to this level size, like it adds up. I mean, like the amount I'm getting paid to live here. I mean, I'd live on fucking Mount Kilimanjaro for the amount of money I'm saving living here.
Dude, I will live on Mount Kilimanjaro even if I don't get paid. That sounds awesome.
I'd
Is
live,
there any
I'd live,
houses on
I'd
Mount
live,
Kilimanjaro
I'd
for
live in
sale?
a shack
I'll
next to
absolutely
Lake Titicaca if I had to, for the amount of savings I'm getting.
Hey, Trevor, have you been to Lake Titicaca? It's quite beautiful,
So Trevor's
but I
basically
wouldn't want to
saying
live
he's
there. But
rich
it
as
is
fuck.
for the travelers. I would head there. It's a beautiful place.
If your bags are as packed full of runes and ordinals as mine, I mean, you guys should have bags packed full of ordinals and runes. I mean, do you not believe what's coming in 6 months here? Like, you guys should all be literally swimming to Puerto Rico to save money.
Trevor, but this works for you because you are at a computer 24/7. So you could be living in a third world country and still be happy and satisfied because you live in Web3.
wait, what do you need that PR doesn't have to offer?
I mean, I hear the internet at times is not the greatest, but
You're just talking about
Trevor
not
proves me
being in.
wrong.
You're talking about not being in front of the computer. So
Jan, do they have good gyms there?
Jan, have you ever been to Puerto Rico?
I've never been. I need to visit Trevor at some point. I have never been. I've traveled the world, but I've never been to Puerto Rico. I even want to spend a little bit more time potentially like in Latam this year, next year. I want to explore. I've never really been to that part of the world. Obviously, I've been to North
I
America,
don't
but
know,
I've never been to that
Jan,
part of the world.
you can do that in a bear market. So next year, please cancel all plans of exploration
But bro,
for the
like, come on,
sake
it's a
of
bear
expert.
market now. No, come on. Like, I see people going on vacation every fucking day. So, like, I'm like, hey, maybe I should catch up with that.
This is pre-bull still, sir. Pre-bull.
for the record, DR is better than PR. And I can hook you up in Dominican Republic. So let me know.
Let's go, man. Let's fucking go.
Trevor, have you?
Or come down to Australia. It's pretty fun here.
Australia is epic. The
Although
problem is it's
Trevor,
so far away for us US
I'm
people.
gonna. I'm.
it is.
It's
I
like
know,
closer
I
to
know.
get to Antarctica than it is to get to Australia.
Trevor, have you been to Culebra, the like little island off? I've always wanted to
Culebra.
check that out. Culebra, yeah, Culebra.
Not yet, as Farmer Joe said. Like I live at my desk, so you know.
That's not true. I told somebody said there's a dog community member who said they met you the other day. You have to be going out to some stuff, but I hear you.
Yeah. No, there's like a. I mean, pound for pound, there's a lot of crypto Web3 people here, and a lot of the OGs are here too. So it's like also good just like to be in that orbit.
I think the more frustrating thing about, the whole Clemente thing is like content about content influencers or like people that are in these ecosystems. They're not going to be here in 5 years, right? Or less. Like they're fucking news hosts, right? Like how many fucking news hosts have we seen on our TVs as we've grown up? Like these people will be cycled through. Like people will move on to the next, whatever the fuck interesting sort of character. Like you're not pushing the sort of space forward. You're reporting on what the fuck is happening. We know how Blast ends. We know how X fucking ecosystem ends outside of Bitcoin, Ethereum, maybe Solana, which I think is still questionable. Like that's I think the sort of problem here is it's like, dude, it's not an impression game that you like farm for the next like 2 years and then fuck off to a fucking desk job after you've made a couple bucks off your followers. Like that's fucked. Like that's the problem here. And I think like I think Clemente is a good person, but like I just think that like you should think further about like you want to have edge, you want to have like interest in something that you of course love, but like at the same time that should align with like your values, like what you're sort of into, and not just like what the next narrative is. And I don't know, I just think that like content about content influencers are so dangerous, and like you should be building something, like you should be trying to do something that pushes the space forward. So I don't know, I think that's what's so frustrating
Sir,
to me about this.
BG, you were the #1 engagement farmer, though. Come on.
No, but listen,
Yo,
absolutely, right. And so like that's ultimately why I am stating this is like that was wrong,
You
right?
saw the
Like
light.
me doing that was not right. And it's just like I think you get to a point where you're like, that isn't the right way to do things. And like, what do you actually sort of stand for? What do you actually want to see happen? And so yeah, I think absolutely. I played the game, and I don't think that I would have done it again. Honestly, I think like going back, I don't think I would have done any of that
But you can do
sort of the same.
both. You can do both. Look at Leo, for example.
I mean, look, here's the reality, right? Like ultimately, I don't like it's I don't we don't know what Clemente's goal is. Like maybe it's not right for everyone to like go start a company or something, right? maybe Clemente is, maybe he went to journalism school and that's what he wants to do and he's covering the crypto industry. Like, I mean, it's an okay thing to do. Like, I personally don't really listen to that archetype very much. I'd much rather listen to the people kind of building, really using these things every day, like very, very native, touching the stuff, understanding it from a technical level.
Like Pac-Man, Leo?
So look, I respect Pac-Man. I'll be honest. I don't like the way they do the juicing of the numbers, but I respect Pac-Man as a builder, like 100%. Like it's undeniable. He builds the actual products and software is amazing. So it's a unique thing. But yeah, look, BG. Bottom line is, we need you to be the interviewer for the next Clemente. It'll be way more entertaining
I mean,
than what we asked him.
I mean, he does work. They're a media company, right? I mean, you watch their shows in the morning; they're covering the entire crypto space, So I mean, yeah, I mean, him choosing Blast as the thing he's going to cover. I mean, obviously, you can definitely criticize that, and I, you know, it's fair game, right? But I mean, they're a media company first, and obviously with the whole Choose Rich and all those guys, I mean, they're trying to create interesting content and covering the entire crypto space, right? So,
And they're
yeah, I
doing
don't,
a good job. That's
and they
why
do.
we
I mean,
care
I think
about
they're one of the
Clemente.
best. Yeah, let's be clear. I think they're one of the best. I mean, I find them really entertaining. I look at it as entertainment, first and foremost. Um, and like I said to Clement, I think he does a great job at it. But I understand what you're saying, Bitgott as well. Like, you know, you got to choose wisely to a degree, and I think he's learning and he is choosing. He'll get better at it or whatever. But yeah, I think but first and foremost, they're a media company and they're trying to get eyeballs, and so to to a degree, kind of we're all playing that game, and so yeah, I don't know where it is exactly, but that's just kind of my thought on
Yeah,
it.
I think where I align with BG that I don't think completely applies to Clemente is part of like, there's an actual company and a real structure and they have shareholders. And, I think they're trying to be a media company. I think a lot of the archetype that I don't like is maybe what BG's saying, where they're a shit poster. They come along. We can all name these people, from ETH. And they're just kind of creating a bunch of engagement, and then eventually, it's building up to sell you a token basically, or something along these lines. And I don't know about the Bodoggo situation, but for the most part, like, those guys have, I think, tried to do coverage of the space the way a news anchor or something would. And like, in general, PO, Nick, I haven't seen them fall into like, they've been doing this for a couple of years, and I haven't seen them fall into a lot. Like, these guys could have like teamed up with a celebrity and launched a meme coin pretty easily in the last month, and they've like chosen to stay away from that, and I kind of respect it. So like, they're walking the line, I think, a lot better than a lot of these guys are, to be completely honest. But I
Yeah,
also
I
do
mean, and
hear you, and I
they bump up against it. Like, I do watch their show once in a while because it's funny and it's fun, morning show type of thing. But they bump up against it. Like, they've done the Pump.Fun. They select a token and then that token, and they've had to play with that, and it's a hard line to do because you want to do stuff that's entertaining, right? But then obviously the moment they talk about a token pumps, right? And it's a hard line to play in, and you can literally see them like making these calls live on the show, and it's not an easy call. Like, literally they're saying like, no, we shouldn't be doing this, like, on the show, so yeah, it's a challenge. It's a real challenge for those guys
yeah.
to run that kind of thing.
Bottom line here, I'll say, is like, I am kind of with BG. It's not where I get my information from. Like, I am specifically looking for essentially the leading kind of industry experts in a certain area. It's like, I like listening to somebody like Charlie, who was on here earlier, or Nick from Luxor. These guys have spent many years specializing in essentially like Bitcoin mining, Bitcoin protocol stuff. And like, that's where I'll get my information from when I want that. I don't want kind of the generic watered down version. That's basically just me, though. And I have sort of the time to kind of decipher all of that. Like, when I want to hear, stuff about venture, like, Trevor kind of like, basically has seen it all and can kind of give me his thoughts on whatever something is. And, Farmer, when I want to, know about like something DeFi related, or like, I'm just not an expert on DeFi, right? And And Farmer has known a lot more there. So like I'll trust Farmer's tweets on some take on some DeFi thing way better than what I would just organically think on my own, right? And you kind of just collect these like industry experts who aren't necessarily news people, but that, you know, have basically built some sort of reputation in some niche of some area. And I would much rather collect like, you know, 25 of these guys to get my information from than just kind of the watered down version. So from that perspective, BG, I do pretty much agree with you in a lot of the regards there. But I don't put Clemente in this category of just like intentionally fucking people over and stuff. He seems like he's walking the line much better than a lot of people. So like I'm not going to be like critiquing Clemente. He's probably had a lot of
I would say he fully believes Blast is going to be like as big as Bitcoin or something crazy. You know what I'm saying?
That's, I mean, equally as dangerous, but okay. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's go to Fred. Fred's been patient. Fred, what's up, my man? How you doing?
What's up, brother? Loving this show. Yeah, I think we've been a little too genuine and too welcome to Clemente. I like the big God approach a little more. We got to play their game. Media people are polarizing. So, you know, I genuinely, when I got up here, I got scared. The moment that the moment he was talking about Billy, I was like, I gotta come up here and save my bags real quick. Gotta talk to Bongo. Hey, is the cat at $1 billion yet? No, it's not. Let's get Clemente out of the fucking room and be in peace. But no, in all seriousness, I think the approach would be negative psychology with Clemente. We gotta fut him out of this one, out of Runes and Ordinals. Worst case, he stays out. You know, at least our bags are safe. Best case, I guess he apes and starts getting educated, sees the light, leaves Blast. And then the cat will be at $1 billion. Hopefully, that's
Fred, I will personally guarantee you this. You can write this check, take it to the bank. In about 2 seasons from now, Clemente will put out a tweet. Pac-Man screwed me over. I'm leaving the ecosystem to go to the next L2 farming one that I'm going to do. Like, take it, cash the check, take it to the bank, cash the check. It's obviously where the sense, because we know fundamentally it's an unsustainable thing that's happening, right? Like, they don't have infinite tokens to just continually dwell out to people to kind of juice these things, right? Like, it does end. The show stops at some point, right? And that's basically the bottom line. So, but he can have his fun while it lasts, I guess. Whatever.
I don't know. I actually don't know about that. I think Blast has done like a really good job of attracting TVL. Yeah, there was a large portion of the TVL itself that is mercenary and not necessarily sticky. But I think like because there's so much awareness and much like Blur had a lot of awareness for an extended period of time, I think there has been this community and this brand and almost like a culture that has formed for Blast as a viable, ETH L2 in itself to thrive. I actually read something interesting from Vitalik's blog just a couple of days ago, and he mentioned like each of the Ethereum L2s has its own unique kind of culture. And I think Blast culture is unique enough or differentiated enough that it likely has the possibility to survive. And then two, from like an incentive perspective, Pac-Man is just so good at retaining a huge amount of incentives for the future. And, rather than giving them all away on day one, all of these, locked incentives to keep people within the ecosystem until it can form and, and bring more TVL over. I think it certainly is not one of those cases where I see it go to zero, so to speak, and not necessarily be able to operate under its own kind of under its own weight over time. So I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily put it past Blast surviving. We it's I believe it's built on the OP stack anyways, but I think there's just been more development on Blast itself than the OP stack to begin with, which is kind of surprising, but it kind of shows that a lot of these like L2s are really so far removed from becoming, a brand with culture. Rather, I guess optimism in itself has become just so infrastructure focused that it hasn't necessarily been run as a culture, brand, or country, let's call it, even if it's, Puerto Rico.
Well, if we take the country or city analogy here, I think we can ask ourselves the question: does Blast have a poster child? Right? Does it have like a Burj Khalifa or something? Like Base had the Frentech poster child, and after On Chain Summer, we still kept talking about Base because of Frentech. And I think Blast has that with Fantasy Top, which is why it'll continue getting some attention to it. And even though people will forget and they will rotate into other things like Monad and whatnot, I think over the next 6 months, we'll still hear a lot about Blast because of this poster child.
For sure, for sure. And I mean, like any good L2, it just takes one or two really critical applications that are built on top of it, to give it almost a sense of culture, or even like a use case for the applicate or builders themselves. Like, Base has proven out to be, Coinbase chain, and obviously you have, had Friendtech be super, promising, and really bring light to that ecosystem. You had Arbitrum, which had the GMX success story, which now turned into, a very DeFi centric ecosystem. And then you have Blast, which is kind of a blend between the two, where you had a huge amount of, CT DeFi people embrace Blast. You had also this retail friendly culture on Blast in itself, but it hasn't necessarily become, a meme coin chain, much like Solana has more recently. So I don't know. I think I think it's an interesting experiment nonetheless. And
But like, okay, just to
I
use
think
the example
I'll
of
take
Clemente.
I'll take the other end of this. Like, I think that we're underestimating the time frame for which you need to operate at peak like performance to really sustain. Like, we're so early in this game that like you sort of blow your hand too early. And I think that, like, look at what Magic Eden did to Blur. You know what I mean? Like, it's just going to happen again with this, because you take the two opposite approaches. Like, Blur incentivized a ton of farming. They incentivize a small group of
yeah,
users.
but
They
also
spent
look
hundreds
at
of millions of dollars
but look at what
for
Tensor
mercenary.
look at what Tensor did to Magic Eden, and look at what is gonna
Magic Eden is the
Magic Eden
most
on Bitcoin.
profitable marketplace, decentralized marketplace in the space right now among NFTs, right? So again, like, Magic Eden is doing a lot more fees in volume than Tensor, just maybe not on Solana, but I mean, that's
For now.
all the liquidity moved to Ordinals, right? And they had the balls to actually stake a claim on innovation and growing the pie, whereas Blur and Blast strategy is all about cannibalizing the existing market. And that never works. Like, that strategy never works. The only strategy is when you take risk and innovate and it pays off big. And because eventually, like, you cannibalize your own market, and then someone else discovers a blue ocean right next to you, and that blue ocean becomes way bigger than the previous market that you just spent all that time cannibalizing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, in all fairness, I think that just shows you, or this whole industry is built on disruption, right? Like, it's so easy to disrupt an L2. It's so easy to disrupt maybe even like an adjacent L1. It's so easy to disrupt, top dApps on chain as well. And I think that's part of the excitement of, Web3 in general is, you don't necessarily have this very traditional software like view where if a company has been successful for, 1 to 2 years, it's bound to be, very successful over the longevity of the next 5 or 10 years and keep growing. You always have to be on your toes. And, many of these companies, much like Magic Eden, maybe even felt too comfortable on Solana, and they were disrupted on the chain that, they built an exceptional product on and a fan base on. And that's not to say that, that can't happen with other, L2s and other products, or even Magic Eden itself.
Yeah. I just think that, like, Blur's strategy was launch a obviously better trading platform, but not meaningfully different in terms of architecture, and then just throw a token at it and lever it up as high as possible. That ended up cannibalizing that existing market. Meanwhile, like, Magic Eden chose to develop a new market, right? And if you develop a new market and it's the right market, like, your win is going to be 100x bigger than like going into an existing market incrementally innovating without trying to restructure the actual market itself. And I think that's the exact same strategy for Blast.
Yeah, I mean, the go to market moment of like hitting it big on day one is certainly like more important in Web3 than any other industry. But I still feel like it is a TVL game, right? And if Blast can keep attracting users to use the chain, and builders and incentivize builders to keep building, or ETH builders to keep extending their applications to Blast itself, I think as long as they have user retention over the next 4 months or so, um, I think that they're going to be better off than most people think at this point in time. And obviously from an investor perspective, everyone's locked for 4 years anyways. So we'll see what happens over the next 4 years.
Farmer, when did you get into crypto again?
Uh define get into
Like
crypto.
initially, kind of were paying attention. Really, is what I mean.
Yeah, I would say December 2017.
Okay, so you've probably seen, for many, many years, over and over and over, the same pattern of some chain launching some L1, gets funded with $50 million, and they do a bunch of grants and they do all this stuff, and they have this diagram of like 200 different apps and companies building and all their logos and all this stuff. But like ultimately, it doesn't matter if there's like 200 of these things if they're all really shitty, right? Like, if is the average user of Base the same as the average user of Blast? I would argue not. I would say Clemente, whenever his little referral link that gets him money when he promotes Blast stops giving him his little token point things, I think he moves on, to be completely frank with you. I don't think it's sustainable. I don't think they found a sticky user for the next 5 years of that thing. And I think most people there are Clementes, unfortunately. Whereas on Base, I would say they've built a strong organic foundation of a group of people who I do think those influencers over there and a lot of those people will be around in several years focused on Base, as long as Base is able to continue to be a decent L2. So I think like I'm bullish on the Base L2 and not as much on the Blast
I think it's
over a
interesting
5 year
that
time
Base.
span.
I think it's super interesting that Base has a functional ecosystem without a token itself. It's not like a prime use case for people using Base, which is very promising in itself, because it means the applications and the ecosystem itself is self-sustaining in a lot of ways. And I think Pac-Man himself is largely of the view that Web3 is a bit of a game, and he uses like financial incentivization to get what he needs to get done. And I think he's created this very exceptional go-to-market strategy, not only on Blur but also with Blast, that I think is a successful case study in itself. Doesn't mean you run hot and then kind of fade out. You certainly run the risk of that. I think anyone who hits a home run on day one has a huge amount of expectations, and then from their user base, a huge amount of expectations and shoes to fill. Because if the whole point is to make money off of the token, which is incentivizing you to use the chain, then I think your chain, fundamentally, decays over time substantially. So, maybe, yeah, I mean, I think the Blast ecosystem still does have, some applications, and people are having fun on it despite maybe not making money off the Blast token itself. To keep the retention levels there is my take.
Look, I mean, we kind of see a slight pattern forming with Pac-Man, where essentially the token lockups sort of end on the first project, and then you move over to the next project. And that's fundamentally very different than Brian Armstrong, who is saying, I'm 100% sure to his employees that Base is a future piece of this company that I'm going to spend my life building, and we want to scale this thing to 1 billion people using it, and that's what I'm going to do every day when I wake up. And this is very, very different than saying I'm going to create this game and pump the hell out of these tokens and incentivize and juice Clemente over here and just juice everything up long enough so that the lockups are over. That's
I'm
the two
excited. I'm actually
fundamentally very
I,
different approaches to building, and they, I think, fundamentally have very different goals in what they're doing.
I agree with you. Like Pac-Man, as a product builder himself, is more of the short-sighted, opportunist. Is the way that I see it. He started with the DApp. Obviously, the DApp was very successful. He found a niche market, NFTs, which were alive and thriving at the moment in time. Again, he saw Ethereum scaling as an opportunity to build an L2 that is very retail friendly. I'm excited for his next project, which is probably going to come out next year. It's probably going to be a parallel execution L1, and that's the ultimate max extract from Mr. Pac-Man himself.
I mean, you're joking, but you're also not joking. You realize
No,
like
no, I'm dead serious.
no,
I actually
I
think
know you're serious.
his
Like
next
I
exercise is
also
build
believe
an
that's
L1.
exactly what happens. Yeah.
It's gonna be a legendary run, to be honest.
Yeah, I can't believe that this week we were so down bad and there was literally nothing to fucking talk about but this. You know what I mean? But I'm here for it, guys. I'm sticking it through.
I mean, there's also the case that Blast becomes this parallel execution L1 too, but maybe that's not enough for Mr. Pac-Man himself.
Bro, I'm telling you, the problem is it's the incentive structure, bro. They would much
Yeah,
rather print a new token. I'm just
the,
telling you.
No,
this
you're right.
this
You're right. You're right. You're right. I'm totally. Yeah, you're right. He
this
would much rather make a new chart.
this reminds me of like WeWork so much because like the whole I don't know if you guys followed the whole WeWork saga, but it was like Adam Newman just had to come up with a new big vision like every year. Like it was like first it was WeWork, then it was the global expansion, then it was We Live, then it was We Care, the daycare. It was like you have to like just to keep raising money because the bottom is falling out. Like you have to keep like figure out a new big vision, and then eventually, like you've already invaded the biggest continent or raised money to invade the biggest continent, and it's like okay, well we can't go to the moon, we can't go to Mars, like we can't like there's no other bigger vision to come through.
Did WeWork just completely go under? I don't see those around anymore.
Yeah, it's in bankruptcy right now.
Interesting. Huh. Interesting.
I mean, it's a very common pattern. Like I call it like the pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Like it's a common anti-pattern in entrepreneurship where founders sort of like go big and then like they raise too much money, they like bite off more than they can chew, and like the market is not ready. So like they have to like yeah, you have to like come up with the next thing. We're gonna go to this bigger market and like pivot. But it's just like raise more money because like the walls are kind of caving in on you. And like that's what like happened with WeWork um, and a bunch of other startups. But I
Elizabeth
mean,
Holmes, bro, there's infinite. There's infinite.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, on the other side, the counterpoint there, Trevor, is, like, what if we look back and, Blast is $100 billion L2, right? Like, I mean, that's the other side of this potentially, right? I mean, who are we to say
yeah,
at this
dude. I know.
stage?
What if WeWork, like what if WeWork was whatever they say they were going to do, like this world social network, and it was $100 billion. I mean, you can make that's not a falsifiable argument. So like anytime you try to make a falsifiable argument, anytime you make an argument it's not falsifiable, it's like that's when it's hopium, bro. You know what I mean? That's when it's like cognitive dissonance. At least from my perspective.
Sir, my bags are packed on hopium, okay? I hope yours are too. I hope everyone in the space has a little bit of hopium. We sure as hell need it right now in the ordinal space.
I mean, ordinals is a much simpler play, man. I mean, it's like fungible tokens are worth this on ETH. Fungible tokens are worth this on Solana. NFTs are worth this on ETH. NFTs are worth it. Like the market size that ordinals and runes should be on Bitcoin is orders of magnitude lower than every other thing that we've observed in nature. You know what I mean? In the natural world, like the market cap of ordinals and runes right now is like, so predictable and so against the natural order of what things are going to become. So I think ordinals and runes is like the just most obvious brain dead, easy play because the liquidity and users are here and Bitcoin always leads and Bitcoin leads the whole market, right? Like everything else moves with Bitcoin. Most things move with Bitcoin just because Bitcoin is paired with it. You know what I mean? Like just because like everything is based on like the Bitcoin trading pair and then it like moves the whole market many times in tandem automatically. So, I mean, yeah, dude. I mean, like, do you really want to gamble on like the 20th Ethereum L2 that has no technical advantage and is like relying on Ponzinomics and Vanity metrics, and they say they have 1 million users, but we know they don't have a fucking million users. Like nobody has 1 million users right now in the space. Or do you want to just like bet on like the most obvious, safest, and highest upside play that exists, which is ordinals and runes?
I honestly, I agree. I do agree. I just want to say, like, I was mostly memeing. I'd probably pitch your thesis that you just mentioned probably like half a dozen times a day at the moment. So I'm certainly with you on that.
I would just like to take this moment and thank the Laser Eye Maxis for providing this incredible arbitrage opportunity, unlike any we've ever seen in the history of cryptocurrencies. So thank you for disrupting the natural order of things in the free market and allowing us to recreate a homeostasis. And Luke Dash Jr., everyone, all of you guys, massive shout out. We are going to all get super rich because of you. Thank you so much again. And looking forward to the homeostasis moment in a couple of years.
My bet is that the SatFlow token, rune number 12, which is like a good number. You know, if it was 2 numbers higher, it'd be a little bit better of a number. But the SatFlow token is going to be like bigger than Blast and Blur combined in like a year and a half, probably.
Wait, what number, Farmer? What number is Puffs?
Yeah, we got the 3 amigos right here.
Am I correct?
12, 13,
you guys are all the same, right? Like right there?
12, 13, 14.
What number's that 14 one again?
Nice. I dig it, guys. I dig it.
I mean, Robert, do you want to bet me that that SatFlow will be lower than Blast and Blur combined in a year and a half?
Let's see. I mean, I don't know. The entire supply is just owned by one address at the moment, so I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to get any gains there.
I heard. Just like Udi, you lost the keys that owns all those runes, so it's all over.
Wait, bro, I thought you had the keys. What, bro?
Oh, what?
Wait, Robert.
Oh,
Farmer said all those runes. Are you the one who did all those dog pictures in the sub 100? Somebody did them. Somebody did them. The space is not that big. We know somebody did them. Was it you?
Sorry, what happened? There was the sub 100 dog runes?
In the sub 100 runes, there's a shit ton. Somebody clearly took a bunch of Google images of like every dog breed. This is like most sub 100, right? Is somebody pre-mined 100% all these dog? They're just all
like golden retriever,
Retriever,
Doberman, you know, German Shepherd, like Alaskan Malamute. Like there's like there's like 20 runes like this in sub 100.
Yeah, you got me. You got me. That was me and Robert. We're running pre-sales back to back every single week for another dog.
Is it going to be called the Dog Pound? Is this like the collection of dogs? It's awesome, man. Great idea.
I hope to see it in or.io.
I told the dog I don't like the idea of dog pound. There was a dog space the other day, like a bunch of like Sat Daddy and those guys were hosting. They called it the dog pound. I was like, no, we don't have the dog pound. Dog pound's a negative connotation, guys. This is a cute. Look at this picture. It's a cute little puppy. We don't have a pound where they're like euthanizing dogs, right? Like this is a sad thing that happened. So I told them change it. We got to wipe the Twitter space name. They completely redid it and everything. So we don't do the dog pound though anymore.
Just doghouse spaces.
Just doghouse is much better, Bunzy. Exactly.
Okay, so hear me out, dude. A no-code L2 launchpad. It's like the Canva of blockchain, and then we call it WeScan. What do you think?
Wait, WeScan? Why is it scan?
With an M.
Oh, WeScan. I mean, low key, it would probably pump. It would probably pump. Yeah.
Yeah, we could do it. WeScam.fun, and then it's like.
But you said no code. Can we just do the like prompt?
Well, yeah, it's basically you basically just build like some photos, and then that's like.
So it's pumped up
flowchart
for L2s.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's brilliant.
And
I think it's pretty brilliant. No code. You just talk to the AI and tell it deploy me a dog token, and then everything is done for you.
Yeah.
Dog chain.
You tell it to do the whole chain. I get it. I'm understanding. You just say I want an L2 named this, and then it creates it.
Yeah, and then, dude, and then you just make a bunch of them, and then it's like the side chain, and then you can actually ask it for more word salad, like good terms, and I think we can basically just buy all the ordinals after that.
Okay. So Belly's been waiting extremely patiently, and then also Maverick's been waiting super patiently. So I want to go to them. What's up, Belly? How are you doing?
I think that he was, or she, I'm not sure. Maverick was before me. So.
Maverick already spoke, so
Oh, dope.
jumped.
Okay, cool.
You're good to go, but Maverick can also go next after you.
So, Big God, when he was on earlier, said something that sparked my attention. I think that if we're honest, there's hardly any influencer, hardly anybody who has reached a certain point to be called an influencer that has not gone through the shit that everybody else receives, which is you can hardly say a name of a token or you can hardly say the name of a person without being accused that you are shilling them or that you are going for them or that you are against them or whatever the narrative of the person listening to it is going to say. That's what they run with. And I don't think that in Clemente's uh, you know, position himself, having listened to him after a while and having listened to the Nifty Portal show for so many years, I don't think that falls within that category. I think that there is a difference. And you mentioned like maybe he studied journalism. So, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But I think that there's a true role that content creators play in the space, him being one of them, Nifty Portal being one of them, a lot of the different shows being one of them. Content creators in Web3 are the ones that move a bunch of the shit in this space, whether they want to or not. And there's a reason for that. And it's a lot of it has to do with the relatability of it, right? When people want to learn about something, who are you going to learn it from? Yes, absolutely. There's the experts. Absolutely. There's the builders. Absolutely. There's the big brained people in the space. But mostly, they're the ones that are going to be talking about it in a way in which you can hardly understand it. Case in point, ordinals and runes. That is why people complain about this shit. Remember go back to when ordinals were just a thing and I was one of the speakers on there. And I always used to say, guys, we need to change the terminology. We need to change the terminology. Nobody's going to understand what recursive inscriptions are. Nobody's going to understand why they're called parent child. Nobody's going to understand any of that. And, fast forward to now, more than a year later, people are like, I don't understand that shit. How am I supposed to buy into that? I don't understand what the difference between a rune and a BRC20 and so and so and so and so. So, you know what? I'm just not even going to play that game. So, content creators, in my opinion, play a huge role in the space. There's hardly anyone who can actually go up now. Like Big God was trying to say it, there's hardly anyone who can reach a certain amount of followers and say, I haven't played that game of engagement. Come on now. We've all been listening. We've all been watching. We've all been a part of this game. Engagement farming has been done by many, many people who now claim that they were not part of engagement farming. That's one thing. And then the other thing that I was going to say is that Pac-Man Pac-Man in my opinion is one of the most like tapped into a sweet, sweet spot and made a brilliant move because of the content creators. What's the one thing that content creators want? Visibility, right? Monetization opportunities, etc. So by incentivizing them and making them move, he did exactly what it is that so many other founders in this space say like want without actually saying it, which is going out there and using their holders to be the marketers for them. They pump so much information or so much hopium, not information. They pump so much hopium into their holders and say, all right, now you are the army. Now you go out and evangelize this. Now you go out, etc. On NFA just this week, we were talking about the emotional connection that a lot of people feel to the projects that they end up buying. It's why they end up round tripping. I spoke directly about the female founded ones that I have been a part of that I bought into and, went to zero, but I probably do it again because of the emotional connection. And so I think that the emotional connection gets us every single time, whether we want to admit it or not. And I think that is part of you connect all of those dots and it leads us here. So just wanted to share all that.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the first part that you said correctly. Was that just the most like savage dunk on Clemente ever? Were you basically saying that not enough people listened to him for him to move markets? Is that
No
essentially what you
way.
said? Is that basically what you're saying, or we don't have to worry about him doing anything bad because nobody would listen to what he's
No
saying to
way.
buy
No
it?
way.
Did
I
I
love
misinterpret that,
Clemente.
or
No, not at all. Not at all. I just think that that's not what he's doing intentionally. I think that a lot of the people in this space, I mean, immediately I think of Farouk, for example, right? How many times has Farouk been dunked on for the moves that he used to make? Love him or hate him or not, whatever. Once people get into a certain level of followers, once they become a
right? But
certain
Clemente's not at that level, is what your
no,
point
no, no,
was,
no, no,
right?
no. Clemente is
Kind
not
of.
at the
That's kind
level,
of what
but
you said, right?
yeah, well, no, Clemente is not at the level, but it doesn't matter if he's on the level or not. He's speaking on one of the top shows in Web3, so he has the listeners, but he doesn't have the intentions, which to me are two different things.
Gotcha. That's a good point of clarification. I wasn't fully understanding the intentions part. That totally makes sense. So I agree. I don't think this guy is out there to like just max extract or something. I definitely don't think that. Maverick. Or yeah, Belly, please go ahead if you want to say something else.
No, that's it.
Maverick, what's up, man? Maverick, you've been waiting very patiently for 30 minutes. You're up. What's up? All right. Going once, going twice. We're going over to Farmer Joe.
Actually, it's a just going back into the pumped up fun for L2's idea. I actually just made a tweet and someone said this is very similar to, this is very similar to like Conduit. They just raised from Paradigm at $1 billion valuation. Obviously, they're not pumped up fun for EVM L2s, but it allows you to spin up an L2 app chain
Wait,
specific to your
so
use.
you're telling me I was wait, so who do I have to sue?
You got to sue Conduit for $1 billion for stealing your
Conduit?
idea.
Dude, that's easy. That's such a whack name. Conduit? I'm gonna sue the hell out of those guys. Dude, you know what's whack is like that idea is so fried that it just works. And then I look at all the JPEGs, I'm like, yep, this is why. This is why we can't have nice things. But
Bunsy, could you imagine buying into an L2 where the person, all they had to do was click a button to create?
dude, what do you
Could you
mean?
imagine buying it?
Dude,
Like, no
dude,
offense to Conduit. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm sure
dude, fuck
they have smart
Conduit,
people,
dude. They're
but
getting a letter from me, a strongly worded ChatGPT letter that I'm gonna prompt with a lot of anger. And dude, damn. Or yeah, no, suing's the option here for sure. That's the move. But no, dude, the irony of that is that's literally what people do. You get a landing page and like a Git book with some words, and someone puts a flow chart. Like, dude, bruh, it's gonna change the game. And then that's literally no code. Like, that's what's kind of scary. But actually, the more I think about this stupid idea, everyone needs to sign an NDA because this is getting pretty serious. Um, is there space NDAs yet?
It's too late, man. An NDA would not be legal now because you've already spilled the beans.
Well, can I? Then fuck, you're on my sue list too now. That's like slander, right?
who's the investors in Pump.Fund, Trevor? Have they like received investment? They've been very successful. I assume they have investors now.
I'm not. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't have a lot of purview into like the Solana
So from my
VC ecosystem.
understanding, it's like it's a few like very early 20s degens that have just been printing, obviously, and now I don't think they give a single fuck about anything. Is from what I've heard. Like, I mean, those guys are making what, like $1 million a day, so it's nuts.
So you think they
They
don't
do
even
have
care about
investors.
building the company? They're just going to be rich and take the money instead of like putting it into some bank account where they then have to pay salaries and do that whole thing. You think they're just going to literally take the money and probably leave the space after the bull run?
Well, I mean, like
Leo, what would you do if you're making $1 to $2 million a day from Ord.io? I think you'd be out in a yacht somewhere. The skulls on the wall. You got a
He'd be
No, I
moving to
mean,
fucking
dude,
Puerto
I would
Rico, bro.
definitely reinvest it. I mean, I think Pump.Fun has some cool shit. Like, they could probably hire some really smart people and like build some sick multi-billion-dollar company or something like
Dude,
that.
I mean, it is already. I guess it kind of is a multi-billion-dollar company, is according to some of the last investors in that round. But that being
Wait, so
said,
sorry. Pump.Fun does have investors, Farmer?
yeah, it does.
Farmer Joe
It
sounds like
does.
one. He sounds like he's like kind of leaning away
So,
from the mic.
Farmer, what's the details on the round? I'm curious. What did
No,
they?
I don't
No,
know.
no.
I don't know specifics, but I just know that the investors themselves don't care about a pump token. The revenue is just so high from how many tokens this thing is spinning up that everyone's like most people that participated in the first like couple of rounds are going to get paid whole basically in the first like 90 days of operations.
So this is dude, we scam.fun. Basically on our first page, we just do a reference chart and be like, those are rookie numbers. We can get those numbers up way higher. Especially when we launched the We Care scam. Um, dude, this is definitely it. Farmer Joe.
Well, meme coins to launch are a couple of dollars. I think Bunzi for your L2 in a box solution, you can charge at least $1,000 to
No, we
launch.
just put like a green light and like, hey, a node's on. And people are like, oh, cool, my node's on. Because like green is good. And like if it's not on, it's red. And then dude, this is it. This is our exit.
Bunzi, what are you gonna do when Pac-Man comes out with the We Scam of We Scams, where it's a
I'm
no-code
gonna cope
solution to
super
spin
hard,
up the
dude.
no-code solution to create your L2s? Then you don't need We Scam because everyone can click a button to create their own We Scam.
Dude, but that's very blast of him. That's very Ponzi. Like, I would have to tip
So
my
what's your
hat.
point? What's your
I would have
point?
to. I would cope. I'd be upset, but then I'd have to tip my hat to just building pyramids, dude. Reverse pyramids. Um, but the more I talk about this crazy idea, no code layer 2 spin up. It's the one.
I mean,
It's
Bunzi, you do realize we just confirmed there's already a billion-dollar company building exactly this.
No, but that's a smart company that's actually doing things for
Yeah.
building.
They're gonna like try to do it
This is
correct. This is gonna be
this is
pumped
for
out fun.
retail users to try and scam people that they're building themselves.
Celebrity chains, dude. Celebrity chains, bro. Dude, this is actually all right. I gotta stop talking.
Can
This
you
is
make a
way too
website
good,
and like put Sahil as your advisor?
dude. Yeah, yeah. If it's on a website, it's real. So yeah, let's do that. And then if the green light's on, you have a node running, but you just have to send one BTC. Um,
Wait, if I send one BTC, you promise you're going to send two BTC back?
yeah, dude.
Because
Of
that's what Warren
course,
Buffett said. He was doing a special deal.
dude. We're gonna make every investor whole in less than 90 days. And the trajectory of this idea is
Hang on. There's a guy in 2018. He told me he would do it in less than a week. So why are you
well,
taking so long?
well. That guy is just. I need to meet him. He sounds like he knows what's up. He
That's
would
what
definitely.
Olympus Dow Ohm promised you
Yeah.
that
Remember,
you'll
like
be
the
made whole
Lambo
within a
slider?
week.
Remember
You
the
know where
Lambo
that ends
slider?
up.
Remember fucking Wonderland? And it was like, dude, if you don't put more money in this, you're not gonna get all these crazy. The slider was the best. It literally said like real world items. That scam was so good.
Can we get some of that in the WeScam product? Because that then it's looking pretty enticing for investors, probably.
You know what's so fucked up is this would work. Like, dude, a no code celebrity chain spin up like. And then Canva generates a logo, and then dude, they just like, oh, someone hacked my Twitter account, and like just rinse and repeat. Dude, we could make every investor whole in less than a week.
You guys know that celebrity thing's not anything new. There was right after CryptoKitties came out, the next most popular NFT project was this thing called Crypto Celebrities. So literally, there was every celebrity. Okay, like these celebrities obviously didn't give consent, but it was like all the top celebrities, and you could trade them. But the thing was, you can't actually own them. It's a hot potato contract. So you would buy the celebrity, and then it would be guaranteed that when the price, like anybody can come buy it from you at 2x the price that you paid for it, and in a matter of like 3 days, this thing went so viral. It's the closest thing I've ever seen to just an authentic, 100% true Ponzi scheme. And the thing went crazy, and like people were buying Vitalik for like $1 million. I mean, there is something to like just spinning up the celebrity with one click, and that's basically what this was. But Bunzi, they went a step further, and they made it where you could buy your tokens. You could buy anyone else's tokens off them at twice the price they paid for it. So they took it even a
What a
step
good
further.
model, dude. So you're telling me I could buy any token as
The
simple.
tokens are always for sale, Bunzi. Every celebrity meme coin, it was always for sale, and you could always buy it for twice what the wallet already paid for it. That's how it worked.
That's so sick. I wish everyone could do that for everything in my wallet at all times. Like, does OpCat fix this?
Dude, OpCat, this is actually, I think, the leading incentive to get OpCat in. It 2x's every Bitcoin. So there's going to be, I don't know how many Bitcoin there are, but there's a lot of them, and there's going to be twice as many as that.
So I've conceptualized mini Ponzi's in my head before, because it's like you spend enough time in this space, it's like so easy to think about it. I've obviously never done any Ponzi's in this space, but
We
the
scam.fun. That would be your
one
first.
Ponzi I had was you create an NFT collection. The smart contract allows you to buy a token. There's an infinite amount of tokens. You buy token 0, you have to pay, a certain amount of money into the smart contract, like, $50. And then somebody else comes along and it maybe auto generates some random PFP for you, and they pay $50, except their $50 that they paid goes to the first person who bought. So that would be to me. So
Dude, are
then
you
if
the
I get one
centipede
more
mint?
person to buy an NFT off this contract, I made my money back. And then the third person comes along and they pay 90% to the person right before them, and then 10% to me. So
Dude,
I'm
this sounds like the
accruing all the
the
value by being
supplement like
early.
centipede mint.
It's a centipede mint, Bunzi. Exactly. I've never seen someone pull it off, but I'm fairly confident it would be highly viral for about 48 hours. And then people would stop buying the tokens, and people would be pissed. The back half of the centipede wouldn't be very happy, but the first half of the centipede would be rolling in it, Bunzi.
The back half of the centipede just sounds so hectic.
Yeah, I mean, like, you guys think Pac-Man is doing these Ponzi's? Like, but Pac-Man's barely scratching the surface on this stuff. You can the 2018 Adam knows, because we've both analyzed all these contracts.
We've launched. We've analyzed.
These guys were just absolutely creating the closest thing they could possibly imagine to a Ponzi into a smart contract, and that was pretty much the
Dude,
first year of
literally every
NFTs.
early Ethereum contract was a Ponzi scheme. Literally every
It was
early
a bonding curve,
bonding curve,
hot potato
casino,
contract.
hot potatoes.
Yep.
Like literally, I
Dude.
think one of the first like how-tos on Ethereum written like by Vitalik himself was like how to make a Ponzi scheme on Ethereum. It was literally, that's all the early stuff was.
Dude,
Was
our
literally
first celebrity chain will be James Bonding Curve, and then dude, we just do the centipede mint, and dude, just really dunk on Pac-Man. Pac-Man, there's a play there. Pac-Man eats the centipede. No, yeah, probably not.
Yeah, so the way just to finish the centipede idea, because I personally think it's a fun game and I do think it would do well. Every like 1,000th one that you get wins like a jackpot. So you're basically making a lottery, right? That's tied into a Ponzi. I mean, I think it's everything a DJ would ever want and more. And I love the term centipede mint Ponzi. I think it would be a smashing hit.
We scam.fun, centipede mint launch, James Bonding Curve DeFi protocol, and then just, all of it's not a security. I don't see any really holes here.
We need KOLs, Bunzi. We didn't talk about the KOLs. We need a bunch of KOLs involved.
Dude, KOLs.
All right, I'm definitely gonna have to rug the space now. Not just because I have to go, but because yeah, I do want to be able to
go build this, dude. What the?
I do want to be able to not be in jail. I'm just kidding. But anyways, guys, no. Leo, we okay rugging this now? I actually got to run.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, we could have rugged this like 2 hours ago. We could have rugged this the moment
A lot
Clemente
of
opened his
people
mouth.
talking about Ponzi's that are really comfortable with just rugging things. This is kind of crazy.
I don't know.
Absolutely. I can't let Bunzi rug you guys before I rug the space. So guys, no, seriously, thanks for a great show, guys. This was the bottom, guys. This is the bottom of the market. We have
Wait,
nothing
Trevor,
to
that's what
talk
you said the
about.
last 5 weeks. What's going on?
No, I only said that on
Well,
Monday.
we haven't launched our project yet.
Dude, we
I
had
said that.
Clemente on. It's definitely the bottom. Man.
Oh, you know what? It's the Bitcoin Centipede We Scam project that Bunzi and I are working on. It's going to save everyone's bags, guys. Don't worry.
Just the way the tokenomics are set up, it's literally
Like, people don't understand. If you hit the golden centipede, you're going to have so many extra, like, it'll spawn multiple centipedes and they'll all feed it back to your centipede. Like, people don't understand the level of hitting a gold centipede.
yeah. And once you start stacking centipede points, oh, dude, you're just basically, what are you gonna buy your like grandkids? You can start thinking about that for once.
Exactly. Clemente will be sharing referral links to Centipede, so head right back over to that account. He'll be tweeting that out in about a month here. He's one of our KOLs that we've lined up. Correct, Bunzi? We got that locked on.
Yeah. He signed the NDA.
All right, guys. Well, it's been a fantastic show. No, seriously, thank you guys. We almost had nothing to talk about. We got lucky to catch a rare Clemente, and I think I don't think he's gonna be buying runes probably anytime soon. And honestly, I hope not. I hope he's not gonna, buy ordinals or runes. But anyways, guys, I think this is the bottom. But it could be a little bit longer. But the future's looking bright. I hope everybody has a great weekend. We do this show every Monday morning, 10:30 a.m. Eastern, every Wednesday night, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. We go until we're really beating a dead horse, as dead as it can be. But guys, have a great weekend, and we will see you next week. Cheers, everybody.
Baby, now I got the flow, 'cause I know it from the start. Baby,